Well, good evening. Thank you for your patience. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty we needed to get some guidance on. Good evening. Before I call the meeting to order, I do want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments either via telephone or Zoom from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building. During this meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. If public comments are allowed on agenda item, comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will now call this meeting of the Economic Development Finance Standing Committee for April 28, 2025 to order. And I'll ask the clerk to please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes. Lopez.
Here.
Burns.
Here.
Stites.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
Burrows.
Here. Thank you, committee. Madam Clerk, I'll ask if there are any revisions to the agenda this evening.
There are no revisions.
Thank you. I will take the liberty as chair to announce that we will be striking, pulling item number 4.4 off the agenda this evening. That takes us to approval of minutes. With no minutes to approve, we'll move right on into our committee agenda. The first item up is a resolution authorizing the Sixth Amendment to the development agreement for the Legends West Lawn Development. It's extending the completion date of the paving and striping improvements required at the Legends West Lawn, or the paving, or the alternative establishes certain deadlines for the redevelopment of the parcel located at 1824 Village West Parkway. For those that may not be aware of where that's at the corner of the Monarch Stadium. I believe that's the location, the corner that's presently with gravel. Additionally, the Sixth Amendment contemplates repairs and improvements to the common areas of the project prior to April 1st, 2026. I'll now recognize Chelsea Chisholm, our Economic Development Director, for a presentation and remarks. Chelsea?
Thank you. Chelsea Chisholm, Director of Economic Development. Is Heather McCrae? Thank you. Perfect. You're welcome to join us at the table here. So up for your consideration tonight is a resolution approving a Sixth Amendment to the Development Agreement. Approval of this amendment would further extend the surface paving obligation deadline in the event the developer is not able to meet the requirements associated with the development of this parcel located at 1824 Village West Parkway. So in addition, developer has agreed to provide the unified government with the $500,000 penalty payment to be held in escrow should developer fail to meet these deadlines. Finally, developers agreed to $2.3 million in improvements, which include parking lot, sidewalk, and concrete repair and replacement, roof replacement, and elevator, escalator, panel, and fountain repair and replacements. And we have Heather McCrae here with Pace Properties to answer any additional questions on behalf of developer.
Welcome, Ms. McCrae. You have a microphone? Okay, thank you. You have anything you'd like to add to the comments?
Sorry. Well, I'm here to answer any questions that Rick Katz was unable to. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend last month and know that, the vote got pushed to this meeting so that I could answer those questions for you.
Okay, great. Committee, this was before us last month. We postponed it for a month till we had a chance to, thank Chelsea and myself and one of the ACAs went out and viewed the locations to see the conditions and some of the questions that were raised by the committee. At this particular time, I would ask if there are any further questions moving forward. You have some? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Townsend, District 1. You mentioned that the paving area included a section over by Monarchs Field. And I recall some years ago when this project to redevelopment, the area where the existing smokestack, does this paving also or refurbishment of landscape have to do with that area too? Okay.
It does not. The paving area in question is on the west side by the ballpark. Currently, it's a gravel lot and it's used
Okay.
really just for overflow parking right now for like the T-Bones or the Legends if we ever had any events. We were to either have this land developed or we were to pave it.
Mhm.
Had it under contract several times, and unfortunately, those have not come to fruition. We, went down that path in good faith, thinking that the folks we were working with would, be able to close on the ground and develop it as planned. Unfortunately, that has not happened. Now, we've decided that if we want to get something done, we're going to take it into our own hands rather than depend on a buyer to develop it.
Oh.
We're now working with a couple tenants to do ground leases there. So we're hoping that this gives us enough time to get 2 of those done.
Thank you. The other thing, the new drop dead date, so to speak, for completion is what? Ms. Chisholm already mentioned a payment that had been, that's already been forwarded over to the UG. It has not,
It's being contemplated as part of this new extension.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The 500,000 would be put in escrow, and in the event that we do not get the work done or pave it, that either we do not get the leases done or the paving done, that the 500,000 would just go to you guys. We would not be in this position again next year coming asking for an extension.
At that time, okay, and the particular date for next year's completion is April 1, 2026, is that correct? Thank you.
Yeah, you have on here, about the escalator repair. What's going on with the escalator?
Currently, the escalator is working just fine. Any given day, kids go out there and they run and jump on them. They've figured out how to stop them, and apparently they find that to be amusing. We'll have to call the escalator company to come out and restart it. If they're not busy, they can get out there that same day, but sometimes it does take, another day. But currently, the escalators are running and there's no issues.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was just out there last week and it was running just fine. But if they're making it stop, there's an emergency stop button, you just turn it back on.
We wish it was that easy. If you do the emergency stop, but the kids have found a way to somehow kind of jam it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's Ms. McCray. Yeah, thank you, Ms. McCray. If I remember correctly, that particular spot has been identified in the past for development off and on. And for whatever reason, it wasn't developed, and that's why the $500,000 wasn't, we felt there was at times that why pave it if we're only going to tear it up? So, but now we're to the point where it's the 6th time something's come forward. The last development fell through, and I believe it was a development the Monarchs was working on, and that development fell through at this time. So we must move forward doing what needs to be done. Do you feel that the $2.3 million is enough to do the things that are necessary with the costs of inflation associated to the task?
Well, we will, in general, do more than $2.3 million in capital repairs this year. We had two concrete companies come out just recently. We wanted to wait till the winter was over so that all of the, further damage from trucks and snow and ice melt is, done. So we did have a couple contractors come out, did a total assessment from the east side to the west side. So we are, already started on that work.
What about the parking lot? the main parking lot and the maintenance of the landscaping of the properties.
Um, The concrete and asphalt assessment included all parking areas and the inside of the shopping center. We have landscapers on the property every day, so I'm not aware of any deficiencies in landscaping. There are a few outlots that handle their own landscaping, but if you had an example, I'd be willing to look into it. But our guys are out there 8 hours a day, if not more.
Well, I know in a tour where there was a number of photos taken in reference to what we had concerns in reference to the landscape. We had trees down. We had curbs that had chunks missing out of them and the landscaping was pouring into the parking lot. That's just a couple trees down. There was other examples that we took a number of photos in reference to that because that is a prime shopping area for our community. And I know I, as a commissioner, get calls about the ongoing upkeep of that place. We want to be good partners and we want to see a partner keep that up and keep it viable, a place where people will want to come and feel welcome and feel safe and not have their cars drop into a 3-foot hole in the parking lot.
We take a lot of pride in the shopping center and, it is just constant ongoing maintenance. Any given day, today we were having pavers replaced inside. We were supposed to have concrete or asphalt work done, but they thought it was going to rain, so they pushed it. But, we have a plan in place to take care of all of the concrete and asphalt repairs.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, okay, so tell me about, now how many stores is there? I can't remember, I had it written down and it's upstairs and I'm sorry.
I don't have the exact number of stores. There's
Okay,
close to
so
100 stores,
you say what?
probably close to 100.
Okay, let's say 100. Okay, so each store has to pay 20,000 a month on top of their rent every month. And that's a CAM fee. That's damn near, that's right at 2 million a month.
Well, every store pays different. It's based on their individual lease.
Pretty much every store I talk to is right there, except for AMC is 21, almost 22,000. But everybody else is about the same money every month on top of their rent. Where's that money at?
So I did have an opportunity to watch the recording from last month's meeting. And one thing I did want to point out is that capital repairs and common area maintenance are two different buckets of money. The tenants pay into the common area maintenance. That would include all of the security, all of the utilities, the landscaping, the snow removal. And that all goes to, pay for those items. We recover 86% of our budget from our tenants, and the ownership puts in the other 14%. Any capital repairs, such as this, the concrete work that we're talking about here, any escalator, elevator repairs that are minor, those would hit our CAM budget, but anything larger comes out of a capital expense, out of the ownership groups.
Well, that's all the same bank, right? Same bank account? I'd imagine.
Well, it's not in the respect that the tenants pay for the everyday ongoing repairs and maintenance, but not any larger capital improvements. Pretty much anything over $5,000, that's considered a capital expense, and the ownership pays for that.
Right, no, I get that, but at what point do we, instead of taking whatever, say, well, we can move some money around over here for this? I mean, that's damn near give or take 2 million a month, times 12.
Sorry, yeah, sorry. That $2 million, I don't know where you're getting that, but that's
Well,
I've
done.
not what we're collecting.
What I'm trying to say is I've done my homework. I talked to all the stores. I'm like, hey, what's going on here?
But I apologize, but those are not accurate figures.
It's interesting, but okay, I just wanted to just ask that question
Yeah,
because
I mean,
I
that
want to
would
know
be,
where that money's at. All right, but thank you.
no, I mean, all of the CAM dollars are being spent on common area maintenance. Like I said, the tenants pay for 86% right now, and the ownership group has to pick up 14%. of like leakage.
Mrs. McCray, I would encourage you to possibly meet with myself and or Chelsea Chisholm or Rodney Lucas and look at some of the photos. I think we took well over 100 that day in reference to some of the issues that have been raised by tenants and customers out in that development. And that's why we put off and had them back this month, hoping to get answers to some of the questions that were raised last month. And we do have you at a disadvantage. You weren't here last month to hear the concerns that were raised in reference to some of the conditions that people are seeing that should not be seen out there today with the some of the concerns that Commissioner Lopez raised and some of the concerns raised by a few of the tenants as well as the customers that visit the area. So
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see the photos. I mean, anything that needs to be addressed, we would definitely want to address it.
okay, I would encourage you to,
I'll connect with.
let's set up that meeting and identify those things and see if we can come up with an action plan that meets the need of not only your investors, but of the community also. We want to keep that place. It's one of our major shopping areas that is responsible for the Starbond success in Wyandotte County, and we want to continue to keep it such.
We do as well.
Okay, thank you. Committee, we have before us an issue. I'll ask at this time, is there any other questions for the commission? Commissioner Stites.
Stites, District 7. So I've got a question, and I understand, Commissioner Burrows, that you said that she's at a disadvantage because she wasn't here, but she clearly stated that she watched the meeting to be prepared for today's questions. What is the status of the project? The two LOIs, or now I guess it's an LOI, or where are you guys at with the two leases?
The two that Rick mentioned, they're still not signed, but they're days away from signing. I believe they've already, I can't announce them because they're not signed, but I believe they've already even, reached out to planning and permitting.
Do we know if that's the case?
I would imagine they'll both be signed this week.
So I just find it, I think a year is rather lengthy, in my opinion. If you're at the LOI stage, if we haven't got to, I'm going to say 6 months is being more than generous, that we finally could, I mean, we're at the sixth agreement here. And I think that that's gone long enough that we've just been, and I'm not saying it's your fault, but for one reason or another, that we've been, well, here's the next deal, here's the next deal, here's the next deal, here's the next deal, and we don't have it paved, right? And I think a year's too long. I think I'd be willing to go 6 months. That's just me, and I'm just one vote on this committee. Then secondly, so when you mentioned that 86% is of the CAM, when you said that Commissioner Lopez's numbers are inaccurate, what are the accurate numbers on the CAM?
Our CAM, to take care of the center, like for a year, the CAM budget, I mean, I hate to quote numbers, but it isn't anywhere close to $1 million.
I don't know if it's 1 million, 2 million, or 50 million.
It's closer to like $5 million annually. So I don't have any, I'm not collecting $1 million or $2 million a month from tenants.
Okay. So 5 million, okay, that's fine. So when you say though that the other 14% is made up from ownership,
Correct.
what was the plan from the inception to take care of capital needs?
The ownership group knows that they always have to have a capital budget, and we do put capital into the shopping center every
So
year.
then why are we here?
We've just, the center is getting old. There's age on it. It's a little over 20 years old today. So we are at that point in the lifestyle of the center where all of the concrete and asphalt needs to be replaced. We've been slowly replacing it. We did a bunch of work this fall. And then of course with winter, no work goes on. We get further damage from all of the trucks and the ice melt. So it's just a never ending circle. You're just constantly staying on top of the paving, the pavers, the concrete. We're constantly replacing curbs. We can redo all the curbs, and in 2 months, trucks from, drop-offs from the tenants drive over the curbs, and we're right back. So it's just, it's a never-ending cycle that we're constantly trying to stay on top of.
So what would be an example of some of the items that the CAM charge addresses, the $5 million a year?
Sure, like I mentioned, our security, we take security very seriously. We have security 24 hours a day. The landscaping, we have full-time landscapers on site every day. We have folks picking up trash throughout the entire center every day. The utilities, water, electric, the management office and the team there on site. We have a full team there on site. That all adds up.
Okay.
And then you've got an elevator contract, that they have to be serviced every month. The escalator has to be serviced every month on top of anything, like I mentioned, where, the kids breaking it.
I just don't know, is it common practice, and I don't know, I'm not a owner of a mall, but that they come back. I would think that, in my opinion, that in my household, I'm going to use the example of my household. I know that in 10 years, 5 years, I'm going to need to replace my roof, or 20 years, or whatever it may be. So I would plan for that money. I would set that money aside, and maybe it comes out of that. Maybe it's the 14%, or maybe it's out of the 86% that you said that's collected off of the CAM charges to address these. So is it common that owners come back to a governing body to ask for more money to take care of maintenance that is, in my opinion, their obligation, not a government's?
Well, like I mentioned, though, that 14% is just on the common area maintenance, the daily maintenance. We're talking more about capital expenses that the tenants, we do not recover from the tenants. And we do have we have the roofs inspected, we have a life cycle plan, and we know which roofs need to be replaced. We have a contract right now to replace the roof on Building K. So we are, following that plan.
Is lighting going to be addressed out there? I live right down the road, and I'm up there pretty regular. And the security aspect of it, I'm a retired Kansas City, Kansas police officer. And lighting not being adequate out there, or out quite a bit, the security, that may help on the security aspect.
So I did note that from last month's meeting, and I talked to our operations manager about that. He said that we only have one light pole that is not functioning, and the only reason it is not functioning is because the wiring is underground. And when we do fix those asphalt repairs in that area this spring, he is having that fixed. Now, on any given day, they get out there in the morning and a light can be out. But
Sure.
those are constantly being replaced.
But maybe maybe you need to show somebody where the light switches are at sometimes. I just see a lot more than one light pole.
Yeah, he said definitely, because I did want to know about that. We take,
Okay.
we take safety very seriously.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that the only thing that I really have the hang up about, to be honest with you, is this year long, another year that we're waiting to get this paved and taken care of. I am more, like I've said, inclined to approve a 6-month, but again, that's just me, and there's a whole committee here. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Should you want to go 6 months, there's always an opportunity for a motion to move forward if that's the committee's will. Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, just want to ask, when was the last time you were out there to just, when you go out there, do you drive around, kind of look at,
Every time I go out, I start at Target and work my way east.
and you just don't see the broken concrete and all this stuff that we see?
We're aware of the concrete, and we were waiting till spring to make a lot of those repairs.
Okay, when are you there at night, when it's dark?
I'm there off and on. We have events.
Okay.
Yes.
As you can see by the questions, there's much concern about the ongoing condition and what is seen as the lack of upkeep with the Legends area. We in Wyandotte County have waited a long time for an area in which we can use as a shopping center and utilize that revenue for not only for our budget but also for debt on towards Star Bonds payback. The condition, how many vacant storefronts do you have out there now?
We have very little vacancy. I believe we are 91% occupied today. And as I mentioned, we have Duluth Trading, I know has already been announced, backfilling the Forever 21 space. And then we have the two smaller national tenants going in Building C. I also have a few letters of intent that we plan to get signed this week for fast casual restaurants.
Okay. I know that old Hash House A Go-Go location has been vacant for a year after it opened, and it has been vacant for going on 20 years. Is there a reason why that spot has fails to continue to get filled?
I think it's because it faces the back. So it's always been a bit challenging. But now that the apartments are there, I'm really hoping that we do get some traction on that space. We've thought about maybe splitting it up into, 3 or 4 smaller, like restaurant spaces. We've had an architect take a look at it so that he can give us some ideas. We definitely want to, bring some life to that space as well. And we're hoping that the apartments help with that.
When West Lawn was put in, we met with the developer initially, and there's some metal and concrete steps that go up I'm going to call it the south side by the smokestack, by, I want to say Cold Stone. There's some stairways. There's a tremendous amount of rust that has on the underneath side of those steps that was supposed to have been taken care of when the initial monies were given to that area 4 or 5 years ago. And it hasn't been done yet. And it's the same way with some of the facade painting and or washing, power washing to get the rust off of the brick that is around that area. It's just not a site that visitors should be seeing. And I want to go back to the CAM. And there's been a number of questions in reference to the amount of money that is charged to the tenants out there, and very little is getting done. And I can share with you, I don't know why a tenant would call me or another commissioner with complaints about the condition of the facility if there wasn't some concerns. And so it's our job to communicate that to you and to the management team while we're having this discussion. And you're hearing some of what we went through last month and when we couldn't get all the answers. So the 500,000 for the lot is one that's been out there since I can recall, I think since 2019. And that's how long it's been sitting out there just to pave a pad site. But when we made our tour, there were trees down laying in the common area. I got a call from a person that was working at Target, went and bought sacks of pavement to fill the holes in the parking lot to keep from having customers' cars damaged. These are the kind of things that we have concerns about. You could have higher cams coming in, more cams, if the storefronts were filled. And I know I'm going to say it, it's not going to be a popular site. Oak Park Mall is older than the Legends, and Oak Park Mall does not look like our Legends. And so you are the management team, you're the face of the management team. So please take those concerns, the concerns that come from this committee, back to the management team in reference to the vacancies, the condition of the parking lot, the conditions of some of the common area. And we'd like to have a good management team that cares about the concerns of this community.
We definitely do. And I would love if anytime you get a call that I'm made aware of it.
Okay. If you would be kind enough to leave your number with Chelsea,
She
we'll
has it.
we'll make sure that the commissioners get that number. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Committee, is there any other questions or comments? Commissioner Stites?
Well, since you brought up the vacancies, a couple of them, I was just going to ask. So Lone Star, is that still, who owns that one now?
We do not. I believe that Sporting Kansas City owns that.
So it was sold to Sporting?
We have never owned that.
Okay. It was privately owned from the beginning. Okay, so what about the restaurant, and man, I can't remember the name of it, behind
Russell Stover's or
yeah,
Famous Dave's.
Famous Dave's.
We don't own any of the outlots, so I don't have any.
So the
control.
standalone locations are not owned?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
We may need to find out who those owners are, Chelsea, that we can contact those.
I have any ownership information. I just don't have it off the top of my head. So if you need any of that, I can share it with you.
Great, thank you. Do you own that? Are you to take care of that as you come in off State Avenue, the area right next to the restaurant that Mr. Stites, the detention pond, is that part of the improvement of the Legends?
It is not.
It is not. Who owns that? Okay, I guess we'll find out.
I would be real surprised if you're not responsible for that detention pond. I mean, I'm just saying,
We are not, no.
I'm just saying I'd be real surprised. But then do we
I
have
can look it up.
any idea who? Because I don't think they've ever done anything. That's just been a whoever. It's just been a catch basin for trash.
Vermin?
Yeah, animals, which, but it's looked terrible. And that is the entrance, right, off of State Avenue into that. So we might want to figure out who that is.
I can look into it.
Great, thank you. Committee, is there any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Stites.
It would be my expectation that if we end up changing this to 6 months, that the 500,000 still is in play, but at the end of 6 months.
And unfortunately, I know that a year sounds like a lot of time, but when you're working with these big national tenants, they have real estate committee and they only have it, certain times of the year. They only have like open to buys where they're doing new deals certain times of the year. They have total blackout periods starting about October 15th to January 15th where they don't do any work because of the holidays. So while a year sounds like a lot of time, in our world, it is not. I feel that 6 months we would just be setting ourselves up to fail.
Commissioner Stites, any comment? Nope. Okay. As we stated, we know that this has been out there since 2019. So I think the 6 months is an appropriate question to ask.
Sure.
If there's any other no other questions from the committee, I'll ask I'll ask the clerk if there's any comments received from the public.
No comments were received.
Yes, I'll ask the clerk if any hands are raised by the public online who wish to speak.
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak? Just, if you will be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments, please come to the podium, state your name, city of residence for the record. Let the record show no one stepped forward. Committee, I would now entertain a motion for approval of the resolution.
I move we approve the resolution.
Is there a second? Okay, we have a question. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. Construction is not my area at all. However, I appreciate the concerns that have been expressed by the in-district commissioner and others who want to see faster repairs made out there. But let's say this goes for 6 months, that Commissioner Stites' motion is successful. And let's also assume that those repairs are not made in 6 months. Where is that leaving us? We'll be back again with another request for an extension because you can't have these things left undone. So I'm just asking for clarity about that. What would be the expectation if we do a 6 month now instead of the year requested?
Well, if I would ask legal, but if you asked the chair, I would state that the lot has to be paved. If it's not paved within 6 months, the penalty is ours. If you'd have 2.3 million, if I remember correctly, in which to do the capital improvements within the properties that were identified and discussed here today. If those aren't done, the only option would be that you would have to come back and ask for an extension, or there would be some sort of penalty paid, and I believe that would be the 500,000.
Yeah.
Chelsea?
Chelsea Chisholm, Economic Development. So part of this agreement, we would, the developer would put the penalty payment, the $500,000 into escrow. So we would have those funds available if they don't meet the performance milestones contained in this amendment.
But I guess the object of this is to have them do this work. So
Absolutely.
let's say the 6 month is voted on here, it's not done, worst case scenario, the UG receives and keeps the 500,000, then what is the next move? Can we force the owners to complete the project? I mean, somebody's got to complete it.
The repairs are underway. I know the fountain was one of the items. We had wet design out about 2 weeks ago. They told us they would have their proposal and their schedule to complete the repairs to us this week. And then we're hoping to have those repairs done end of May if we can get on their schedule. We want the fountain to be up and operating, not that it doesn't operate now, but just needed some repairs. So that work is underway. Like I mentioned, we have a total concrete asphalt replacement schedule. I can share that with Chelsea. I mean, we have every intent on getting these repairs done and sooner than later. I mean, we take a lot of pride in the center as well. Like I mentioned, it's just the life cycle of the center, the concrete, just kind of all went bad at once. And we're doing everything we can to get it repaired. And the ownership has fully committed to it. And that's even aside from being tied to this. I mean, this was already our plan.
Thank you.
We did have a motion. Is there a second? Council, what happens if we don't get a second? Motion dies, I know that, but what's our next step?
There's the possibility of other motions that can be made, and perhaps the committee would be in favor of one of those types of motions.
Committee, might I make a suggestion that if we were to approve the timeline they've given us, that we have them report back to us within a 6-month period? And if they haven't made significant progress after Mrs. McCray has met with Chelsea, myself, and the deputy administrator on progress, that when they appear before us, we can take whatever action necessary then? That was just a suggestion. I want to ensure that any motion that comes forward, that if we were to approve this motion before us as it's presented, that if there was a motion to have them come back before us in 6 months, what could be a penalty? We could take whatever action we wanted to at that particular time.
Yes, I hesitate because there was a penalty provision built in. It's baked in, and we're trying to remedy that right now. The other possibility is I think everybody's avoiding the legal avenue. So that's always a remedy, but it's not the cleanest.
And if it helps, I'm willing to give Chelsea monthly or quarterly updates on our progress. I mean, much of this work will be done 30 days from today.
Well, I know we have the World Cup coming, and if we wait a year in 26 to start these projects or to finish them, we would like to be ahead of the World Cup, and it gives us a chance to address what shortcomings may appear next year with the development. I know the 500,000 is something that's been out there, like I said, since 2019 that I'm aware of. But we also have the vacant storefronts, some of the other issues on the vacant buildings. It's acute, and I'm not holding you responsible for all of it. I'm just stating that there are much concerns in reference to the development, and we would like to see some progress made that is noticeable as soon as possible.
That is our goal as well.
Okay.
Commissioners, this is Anna Kirstel at Stinson Economic Development Council to the UG. If I could just clarify one point, there are actually 2 April 1st, 2026 deadlines that are in the Sixth Amendment. One of them has to do with the paving obligations, and then the other has to do with the repairs and improvements that are listed on Exhibit L. perhaps that one would be one that would be subject to the 6-month instead of the longer paving obligations, which has time built in for finding a tenant, having submittal of a development plan. So there's more components to that. But that's just one suggestion, another suggestion to consider if you'd like to see those repairs done more quickly.
Committee, is that amenable? Commissioner Townsend?
Clarification again, Counselor, what is the distinction that you're making here? And is there a penalty? I understand the penalty is for the paving part with the year. So what is the distinction that you're making here?
So the distinction is that the paving obligations are tied to that $500,000 liquidated damages payment that would be paid at execution of this agreement to the UG and held until the dates related to the paving obligations are either met or not met. So if they're not met, then the UG would be able to keep that $500,000 because it would already be paid and held in escrow by the UG. But for the repairs and improvements that also have an April 1, 2026 deadline, those would just be the typical provisions that are in the development agreement for default. So it would be notice, opportunity to cure.
Mhm. So what's the difference in what's in there now? Are you suggesting that there would be, again, this year period, and the 500,000 would come what, at the end of the 6-month period or the end of the year period?
$500,000 gets paid at execution of this agreement, and the UG is going to hold it in escrow.
Okay.
And so that's the difference with the prior amendments. There was a provision for the $500,000 liquidated damages, but it wasn't required to be paid and held in escrow by the UG.
Okay. Well, I thought that was the question I asked earlier. If this is executed as it reads now, that 500,000 comes through the UG now
Mhm.
and is held in escrow. Okay.
Mr. Wakes?
Thank you, Commissioner Barrows. Two questions. The first question is, the April 1 is when all of the work is to be completed, April 1 of 2026? That's what the proposal is?
That's the deadline in the agreement, but our goal is to have the work done far before that.
Okay, very good. And the second thing, Commissioner Barrows, the $500,000, if the work is not completed, will that be sufficient to complete the project by someone else?
That would be a question that would have to be answered. Ms. Chisholm?
That's approximate cost to pave that area.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
I believe that's the same number that's been around for a while. So,
Correct.
yeah.
Yeah, it might be a little bit
Yeah.
more inflation.
Okay, committee, there was a motion. Is there a second to take any action after discussion?
Could you have that motion restated, Mr. Chair?
I didn't make the motion, and Mr. Burns made the motion.
No.
I just made the motion to approve the resolution as submitted to us,
Yes. Okay.
as it is right now. It's the 6th Amendment. We need to move on.
Commissioner Townsend?
Okay, from a parliamentary procedure, I would agree with that motion, but given the concerns raised here, could we also include, would you consider that part of that is a 6-month check-in to see where exactly these procedures are? So you would know to step it up because there's been quite a lot of concern about 6 months, but I would think at least at 6 months, we should have a check-in on the status again of the repairs and the paving.
That would.
If the maker of the motion would accept that amendment.
Before that, I'd like to interject that she offered 3 months quarterly. So.
Well, I'd go with that, but some type of check-in so that we're not here a year from now or coming up on a year and not knowing what the status of this, because this is very concerning, obviously, for the commissioners and for those who are tenants there and visitors, so.
Well, I'm sure Commissioner Lopez would get out there and inspect it and get back with us.
Well, I will, nobody else will.
Well, that would be good for him to do that, but in terms of the people who are responsible checking in here at some periodic period, if it's quarterly, then so be it.
So Commissioner Townsend, if I've heard your request, you would enter, the motion was made to approve as presented, the Sixth Amendment. You're suggesting, if the maker of the motion would include a 6-month return by Mrs. McCarthy or a representative of that to come back and give a 6-month report.
Or quarterly, as Mr. Wake said, that would be okay. I guess the main, and that's what she offered, so she's willing to do it, that would be fine as well.
I don't know if it needs to be in the contract that I think that's been publicly stated. And I would hope that a letter from us to the organization, maybe from even Chelsea, requesting that a minimum of a 6-month return, that a progress report be done.
I have no problem sending Chelsea a progress report as we make progress.
Does that satisfy the concerns of some on the committee?
You'd be okay with that?
To approve the project as presented with the guideline that the developer checks back with us in 6 months to report progress?
That would be acceptable to me.
Well, we have a motion. I can't do anything without a second.
Second.
Okay, now we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes.
Aye.
Lopez.
No.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites.
No.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Ms. McCray, thank you for your patience with us. We look forward to seeing you in 6 months.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee. I know that this has been a point of consternation for a while. That aside, now we must move on to item number 4.2. It's a resolution adopting the Fourth Amendment to the Call River Bridge Cooperative and Development Agreement. I'll recognize Chelsea Chisholm at this time, a director again, and I'll ask for any comments from the commission once we have the presentation. Ms. Chisholm?
Thank you. Chelsea Chisholm, Economic Development Director. So for your consideration this evening is a resolution approving a Fourth Amendment to Kaw River Bridge Cooperative and Development Agreement. This Fourth Amendment extends the project completion date to March 31st, 2026. This amendment also reduces the CID cap by $136,500, which is 1/2 of the construction of the East Side Stairs and ADA ramps. So the CID cap is proposed to be reduced from $485,000 to $349,000. So we have Mike Zeller with Flying Trust here to discuss the project and answer any questions from the committee.
Welcome, Mr. Zeller.
So I guess we have an offer and a request, as Chelsea gave an overview about. The staff came to us and asked for assistance with the payment for constructing the stairs up onto the bridge and the ramp. The UG's responsibility is the land, and Flying Trust LLC, doing business as Rock Island Bridge, is the steel bridge itself. And we said sure, and are lowering our payback on the CID by $130,000 as a contribution towards that UG expense. And we're also underway with construction on LG Barkus of Kansas City, Kansas is the builder that's doing the general contractor for both the bridge, contracted with Flying Trust, and also making the landward improvements starting on the east side by Kemper Arena under contract with the unified government right now. And if you've driven down there recently, you'll see they brought in about well, I've been told 27,000 cubic yards of earth to build that land up for a river overlook park, and also for said staircase and ramp. That finishes early September, and their work on the bridge also finishes a couple of weeks later in September, and we fully expect to be open this fall, the Rock Island Bridge. And I see some new faces here. So just an overview, the Rock Island Bridge is really three things all at once. It's owned by the Unified Government of Kansas City, Kansas, and we have a lease on it. It's public property and it's been condominium platted. There's a private use unit and a public use unit on it. It serves as a public crossing. That's the origin of this partnership, connecting the KCK levee top trails on both sides. So year-round, anybody will be able to walk across that bridge. It's also a trailhead. It'll have 16 public bathrooms, seating for the public, and it's an entertainment district. And I think you've probably all seen the renderings of the bridge itself. It's got an event space and a restaurant, a bar, and a lot of programming activities that's going to happen there. It's activating the broader Kansas River as a recreational river for recreation, economic development for Eastern Wyandotte County. I'd be also happy, we have some new commissioners who haven't been out on the bridge, to give you a personal tour if you'd like to do that.
I do want to draw the attention to the renderings of the proposed Rock Island Bridge. I know I was out there today viewing the progress that has been made. It's coming along quite well. The picture on the far left is around the new housing development that went in, the apartment complex. It's very well done. It's all concrete sidewalk up to the bridge where the new entrance from the east side of the bridge that will be going in. Some of the slowdown on this committee and community has been the Corps' work on a lot of that property. It's put us behind a little, but it is really coming along. I know that you have, I believe, Mr. Zeller, you're talking about a September opening?
September, October, yeah. The access will be finished in September, and then, of course, we need to get an occupancy permit. So as soon as possible after the UG connection points are finished, we intend to be open.
It's the access points that have really slowed things down. And
Yeah,
it's
there's
the
really no
work by
way for the
Corps.
public to get on the bridge right now.
And then there's a request to lower the CID by 137,000. Is that
Yeah, that's lowering the payback to us,
lowering the payback?
Flying Trust.
Committee, any other questions? Commissioner Stites?
It's District 7. So on the CID, what was the projected payback time initially? Do you remember what that was?
11 years.
11? So the reduction of the 137,000, how much will that reduce that in timing? Does anybody know?
I would ballpark it as about a year.
About a year, so approximately 10 years to,
Yeah.
okay. All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
In committee, this is the Fourth Amendment, and a lot of it's just been timing. Some of it was materials, and some of it has been the raising of the bridge after the Corps' work started. And then we had an issue with strengthening the bridge a little bit in some spots, as well as the continued work by the Corps. So that's where we are. If there's any other questions or concerns, I'm sure Mr. Zeller would be happy. And please don't forget to look at the materials that were presented. It talks a lot about the bridge. It's coming along quite nicely. Anyway, there's a motion. I would entertain a motion. Once I get to the public comment, I'll ask if there's any more comments from the committee. Okay, seeing none. I'll ask if there's any comments received from the public.
No comments were received.
I'll ask the clerk if there are any hands raised by the public online who wish to speak.
There are no hands raised.
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this item? You will be given up to your 3 minutes to make your comments. Please come to the podium, state your name and city of residence for the record. Let the record show no one stepped forward. Committee, this is a time for a motion for approval.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this. This is in my district and down in Armourdale. It's quite a facility. Once you get on it, you'll be amazed just how large it is and how safe it is too. I've been on it. It's just a fabulous thing. It'll be a great thing to have. That's not in Western Wyandotte County. It'll be down here. I appreciate all you've done, Mike. You've done a good job.
I will second it. I'll second the motion. And I'm seconding it because the eastern part of our community has been crying out for economic development. This is a tremendous opportunity for economic development in the eastern core of Wyandotte County. That will be an ancillary draw for additional development we see on the Wyandotte County side. So I second the motion. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes,
Aye, multiple
Lopez.
times.
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Stites, Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. Thank you, Mr. Zeller. Committee, that takes us to our final item this evening, as I've stated. Two more, we have two more. I apologize. We do have a presentation on the fourth quarter. But this takes us to our action item, our last action item, which is a resolution approval of the option purchase for the Quindaro plant power site. We do have members of the BPU here, and I see Angela Lawson. Thank you, Angela, for being here. I'll recognize Angela once everyone gets seated she's our chief acting counsel. So for presentation and remarks, at your convenience, Angela.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn it over fairly quickly to the general manager. Can you hear me? You guys hear me?
There, pull it closer there.
Right. So I'll turn it over very quickly to the general manager, but first I'll sort of give a refresher in that the Board of Public Utilities is an administrative agency. It can purchase land, it can lease land, both be the lessor and lessee, but it cannot, once it acquires the property is acquired in the name of the unified government, and then the sale of that property must be approved by the unified government Board of Commissioners. So that's why we are here this evening. There in front of you, you have an approval of an option purchase for the Quindaro plant. The BPU went through a long RFP process, a competitive process for disposal of this, and they have the proposal in front of you. And now I will turn it over to Jeremy Ash to introduce the team and provide his remarks.
Thank you, Angie. Chairman Burrows, members of the committee. We know we've briefed you on this before, but just to reiterate what Angie opened up with is that this has been nearly a 2-year process that we wrote an extensive RFP, interviewed about 12 or so respondents, multiple site visits, and reviewed multiple proposals to end up ultimately with this company, Power Transitions. They've put together a fabulous package. I know our board, I know you all have seen the presentation. And so what we have again for you here today is not only Patrick from Power Transitions, but we also have board members Gonzalez, board member Haley, Rose Mulvaney Henry here. And we have our Chief Financial Officer, Andrew Ferris, and our Chief Compliance Officer, Lee Mulholland here. One of the biggest things that we see as a positive, and our council's here as well, and I think she would back me up, Brittany, that this company, Power Transitions, has agreed to assume the mitigating liability, environmental liabilities on the site. That's a big thing because we have estimates in the $30 million ballpark for that type of thing. So we'll hear in Patrick's presentation, you've heard it before, but again, we're here to answer any questions you might have since we gave the first presentation to you all in the smaller groups. And with that, I'll turn it over to Patrick.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, committee and commissioners, for having me here. Appreciate your time and your consideration of the option purchase agreement that's in front of you today. The option purchase agreement, as Jeremy mentioned, is the culmination of almost 2 years of work that BPU and Power Transitions have done to identify next best use for the Quindaro site. That started with the 2023 RFP, and we believe the next best use for the site is a data center. The data center solves a lot of key issues with the site, as Jeremy alluded to, the environmental liabilities. because it has the value towards the existing electrical infrastructure that exists on the site today. So for them, the capital cost to be able to take on those environmental liabilities is outweighed by the ability to be able to access the grid quicker with the existing electrical infrastructure. That isn't in perpetuity. Obviously, as electrical infrastructure is built out and bottlenecks resolved, 2029 and beyond, that value starts to dissipate. So there's a time-sensitive issue about being able to access that value today and realize that investment in the Quindaro site and be able to take on the environmental liabilities. In addition to the specific issues at the Quindaro site with respect to environmental liabilities, the data center is also going to be able to provide the BPU with a steady source of revenue, both water and electricity, the UG in the form of tax revenue, and for the community at large through direct and indirect employment. During the option period, which is, as you've reviewed in the option purchase agreement, the first, after the 60-day diligence period, we make payments to the BPU for the option payment. We will be conducting our environmental diligence and actively marketing the site. That's what's really key for us on this option purchase agreement, is being able to have site control, to be able to talk to our hyperscale partners and be able to advance those discussions. Ultimately, the option purchase agreement is for 1 year with a 1-year extension. That 1-year extension is dependent upon being able to have either an exclusivity agreement or an active sales process engaged with hyperscalers to advance the project. It keeps us focused on what we're trying to accomplish, which is to be able to develop the project as quick as possible to hit that 2027, 2028 timeframe. That would also, as part of that, allow us to be able to start remediation demolition quicker and start removing those environmental liabilities from the site.
Before we open it up for questions, just to reiterate, extensive process. It really fits well with what you just mentioned, Commissioner Burns, Commissioner Burrows, closing out your last option in front of you, which was redevelopment in the east end of town, right? This takes a huge lift, and partnering with Power Transitions makes that lift happen without using our funding, without using city funding, and still mitigates all of the liabilities, while at the same time is a huge development opportunity for the eastern part of town, and frankly, a property that has sat dormant, incurring all kinds of other risks while we sit and watch it. So great segue from your second option that you considered into this third option, and that's redevelopment for more parts of eastern Wyandotte County.
Committee, any questions? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Ash and Mr. Gonzalez and Deputy Chief. Well, just as you said, Mr. Ash, this is a chance for development on the eastern end. For those of you who may not be able to pinpoint it, this is in the Fairfax district, which is part of District 1. Could any of you, again, just simply put, talk about what motivated you to do the RFP for this, and what happens if this doesn't go forward? What it's there, but is there some detriment to that plant being there just in its current state with nothing being done to it?
Sure. So the impetus was, we've got, as you know, that property and the other call property at I-70 and 18th Street, roughly Kansas Avenue and 18th Street. So when we wrote this RFP, we wrote also for that site. We didn't get anything as favorable back. So we've kind of put a pin in that right now to focus on this. We're going to pick that back up after this. But really the motivation was, we have these properties that we're continuing to incur risk on, whether it be maintenance risk, risk of people getting in there, getting hurt, the environmental risks, all of these things. And frankly, our community was paying for. And so to be good stewards of public funds and public properties and assets, we put a committee together, and we came up with the RFP to deal with the properties. A big driver, having a partner, is the funding. I mean, the city, unified government, BPU doesn't have just the extra money to go take care of all this remediation and demolition. We would likely have to debt that, which means whatever the estimates were, it's going to grow, right? So that's even more money that would come off the backs of our community. So really the impetus was liquidating the properties, mitigating the risks, and getting something there that is going to be a benefit by using electric and water services and paying taxes back to the city.
Currently, what's the estimated cost of remediation that we, the unified government, would not have to do for this project if it moves forward as planned?
Sure. So
Oh, sorry.
early estimates right now are in excess of $20 million. As the option purchase agreement, really, another name for that could be a due diligence period, right? Is power transitions, all of their engineering and environmental partners. That period is for them to go in there and solidify what they've estimated, do their other assessments, remain in compliance with BPU, KDHE, and EPA, and get those numbers more true. But right now, we know it's going to be $20 million anyway.
That we would not have to pay.
We would not have to pay at this point. If we did not have power transitions as a team, we were doing this ourselves, we would have to debt finance that, meaning it would be even greater than the 20.
I don't have any other questions at this moment. I don't know if we can talk about what the end use of this is proposed to be, because you did mention that if this goes forward, that alleviates the unified government's exposure for remediation, for vandalization, people just getting in there, that would cost us. But on the other side of that, what would be the positive use that would accrue from going forward with this?
The ultimate end positive use is for power transition as a developer to place a data center on the site, and to phase 2 of their project, I believe, is battery storage systems for the transmission bulk electric system.
So that would return this property, get that far, to property tax rolls, bring more persons into the city to work. What else am I leaving out? Those are two big things.
Those are the biggest.
The two major ones also will have employment associated with the operating data centers when they're up and running, about 50 individuals per plant or per building. We're contemplating 2 buildings today, 500 construction jobs in advance of putting those projects online. And in addition, it's direct tax, it's also sales and use tax, which is, you have that build out originally, but then these buildings have a lot of computing power that they have to install new computers every 5 to 7 years. So it becomes a renewing source of additional sales and use tax in addition to property tax. Sorry, and I'm a mumbler to start with, so I'm not.
Yeah, it's
I'm not
very
helping.
difficult to hear with this fan behind me, and but I also want to make sure we get a proper recording by council too, by the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any questions, Commissioner? Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, I just want to have a couple questions. Will this require any bond money at any time? Anywhere?
No.
And then, would this be able to help with pilot relief in the future?
That's obviously a large consumer of electric, is going to pay a large amount in pilot, but as you know, that number comes from your commission.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wicks?
No question, but a comment. I was very excited being BPU and hearing the presentation. When you talk about remediation of risk, and they're assuming that, taking that away from the unified government, also the potential for this site to bring more revenue to the unified government, and we've been talking about that, and then it's also another first district area. I'm very excited about it, and very pleased with the developer, and they're not coming and asking for anything. And that's what I'm talking about. Those are the type of developments that we like to see coming before us, and so we appreciate you bringing this to us. So I'm very excited about this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member.
Thank you, Mr. Wicks. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things I wanted to mention is that after our introductory presentation, I was contacted by the general manager of the Fairfax Drainage District who had some more questions about it. And I wanted to just say on the record, Mr. Andy Daly isn't here today, but we did talk, and he made it clear that his questions were answered in the Fairfax Drainage District, supportive of this project, as am I. Thank you.
And just to add on to that too, we offered to go present to his board, and we are on, I believe, their docket for May 20th.
Ms. Lawson?
I'm scared someone's going to slip in and make a motion before I can say that I believe the developer would also like to put forward a request to fast track this item. And I will let him explain the timing needs.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned, both the BPU and the power transitions recognize the value of this site is that some of that existing infrastructure. And that value there is really because if you were to build a data center on a greenfield site, a prairie area, they would have to go out and build out some of that infrastructure. And given current supply chain hurdles, that's kind of 2029 and beyond timeframe. So we're looking to be able to capture the data center need that's out there right now from about 2027 to 2028, based on our ability to do the demo, do the remediation, and be able to construct the facilities. With that said, data centers are also right now procuring for their 2027, 2028 COD facilities. It's been in our engagement with hyperscale partners, and as we bring the site to market, that's the time period they're looking for. And so to the extent we can have land control allows us to be able to market the site today earlier and be able to delay some of the risk that the market and the availability that data centers are looking to invest. They have CapEx forecasts. They're spending this much in 2027, this much in 2028. The more time that passes, the more that gets eaten up by other opportunities that they're capturing as opposed to the site of Quindaro. And I thank the committee for the consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. I did make note that there was a request to consider fast tracking this to our next full meeting. Are there any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Townsend District 1, would that be a fast track to this coming Thursday's meeting of the full board or some other date?
I believe that is the request to get this heard as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If it wouldn't be this meeting, it would have to wait a month because
It would,
be mid-May?
it would be May 29th is the next full commission meeting.
Yeah, so it'd have to be a full month if we don't get it on Thursday night's meeting.
Yeah.
So that would, just for clarification, when we fast track, that's what it would be, just the next Thursday night's meeting.
Thank you.
Any other questions by the commission? If I may, the question of the 10 million plus that was going in, there's two fees, a 100,000 and a 250,000. Year one option, year two option. And that 250 is if they want to extend into the second year. This is an aggressive build, an aggressive timeline. So I can't assume that they want to get into the second year to avoid that additional 250,000. Would that be a correct statement?
That is a correct statement, Commissioner.
Okay. And it's been discussed here that this is riverfront property, basically cleaning up, and environmentally, it's a thing to do, but it takes a responsibility off us on environmental and mitigation as well as remediation of the property. The owner will assume those responsibilities. And right now it's been determined that it's around 20 million. That's a number that's been thrown out, if I remember correctly. We are not responsible above the purchase price. That was guaranteed to us if there's additional cost of remediation. That's my understanding.
That's correct, Commissioner. We're going to have a remediation agreement that we're entering with the BPU prior to exercising the option purchase. And while we will, in that remediation agreement, take on the environmental liabilities, both known and unknown, we will still be working hand in hand with the BPU to address them, to make sure that they're done in a safe way and a compliant way. So we're not.
And I think Patrick said it the best, both known and unknown.
And thank you for that. And this removes a mothballed facility that is going to continue to deteriorate because there's very little investment going into it as it sets mothballed. And this is an opportunity to bring in additional revenue for the community that has limited risk associated to it. Aggressive timeline, the 2-year extension or the 1 and 2 year agreement. So potentially we could see close to $11 million up front on the purchase price through the RFP. Would that be correct?
Could you say that again?
13 million?
That, the purchase price money gets put back into the remediation, but there will be no additional dollars put in by either the UG or the BPU for that remediation. So they'll take the cost of their payments sort of for the purchase goes toward the remediation. But the remediation will cost even more than the value of the property.
Thank you. I think that might have been some of the confusion, that the purchase price goes towards the $20 million in remediation. So it's a partnership. Sounds like it's a 50-50 or 60-40 partnership in reference to the remediation of getting rid of a potentially contaminated area within our community.
That's correct. We can go below or above the purchase price, but not be out of pocket. They assume that difference completely.
Wonderful. Thank you. And it was 12 respondents. There was much interest in the site. Data centers are the hot topic right now, and they are a high energy user. I'm excited to have an opportunity to hear about them. If there's no other questions from the commission, I'll go to Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So I appreciate you addressing the fast track, because as you remember in our on-threes that we had, I kind of pushed back a little bit on the fast track portion of it, because it seems like it's become the norm to us that people are coming here and not really having good reasons, in my opinion, sometimes that they want it fast tracked and not let it just run the normal process, right? But since there is an extended, a month, right, before we would have our next one, I appreciate you guys answering it, and I can understand why we would fast track this one. The only real question that I have is, in your presentation, you mentioned that the option payment will be made to BPU, not the UG, the landowner. Why would that be? Okay.
Because when the property was purchased, it would have been purchased with ratepayer money, not taxpayer. I understand those are the same citizens. It's been maintained by the BPU with ratepayer dollars. The BPU will be the one to monitor and hire the experts to monitor their progress on it. So they will have some out-of-pocket payments during this process. So that's why even though the unified government is the owner of the property, on the paper, the BPU is the one that's been, or the ratepayers instead of the taxpayers have been expending the dollars, and the BPU will be monitoring the work and continuing to do so.
So that's an answer, and I don't know that I understand it, but I guess it's
You
an
want me to
answer.
go back? and-
No, I mean, okay. I mean,
Because
we're not talking a huge amount of money here, right? I mean,
because
but I was
has
just
been-
curious more than
So,
anything.
and traditionally, because those assets have been purchased with ratepayer money through the rates of the BPU, those are figured into the rate structures of the BPU and not the unified government. So it wasn't purchased with taxpayer money, it wasn't purchased with unified government's mill levy or sales tax. It wasn't purchased with those dollars. They're purchased through ratepayer money. And then it's maintained through those years with ratepayer money. And then the process of monitoring and the remediation and hiring the experts to monitor the remediation, those costs will be borne by the BPU, not the unified government. So the BPU is still going to have to invest a little more in this deal.
So, okay, so if it was originally purchased with ratepayer money, right,
Yes,
not taxpayer money,
correct.
will the ratepayer see a reduction, see any of this in a form of a credit through, since they bought it?
We're already incurring other expenses, professional, legal, professional, environmental. That's really what it's offsetting.
And when will the initial option check be made to BPU?
The option payment starts 60 days. You have a 60-day diligence window.
After
then-
approval from, or
Yeah, if
it
the
gets
UG
approved
committee
by
is approved.
commissions? Perfect, thank you, that's all I have.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you. At this time, I'll ask the clerk if there are any comments received from the public.
No comments were received.
Are there anybody online with raised hands to speak?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this item? You will be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments. Please come to the podium, state your name and city of residence for the record. Welcome.
Evening, Pamela Penn Hicks, KCK. I have a couple of questions real quick. With the it solves a problem for BPU and the UG. It looks like it might be a good project. Will this be strictly a data center, or as you build out, will there also be chip manufacturing?
At this stage, it's just strictly a data center. Although, as Jeremy alluded to, we do believe that there's also potential to do energy storage projects here, again, utilizing that existing electrical infrastructure.
Yeah, you can pick it
Oh, I
up.
can carry. Yeah, I was gonna say karaoke is,
Right.
now that, just a data center at this time.
Okay. So what kind of salary moving further out into 2027? What kind of salary range, what kind of technical skills, or if any, will be needed for the employees in your facility?
It's IT primarily supporting the infrastructure that's going to be built out in that facility. And one thing that we're seeing with the major data center players, the Googles, the Metas of the world, is that they're seeing a shortfall in that. And so there's an upskilling of IT workforce embedded in their operational plans. So we're looking to be able to support that and encourage that as part of that. There will also be other roles associated with security, grounds maintenance, electricians, HVAC, operations, because these sites will have backup generation on site and other employment such as that.
So what coordination will you have with our existing higher education facilities and our K through 12, or particularly the high school, to help develop employees for your facility? What kind of relationship do you have planned to interact with them?
We welcome that opportunity. That's a key part of what we're looking to contribute to the community, is be able to support that skills transfer from the community itself, and K through 12, colleges, other university opportunities to be able to skill transfer and find employment within that facility. Those interested into things like IT infrastructure.
You have 1
Candidly-
minute remaining.
I'm sorry. Candidly, they're not the most visually attractive for some of the younger students, but I think the opportunities that we can help show and teach as far as how that compute power then allows you to do X, Y, and Z that you can experience in the classroom can help ignite some of that imagination. And I think being able to partner with the local schools is great.
One last question. How will that become part of your development plan as you go through, if you're planning a projection of 2027 to start that process? How will you coordinate that along with your site development?
Absolutely. So the first 60 days here, we're looking to finish our environmental diligence of the site and begin marketing, and we're finding that data center partner, get one of those hyperscale partners to be able to advance the project with. Once we have that partner on board, then we'll know we'll be able to partner with them and be able to do those kind of program outreach, community benefit outreaches, community projects outside of just with maybe schools, but other things that have to do with local heritage, local history, and advance those as well.
Appreciate your sharing.
Thank you.
Carolyn Wyatt. Question I have is,
Place of residence, please,
oh,
for record.
Kansas, Wyandotte County. I know we have, as one of our lawyers, whatever, Wendy Green, with BPU and the unified government. To me, that's a conflict of interest. To me, BPU should have their own attorney, whatever. BPU should have theirs separately. That way you get clear facts, you get the right answer you're looking for, because it's not coincide with one another. To me, that should be separated. And also, I'm thinking the hiring practices on the inner city, where we have black and brown, I think that if you're gonna tear it down, build it up, whatever, I think it should be written in that program about the black and brown community. Because we know right now that, it's only, even with the fire department, whatever, you have all these families, one family, all white. So what I'm saying is, to be the kind of community and the type of program company you're trying to bring in, you have to write that in, because if it's not written in, it's not done. So if we're going to be a part of that, commissioners, everybody, mayor, whoever it is, it should be written in. Because if it's not written in, it's like non and void. So we need to have that written in. If this is going to go forward, that should be written in where everybody get a piece of the money. Right now, it's not happening like that. Thank you.
Commissioner Greg Kendall, Wyandotte Economic Development Council and KCK resident. So I just want to start by saying I really appreciate the BPU team and the BPU board in particular for taking the approach that they've taken. So as you know, this particular facility has been closed down now for some time. And we've spent a considerable amount of time trying to figure out how to redevelop this site. This team has been pretty phenomenal at putting this together and moving this forward. We've talked to quite a number of different applicants and folks interested in that site over the years, most of which wanted to use it as a laydown yard or use it in ways that did not utilize any infrastructure or really put much revenue back into the community. They didn't really have a focus on the environmental cleanup. And more recently, some of those projects that came forward, frankly, just wanted to take all of the revenues that were going to come off the project to reinvest in the environmental cleanup, which also then didn't really drive much revenue to the community. This project is probably the best of all those worlds. Very little to no risk to the unified government or the BPU, puts money back into the community's pockets. And frankly, right now, a data center is the highest and best use. If you're going to use a site that was a former power plant, there is a lot of infrastructure right here that we can utilize. And there is this issue of fast tracking. As you all know, we are tracking a number of data center projects. This is still a challenging location, but there is a window of opportunity in the market for some of these data center projects, while others in the region are struggling with where their power is going to come from and how they're going to handle data centers. BPU is at a really interesting moment right now where they're being incredibly proactive, creative, and aggressive. And if we can pull this all together, we have an opportunity to drive some revenues into the community that we have not seen historically ever through both property taxes and sales taxes. And whether you want to use those sales taxes to reduce the pilot or use those sales taxes as part of a larger redevelopment outside of that area, this is an interesting opportunity for us because you all may be familiar with the property lines, but these property lines actually go underneath the 635 bridge and touch the very bottom of Quindaro. For those of you who have been a part of this, you know that we have some creative ideas about how this project could affect larger redevelopment of the eastern side of the community, both along the riverfront and other areas. And there's only so much money to go around, but I think that this isn't just about redeveloping a location that is largely not useful to the community, but a much, much broader view of how we can creatively use a project like this to do significant investment in the community. So I just highly encourage you to support this project, this recommendation. And again, just want to redouble down on my appreciation to the BPU team and board for the time and effort and work's been done on this. So thank you.
Is there anyone else care to speak to this item?
Rochelle Donald, president of Strugglers Hill Neighborhood Group, and I just have two questions. One is, what is the projected lifespan of this project? Because for data centers, it's usually, 15 to 20 years. So I was just wanting to know, what is the projection for that? And also, as far as the electricity and water usage, because they are also known to use vast amounts of both, what are we looking at? Thank you.
So the project from electric and water standpoint, what they've proposed is about 192 megawatts, something like that at full build out. I think they'll know that. They'll have a better handle on that as their engineering furthers along and they nail down their design. From a water standpoint, I'm not sure. And I don't know that Patrick knows. What I do know is the newest technologies that we're able to do research on in the data center field is a lot of reciprocating water or reuse water. So from a waste standpoint, they've gotten better, more efficient and economical about cleaning, cooling, and reusing that water, recirculating that water instead of discharging it and bringing new more in.
Yeah, and just to echo, that's correct on the recyclability of the water and trying to reduce the water footprint of the facilities. Ultimately, as Jeremy mentioned, once we get to the design phase and designing it specific for the end user, that'll inform both the electricity use as well as the water consumption that'll be there. But he was correct in everything he said there. As far as the duration of the facilities, you're right, 20+ years. Also, we have about every 5 to 7 years of replacement of technology, upgrading the servers that are there so that they can potentially serve this type of use with this type of load and electricity needs into the future. So there's that short-term period of kind of existing equipment, but then that existing
1 minute
equipment can be
remaining.
replaced over time to continue to adapt with technology.
Okay. To cut out, but anyway, would it be possible to give more information pertaining that to the commissioners as far as the lifespan, what you're really looking at? Because it really sounds like this is more of an opportunity for investors than it really being a benefit for the community. So if there was just more information pertaining to that, that would be, I think that would be really helpful as far as how long will this really go? And as well, just even as far as some of the other things, the opportunities, like I said, for the community long-term as far as job opportunities and what have you. That's all. Thank you.
We'd be happy to provide Commissioner said as we develop this project and advance the project, as we refine the technology exactly we're going to use, be able to provide those updates to the commission because we appreciate that value of that. Thank you.
Lavert Murray, Chief Economic Development Advisor. And we certainly support this project much in the manner described by Greg Kendall. But we had a question with regard to the remediation of the site and the environmental cleanup and the costs there too. You estimate your environmental cleanup costs to be about $20 million. In developing that estimate, are you looking at actually taking the contaminants off-site, or are you looking at capping the site, much like what happened for the structural steel site in Argentine, where you have the Walmart and the police substation? Obviously, the cost to encapsulate the contaminants is much less than taking the contaminants off-site. And thus, if you arrive at a conclusion that you're going to cap the site, if there are savings, will those savings be shared with the BPU and the UG?
Yeah, so the exact remediation plan is something that we're working with the BPU on actually right now as part of the demolition, identifying the different hazards. The $19 million or $20 million we've been discussing is primarily considered the actual infrastructure that needs to be demolished and existing environmental hazards inside the buildings themselves that have to be remediated and disposed of. All of that will be remediated and disposed of safely in compliance with all law and taken off site. One of the benefits of doing the development that we're doing is that you have to remove a lot of the contaminant, the soil and potential sources of contamination to be able to do the construction of the facility. So you're removing those pollutants as a necessity to do the next development and to use that property for the next best use.
1 minute remaining.
Would there be a situation in which, let's say there's an area where it's with KDHE's approval, makes more sense to be able to cap for a parking lot portion? That might be something we discuss with the BPU, decide what makes sense for that specific location. But ultimately, that'd be done in hand-in-hand with the BPU. As of right now, the amount of contamination that we're anticipating having to take on greatly exceeds the land value. So that I guess the difference in that cost would reduce how much cost we'd have and would go towards that. But I'm not sure if we could be able to reduce it below the value of the land, just given the size of the cost.
Yeah, no, I think everything we've seen to date, they are going to definitely eclipse the $10 million number, or 10.47, whatever the valuation of the property is. In fact, going to double it. So in terms of, savings or value engineering, there's probably opportunities, and I'm sure like any investor-owned company, they're looking for those opportunities. But do we think they're going to get down below the purchase price of the property or the appraised value of the property? I don't personally believe so.
Time has expired.
Is anyone else present care to speak to this item? I'll close the public hearing on this item, public discussion. Commission, committee, I'd entertain a motion.
I move the approval. And with the being fast tracked to the next full commission meeting, which will be Thursday.
Commissioner Stites, you have a comment?
I do. So one of the folks from the public spoke up about the goals and working, and I always say that the details are in the development agreement, right? When we get the development agreement, when we see it, and I can only imagine that participation goals will be part of the development agreement, local minority and women. So I look forward to seeing those details in our future development agreement if this was to pass. Thank you.
It's been my experience that they're in almost every one of our development agreements, thanks to the commissioner's attention to such. Okay. We do have a motion for approval with fast track. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites. Townsend.
Aye, with the
Burrows.
note that I had seconded earlier on. Thank you.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. That takes us to our last item of the evening. That was our last action item. Thank you, everyone who stuck around to listen to the Quindaro power plant issue. I want to thank our leaders in the BPU for the opportunity to hear this in committee before it gets to full commission.
Any question?
And committee, as I stated, this is our last item of the evening, and it's a presentation dealing with the first quarter 2025 financial report. And I'll recognize Shelley Knieven, our Chief Financial Officer, presentation and remarks. Ladies, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. If we could get the presentation pulled up, thank you very much. I'd like to note that Debbie Donser is here, our Deputy CFO, as well as Pam K-Cow. I'm always messing up the way you say it, but our accounting manager. And then Reggie is also here, our budget director. So if we have other questions, these folks are instrumental in helping pull this together. It should be a relatively quick presentation. But welcome all in any questions that you might have. Just a quick recap. We do a financial report. We now have gotten in the habit of doing it quarterly. We're trying to hit the month after the end of the quarter because we have to have time to close out the quarter. But then we also have to look at the scheduled dates for the committee. And so I know here in the future, it might be a month and a week after the close of the quarter. It just depends on the committee schedule. But the report covers our three major funds, which are the City General Fund, County General Fund, and Parks Combined Fund. And then also the dedicated sales tax because we have quite a few personnel paid from that fund as well. So just a quick review of how our finances are for the revenue and budgeted expense and the changes that we expect to see in net revenue. I realize on the screen it looks a little small, but you have a copy also in your packet. So a couple of things on the City General Fund. Our property taxes for the first quarter are at 57%. They'll be closer to 100% after second quarter because the second payments are due by May 10th. And so we have for the real property taxes, We have 5 distribution dates that we pay the distributions out to all of the taxing districts, which is set by state law. So we will have a period of time that we hold those funds, but not very long. And then we distribute them to all the appropriate taxing entities, including ourselves. Our sales and use taxes are at 25%. They're right where we expect them. As I have shared before, we are tracking that somewhat closely to see if we start seeing changes in expenditure and purchasing power of the citizens and if that will impact our sales tax revenue estimates. And so far in the first quarter, we're not seeing any deviations. The BPU pilot is at 24%, so slightly below projection, but that's something that we will also take a look at. We did a lot of work working with BPU to estimate that for 2025. If you remember, there's a half-year closure for GM plant. The way that we were budgeting our seniors waiver, we had it budgeted as an expense, and it's really not an expense. It's a offset to revenue. So it should be a pretty good estimate, but we'll watch that since it's a little tiny behind. And another note is just that there's a quirky thing that we have to budget. And I've mentioned this before, but it's a STAR bonds revenue and expenditure that offset one another of $10 million. We're required to show it in our adopted budget. And then at the end of the fourth quarter, we take it back out as an expenditure because there's adequate funds in the account that's held by the state to make the payment on those STAR bonds. So it's really an accounting thing, but we tried to separate it out so that you could see it a little more clearly to the annual appropriations for STAR bonds so that you can keep track of that. On the expense side for the city general fund, salaries and benefits are at 23%. So that's positive. Contractual services are at 35%. That's not surprising. A lot of our contracts, like IT contracts, for example, come due for the year at the beginning of the year. So that's not surprising that we would have higher percentages there. And then again, talking about those STAR bonds. So our net revenue is expected to be $2,903. We did have a balanced budget, just barely. At the end of the year, our fund balance is expected to be 19%, which is below our stated goal of 25% or 3 months, but above our minimum goal of 17%, which is 2 months. So from a financial standpoint, the first quarter looks good for the city general fund. Excuse me. For the county general fund, again, on the revenues, our property taxes are at 57% and our sales and use taxes are at 25%. But we're seeing trends in expenses that are concerning to us. Salaries and benefits for the first quarter are at 26%. That's higher than what we would expect, albeit slightly. We've started doing some projections and we're looking at how we believe that could impact us. As you know, we currently do not budget 100% of all authorized positions. We budget a trend. And that trend has been something that we've had difficulty staying within the last couple budget years. So we're watching this closely. A lot of our required county operations come from the county general fund, the district attorney, the courts, the jail, the sheriff, the registered deeds. A lot of the requirements for counties come from this particular fund. So we'll be watching that and continuing to report on that over the coming months. At the end of the year, our net revenue is expected to be $17,785. What that means is that the revenue is $17,000 over our expenses. However, at the end of the fund year, the end of the year fund balance will be at 8%, which is what we expected when we adopted the budget, but it's concerning. As we know, that is too low of a fund balance for us to have. And it's something that we're paying close attention to. And in particular, why we're concerned, particularly if salaries and benefits do exceed that budgeted trend, that will only adversely affect the fund balance unless we make other adjustments within departmental budgets to make up that difference. So we'll want to make sure that we monitor it, that we have adequate time in order to act. The Parks Combined Fund, again, same thing, property tax of 57% and the transfer from the general fund, there's $4.9 million that's transferred from the general fund over to the Parks Combined Fund, and we do that every quarter, so 25% of that's been transferred. Salaries and benefits are at 21%, and that's because they've got a number of vacancies and positions that they continue to try and recruit for. Commodities are at 25%. And so we expect that we'll have net revenue of 10,802. The positive story for this particular fund is that our fund balance will be approximately 40%, which means it's about $1.3 million more than it needs to be at the 25%. So what that does is a couple of things. First, it gives you a little bit of latitude in terms of your expenditures, but it also could be a place that you'd look to do some capital improvements. Any one-time type cost would be appropriate to use the fund balance for, especially over the 25%. So we'll keep monitoring that, but wanted to call that to your attention. Then the dedicated sales tax. This is 100% sales tax, so it's 25%. The salaries and benefits are at 22%. Contractual services, again, are at 43%. We're not particularly surprised about that, given the nature of the type of things that are paid from this particular fund. And then we have the transfer out, which is to the fleet department for capital equipment payments. So that's also one of the things that we know is included. The net revenue, if you recall, this particular fund, I've mentioned it a couple of times, much like the park department fund, we had an overage in our fund balance. And so we appropriated $2.261 million from the fund balance in the 25 budget. Oh, and I just realized, I apologize. All of these headers should say FY25, not 24. I just realized I didn't get that updated. But for the 25 budget, we appropriated 2.2 million, almost 2.3 towards capital expenses. And that's because we had an overage in our fund balance. And so with that, using the fund balance as part of the 25 budget, we expect that we'll have about a 21% fund balance at the end of the year. I'll pause there about the 4 major funds. Any questions about that? Pretty straightforward. So cash and investments, I wanted to point out a couple things, and you'll get your next update in terms of the cash and investments policy at the next meeting. I did want to note that our investment returns are down a little bit, just a factor of the market. We were getting about 4% on our overnight investments in our cash accounts, our operating account, and our employee health insurance account. And they are down to about 3%. It's tied to the market, the national market. So it's just an illustration of that. In terms of total investments, we have 127.6 million in total investments that are currently invested. The overall investment return is 3.4%. However, we do have 6 lower interest rate investments that will roll off in 25. Much of them are in June and then a few in September. And so we're taking a look at whether or not we can do any kind of early redemption, because right now we're seeing the CDs as well as treasuries are about 4%. So the ones that are getting ready to retire are like 1.1 and 2.8%. So obviously the current market's higher. So if we can take advantage of that, we're looking at doing so. So when those do retire or redeem, we'll reinvest those funds and it'll be at a higher amount, assuming nothing happens with the market.
If I may, the invested funds, if we were to pull those out, they could be used to pay cash for capital projects.
So your cash is different than your budget. So these dollars, your cash flow is how you pay your expenses, but it's not necessarily available to appropriate.
So you're saying your investment certificates of deposit, if you were to call them early, we cannot use those to pay pay down debt or to pay for projects.
No, you couldn't. So like an easy way to look at this is that total with the cash we have in the bank accounts and the invested funds, we have $383 million total between investments and cash. Our annual operating budget is $483 million. So we wouldn't, it's not extra money. It's all liquidity. It's when is the money available versus when you need the money. And so we do very short-term, 12-month investments. These ones that are really low interest rates were 4 years, which is highly unusual. But we typically do 12 or 18 months because it's keeping track of your cash flow. So it's just a little bit different than what would be available. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I wish it was available, but it's truly not. We have to look at our investment policy, by the way. Let me back up. And one of the things that policy talks about is how much you have invested so that you make sure you have appropriate liquidity. And so right now I'm doing a cash flow analysis of our bank accounts to look at what was our lowest balance that we had and our highest expense month that we've had over the last 3 years. And that will help us do a cash flow analysis. And that will give us guidance on, do we have too much invested or not enough invested? Because you just have to time that as to when you need the money to pay your bills versus when you can invest it, because those bills won't come due. Take payroll. We know that a bunch of payroll won't come due until the second half of the fiscal year. So we could do 6 months worth of investment, so long as we have enough cash for the first 6 months worth of payroll. So it's that kind of analysis that we're doing to compare the two. One of the things we're looking at is, should we include our cash balances in, because it's clearly liquid. It's dollars that are available every single day. And should that be included in the percentages that the professionals tell us should be invested? So we will be bringing that up because you really do want to maximize how much you can invest, because that's free money. That's making money on your money because you don't need it yet to pay your bills. So you can invest it in order to make some returns on that. So we are taking a look at that just as a matter of practice to make sure that we're doing things to the best advantage that we can to the taxpayers.
Debbie Johnshire, Deputy CFO. I did just want to make a comment to Commissioner Burrows to your question. The cash that you're seeing, if you look at all the funds that we have, this is an accumulation of all the money that's being collected for all those funds. A lot of them are restricted. For instance, debt proceeds is included here. So a lot of that money is restricted to those projects or all the special revenue funds that have money coming in. When that money's not being spent, it's sitting idle in our operating account, and those are the funds that we're investing. So we're simply investing our funds on hand while they're sitting idle. So as they come back, as they mature, if we spend them down through the budget process, because you could budget that money to be spent, but it has to be for the purpose that that money was collected for.
Understood.
So just wanted to kind of clear that. It's really a accumulation. It's not extra money. It's an accumulation of all the money that we have sitting in all of our different funds.
And I didn't view it, just for clarification, I didn't review it as extra money. I just know that we were trying to reduce debt. And if we have interest that is continuing to grow, that money goes to reduce debt. And if we wanted to cash a CD to help shore up our shortages within our budget, to put it into reserves, we have an option there in a CD if you're calling it early. I'm just looking at what our opportunities are to ensure that we can address our budget situation. We have the cash. I know it's being identified and utilized at this particular time, but as priorities could change, that would require us or suggest to us that we would cash these CDs, put them into reserves. Wouldn't be the best use, but it may help with our Standard & Poor rating or Moody's report, whatever it may be, if we were trying to shore up our financial sheet.
Right. And if you wanted to use that money if you had available money that could be used to pay down debt, you could appropriate that during the budget process.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Any questions, committee?
Last slide, I'm not going to spend any time on because we had a whole session on this just in early April on our debt, but it's just a summary of the information that you've seen before, which is the total amount of debt that's outstanding and the debt, bond, and principal and interest payments that are made each year. So that's just for your information. I wasn't going to go into any detail about that from this point, but that just summarizes, we're trying to look at ways to keep building upon this report. And so I know one of the questions that the commission as well as departments have been asking is looking at what's the expenditure by department. And so I'm hopeful that we'll put ourselves in a position that we can have a report by department and then by fund as well. So you'd have this information, but then you'd also be able to see how each department's doing in the coming reports. I don't know if it'll be in the next report, but we do have that as a goal. And if there's other things that you'd like us to build into this, we could certainly take a look at how to do that.
Committee, any comments or questions? I do want to remind everyone that it takes no action this evening, it's from information only. I'd just like to say how much I appreciate getting the first quarter in a timely manner. It's 30 days after the close of the first quarter. So, well, not quite 30 days, but I appreciate the fact that we've had a chance to review the finances that early. That hasn't been the case in the past. So kudos to all of you for the work that you've done in presenting the numbers to us. Some of them are very flattering. Some of them are very questionable. I understand that. I like to see the interest income. That's money that we haven't been able to get in the last 5-6 years, to see it coming up. I know we have some that are very low interest rates due in December, but once we get those back and reinvest them, we'll get a better rate on those. So it looks like maybe the next 2, possibly 3 years, we'll see an increase or at least some stability within the interest rates around a 3 to 5%, depending on where they're at. So I'm excited about seeing that interest income.
Yeah, absolutely. We get a report every month from our financial advisors on what different terms and different types of investments are doing. We're really restricted on the kinds of investments that we can do, but we see those. And so that's how I know where rates are currently. They're around 4%, a little plus 4. And so I'm glad that we're going to get some of these other investments off our books. We did those when it was extremely unknown. So we did them for long terms just to lock in some interest. But now they're coming due. So we'll end up having to make a judgment call about how long to do the investments for. And we'll probably look at doing them a little bit longer because the market is so unstable right now. That if we can lock in at anywhere close to 4% for maybe 24 months, that would be a positive thing. So we'll be providing updates to that as well in future meetings.
Thank you. Thank you, all 3 of you. Appreciate all 4 of you. Sorry, apologize for your work on this and getting it to us in a timely manner. Committee, any questions? Any comments? Seeing none, again, I just want to remind you that this was for information only. I will ask the clerk if there anyone online who would care to speak to this.
No hands are raised.
Any letters in support?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would care to speak to this item? Let the record show no one stepped forward. Committee, that takes us to the end of our agenda. If there's no other items, I'd entertain a motion.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call: Wakes,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, everyone, for attending our meeting. That adjourns our meeting.
All right, everyone, we're going to get started. We'll give it about 3 minutes, 3 minutes to get started. I know some folks have been here for a while, so in case you need to stretch your legs, use the bathroom, all that stuff, give it 3 minutes and then we'll get started. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you for your patience. I know many of you got here around 5 o'clock, and so I really appreciate your patience. My name's Andrew Davis, Commissioner Davis, and this is the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending via remote as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into the microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so that the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the 5th floor conference room of the municipal office building. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you speak so that the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants. If public comments are on the agenda, comments should be limited to the topic at hand. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. With that, I now call the meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee for April 28th, 2025 to order. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Roll call. Hill.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
Bynum. Davis.
Here. Thank you so much. I'll ask the clerk, are there any revisions for the meeting today?
There are no revisions.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Do we have any minutes to approve?
There are no minutes for approval this evening.
Okay, we are smooth sailing. Our first item on the agenda is our Parks Department. I will hand it off to our staff. I see our Assistant County Administrator, Alan House. Hand it off to you to make some introductions and then get started.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. Our item here tonight is a general update from Parks and Rec. I know there have been a number of items that come before you related to the department. We wanted to take a step back and provide an opportunity for a broader update across a range of the activities that the department does and how they're what they're offering in 2025 and how they're working through some of the budget challenges that everybody is. So I will turn it over to Director Angel Ferrara.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner. So just like Alan said, it's been a while since we've come before Commission, so we're really excited tonight to get through this presentation and these slides, and really just an update on projects, programs, and some operational items as well, and look forward to answering any questions at the end. It's 21 slides, but don't let that scare you. We have an awesome team here that's going to get us through them and ready for conversation when we get towards the end. So. Starting off with the first division, we'll be talking about parks. I'm actually going to let Park Manager Vinny Bellacci take us through that.
Thank you. Vince Bellacci, Manager of Parks. So I'll start with a quick overview of the Parks Division. So we're responsible for 54 parks, which is 51 city and neighborhood parks, and then 3 county parks for a total of over 2,600 acres. We're also responsible for 15 cemeteries. The mowing of those are contracted out, but we're responsible for sunken graves and headstone repairs and stuff like that. I will say Amanda out at the museum has done a great job, but she's also dug up some more cemeteries, so it's looking like we're pushing 20 now cemeteries, so we're kind of getting those ironed out. The maintenance team in parks is responsible for the maintenance of the city's 1 pool, 4 splash pads, 42 rentable shelters, over 80 playgrounds, 6 community centers, and 3 reservation halls. Then our horticulture team oversees the maintenance of 50 medians, 47 landscape beds, which they are adding a lot more beds, which is great, 9 rain gardens, and 4 lakes. Then we'll just kind of touch on some completed and ongoing ARPA projects, and these were commission-approved ARPA projects. Most of them were HVAC and window replacements. So Armourdale, Beeley, and Kensington, those were all completed in this spring 25. Eisenhower and Parkwood are anticipated to be completed this summer. And if you look at those pictures, the bottom right is the before picture of Kensington Gym. The windows were terrible. They look like they were painted. And now if you look at them, they're brand new, nice, fresh windows. Get a lot of sunlight in that gym now. Continuing with ARPA projects, Wyandotte County Park Walking Trail. So the top right there is kind of the layout there. We had to do some minor adjustments because of a gas main in there, but that's the general layout. It's set to begin in May. It'll be a 0.9 mile long, 8-foot wide trail. It'll be concrete with rubber surfacing. Then the bottom right's kind of a conceptual design of Parkwood. That construction is Pearson, sorry. That construction's already begun. We're hoping to get that completed by June. That'll include spray park upgrades, a new 1/4 mile long trail, which will also be 8-foot wide, concrete trail with the rubber surfacing, and also a new 1-acre dog park. Boston Daniels Park, that's also underway now. A lot of work going on there. It'll have a new shelter, brand new playground with a turf surface. This will be our first park with solar lighting, so we're excited to pilot that in this park. A ton of concrete upgrades, and then we'll have some flower beds in this park as well. So we're excited to get this one completed. And it's looking to be hopefully sometime June, late June, probably for the completion of that. Heathwood Spray Park. This is going to be a brand new spray park at Heathwood. It should be completed before Memorial Day for the opening of spray park season. It'll have 27 water features at this new splash pad. So in comparison, the previous splash pad at this site only had 12 water features. So over double the water features of that. Quindaro basketball courts, those were completed in spring 2024. Those were 2 post-tension concrete courts. Cleaning machines for the community centers were purchased in 2022. Fire code footprint consulting started in 2023, and Shea will touch on those a little bit more in her presentation.
I'll just jump in while he's there. I know commissioners have asked about, being more explicit in talking about ARPA and talking about how ARPA has delivered for the community. And so these are some, I think, really excellent examples of that and how the resources that have been directed to parks have really delivered measurable benefits for the community in many, many areas.
And kind of going off of that, so the total ARPA investment in parks was $3.9 million. Then some congressionally directed spending or congressional earmarks. Clam Park Trail, this was awarded in 2022. And you can see the layout there at the top right in green. That's the trail there. It'll be a 3/4 mile long concrete trail with a lot of connections to streets and other areas of the park. Kensington Park improvements, this was awarded in 2023. This will be 2 12U soccer fields, a 1/4 mile concrete trail, a practice field to the west of the game fields, as well as upgrading lighting. The trail is from a RTP grant, so the Recreational Trail Program. That's currently out to bid, so that work will hopefully be starting soon after the bids close.
I'm just going to jump in real quick on that one. I think that one's also particularly exciting, just when you think of the World Cup coming and being able to have a really nice facility, hopefully by spring of '26, if everything goes well, for our kiddos in the inner city to be able to have a space to be at, and we'll do some programming. So just wanted to add to that.
Some sport court upgrades we've done, Clam Park, we did 8 pickleball courts and 3 tennis courts there, along with 2 basketball courts. And I'll note that Sumner High School's girls tennis team uses this facility for practices. Wyandotte County Lake Park says 2, but it's actually 4 pickleball courts that were installed there. Quindaro Park received 2 basketball courts, and Jersey Creek Park received 1 basketball court. And these were all post-tension concrete courts. And a lot of them were upgraded from asphalt courts, which we're trying to get away from the asphalt courts and move to post-tension concrete. Obviously, it costs more, but it'll last decades longer than asphalt, which requires a lot of maintenance. Now we'll turn it back over to Angel.
And so just touching on that last slide a little bit more, a few more comments is a lot of those projects that you saw on that slide were predominantly grant funded. And then so I know Vinny mentioned we've done 3.9 million in ARPA projects, which is amazing to have that support and the investment in the parks. But it's also important to note that since 2020, the Parks and Rec Department has invested 13.5 million of grant funding, whether that was federal funds, CARES Act, CDBG, ARPA funds. So it's a great show of investment and being able to try to address some of our deferred maintenance. So on this slide, talking about deferred maintenance and some of the other projects we have going on, I'm talking about Wyandotte County Lake Park updates. So that top picture is of the wall that we all know has been in disrepair for a few years now. So staff has worked to identify 3 feasible options to replace this wall. Those options all are ballparked in about $825,000 to about $1.2 million. Those options vary from either concrete blocks or stacked stone or some poured concrete. But what is important to note is that we do have $892,000 in the budget for this replacement. So we are anticipating to be able to make a really good decision based off the data that we have to move forward with getting the drawings together to put this project out to bid this year and hopefully get started on it. I know a lot of people have asked about this project, but we are anticipating to see it underway this year in construction for replacement. And then I also want to talk about the Korean Vietnam War Memorial out at the lake. This was also a 2024 capital funded project. This bottom right picture is actually a progress picture. It looks amazing if you've been out there. Vinny and his team have done a nice job coordinating with this project. What you'll see is there are about 3 granite panels that do need to be replaced. So we are just waiting for those replacement panels to come in, which should be probably sometime in May. Unfortunately, probably not ahead of Memorial Day, but very shortly after, we'll be looking to rededicate this and celebrate the upgrades and this memorial. Talking about the Sunflower Hills Golf Course Clubhouse. So, staff is working on this item. We are working to identify a consultant, an architect to assist with some high-level conceptual for a new clubhouse, with some options that financially would be feasible. So very preliminary in that stage. Another change in the Parks Division that I wanted to cover is the abatement team and land bank transition. Many of you are probably aware of this, but just wanting to bring it forward tonight is that through last year's budget process, the Parks Department did relinquish, I guess you would say, oversight of the abatement team operations, and in an effort to streamline operations and find some efficiencies. So what that means is the 4-member team of the abatement team operations has moved under building and logistics. And so building and logistics is running the abatement team operations. And of course, we're assisting with transitioning through that process. Along with that, 1 program coordinator did transition over to land bank operations. That particular person was really doing a lot of the land bank mowing and contracts as well. So we thought maybe land bank could use a little bit more help we think that Judd appreciates that and really streamline those operations. So we're looking forward to assisting with those transitions and really think that it'll make for more efficiencies in the long run. Moving on to the next slide is just some continued deferred maintenance as we are in the midst of budget season. So just kind of going along the theme of making sure that, staff is identifying projects and trying to be as proactive as we can and getting some of these larger projects into our 5-year capital maintenance program. Roads and parking lot maintenance is something that we have identified and trying to create a new project out of, or trying to create a new project, maybe even for just parking lot maintenance down the road. But if you remember, the Wyandotte County Lake Road Maintenance was a 2024 project, but it was supposed to be debt funded. Unfortunately, we had to pull that out. So just really making sure that we're still identifying these projects and maybe having to push them out a few years. This top right picture is of Marshall Creek Bridge out at Wyandotte County Lake. And if you recall on the last few slides, Wyandotte, or the rock wall at Wyandotte County Lake, that's what we don't want to happen here with the bridge. So we've already done some really good work on getting ahead on the data for the bridge and getting a lot of really good preliminary information to be able to build this into the capital, but it is going to be a large, probably replacement project, high ticket project. And as you can imagine, if this bridge goes, it could be pretty detrimental to the experience of the lake and the accessibility of the lake. So it's definitely a project that we have our eye on. I'm very happy to be here telling you, hey, it's coming, instead of, hey, it's failed. So we'll be working through that and hopefully being able to identify it as appropriate in the capital project and have some good conversation and data around that. Also, just some other areas for deferred maintenance is the masonry work that we know is throughout all of our parks. Several of our parks don't have lighting, but we do have some parks that do have lighting that also are in need of some probably capital funds. A good example is probably Pearson Park. I forget how many light poles. It's about maybe 52 or something that we have through Pearson that are our responsibility. And so that means we have to either replace the poles or, do some electrical work. So just starting to identify some projects that we know long-term we're going to need some sort of rotation plan for. And then also our underground infrastructure, such as our water lines, is another big project that you may see as some capital improvement projects. If you recall, last year we did complete the 4 phases of the Wyandotte County Lake water line project, which was over several years. And so again, just another example of some of the infrastructure we're working towards addressing. All that to say, we are heavily involved in our asset management software process. If you recall, we were given some funds to go out and identify an asset software system that's really going to work for Parks and Recreation. We received 9 proposals earlier this year, so we're working through that process and narrowing it down, hoping to select the right software that's going to work for Parks and Rec. And I can already tell you that this is going to be really exciting for the department and really give us a lot of the data on our infrastructure so we can make informed decisions moving forward. Have it all in one place, similar to, how Public Works has a lot of their infrastructure loaded in and can tell you, how long a street's going to last or when you need to start planning for replacement and other things. So it's going to take a while to build out, but I can't say enough how grateful we are for the support behind this project, because it really is going to change the game for the department and moving forward in how we make decisions and hopefully be a little more proactive. I didn't add on this slide, and I should have. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our mowing program. It is one of our larger programs that the Parks Department oversees. So I would be happy to come back with a more detailed presentation if the commission's interested in that. But we are having to make some operational adjustments with mowing. Normally, when fully staffed, our mowing operations are anywhere from 7 to 10 days. We do have some challenges this year that we're trying to strategically address and respond to. So something that will play a factor in that 7 to 10 day rotation is obviously staffing. Currently, the Parks Department is 23% vacancy rate. So that 7 to 10 days is going to be more of a 14-day rotation until we can get staff positions filled. And then also taking a look at, out of the roughly 1,200 mobile acres, where can we scale back? And maybe it's not 14 days that we're hitting those areas, maybe it's 4 to 6 weeks. That way we can continue to stay up on the high-used areas, the shelters, the playgrounds, that type of stuff, and maybe come back to the areas that are used less when time permits. So staff's done a really good job, and like I said, if interested, we can bring that presentation, but they've done a really good job trying to be strategic and proactive in some of the operational adjustments that they're having to make to get through the peak season. And on this slide, we'll talk about some of the new park development initiatives on the horizon. I know that a park in Western Wyandotte County is a high priority for some of the commission. And so some items that we've identified is being able to develop a committee. So working through kind of what that process looks like to really kind of help spearhead that process. We know that we still have to find and or acquire land to build a park out in that portion of our community. And then also being able to fund whatever construction or improvements are needed for whatever amenities or park space the community desires. You'll see probably some of that as well in the funding request for our budget for this year. And already some seed money does exist for that project. Earlier this evening, if you were at the first session, you heard about the Rock Island Bridge project. And just a reminder that Parks and Recreation acquired Riverfront Park down at that site in roughly 4 acres. So you can kind of see that depicted here. Currently, no money exists for construction of the park. Staff did come before Standing Commission to receive approval to go after the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Grant application process in collaboration with Public Works. And we were so excited. We were told very competitive grant process, and our facilitator was so excited to see a submission from Wyandotte County. And just as of 2 weeks ago, unfortunately, we were told that grant process has been put on hold. But, you know, they're going to keep us updated on that. Hopefully the fall rounds become available, but it was encouraging to hear that the project that we put forward seemed really appealing and sounded like it would probably fare pretty well in the process. So we're going to just stay in communication on that and hopefully pursue it if it becomes available. Next, I'm going to turn it over to our Recreation Division Manager, Shay Lockett, to run us through some recreation updates and overview.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So I'll just give a high overview of our recreation division to start out. A few key areas that this division oversees is our administration. So that's our front office staff. They're responsible for the reservation of shelters, working through customer service, also our fishing and boating license. We also have our marketing component of our department, in which we share all of our information, put together the various reports that provides the activities and events that are happening within our department. Our aquatics division, so the oversight of the Parkwood pool, sports for both adults and youth, and then our activities and classes. Vinny mentioned this earlier when he spoke of the overview of our department, but the facilities within the recreation division are 6 community centers, 3 reservation halls, Parkwood Pool, and then the Wyandotte County Lake Marina. I will make note that of our 6 community centers, one of those facilities is not currently open due to staffing, and we are working very strategically to get additional staff hired. I will say over the last few months, we've had a little bit more success with our applicants and have been able to bring on a few more team members. So we are hopeful that that trend continues and we can get fully staffed. As I stated, one of the key components for the recreation division is the programs offered. And there's various ways that programs can be offered through the community center. The first way is our department programs. Those are programs that are ran and operated by the Unified Government Parks and Recreation staff. So examples of those are our leagues, our sports leagues for both adults and youth, the community events that we put on as a department, as well as the classes that are taught by our staff. So some examples of classes that we've had here recently is a creative writing class that began at Armadale Community Center for teens to work through creative writing and just to help with the writing skills, as well as a senior computer class that was held at that was held at Joe Amayo Community Center that was also ran and facilitated by our staff. So our staff have been working very diligently to find different ways that they can offer classes that meets the needs of our community. The second type of program that we have are programs that are on instructor contracts. So those are groups or individuals who come and they want to offer a program in our facility. So these are taught by independent contractors. They're not Parks and Recreation staff. Examples of those would be our dance classes that you see in the community center, fitness classes, and classes along those lines. And then the final type of program that I think is really important for us to mention is our special events. So those are events that are open to the public or that charge a fee for participation. So those special events are required to complete an application, and then our team works with them to determine the feasibility of the event. And summer camp is also a big topic for the Recreation Division. Summer camp is really a core service of the Parks and Recreation agencies. And I think if you look at the data from the National Recreation and Parks Association, 83% of agencies offer summer camp. And of our 6 facilities, the Unified Government Parks and Recreation only has 2 licensed summer campsites. And a lot of that, at each of those sites, there's only capacity for 45 youth. And when you think of the number of facilities that we do have, there is definitely an opportunity available for our community, but there are resources that are needed. One of the biggest things that's needed, and Vinny alluded to this earlier, is the code footprints that are required to have a licensed site. So every licensed site goes through inspection from the fire department, and those code footprints have to be turned in and reviewed. Several of our facilities do not have those code footprints, and there are costs associated with getting those code footprints completed, and then the recommended upgrades with that. And then another challenge with our summer camp is the additional staff is needed to meet the staff to camper ratio. As we stated, this is a licensed program. We offer licensed summer camp programs, and there is requirements by the state of Kansas that there is a 16-to-1 camper ratio with a minimum of 2 staff on site at all times with the youth. So it's never just 1 staff with the youth present. You have to have a minimum of 2. Currently, we have 6 positions allocated for summer camp, and you can imagine with 45 children available at each site and 6 staff, we can't fully operate our summer camp sites. But the good news is there are opportunities for partnership. There are opportunities. We have the facilities that are available, and we could explore different opportunities to partner with organizations. And I will state that this summer, due to the staffing challenges, there are changes to the way we will offer summer camp. Traditionally, we've offered at least a 6-week program at Eisenhower and a 6-week program at Beatrice Lee. And based on our needs and evaluating the staff we had available, the department is offering 4 weeks at Eisenhower in the month of June, and then there will be 4 weeks offered at Beatrice Lee in the month of July. And that campers are able to attend both sessions if they choose, but it does provide an equity in services and us providing opportunities in all areas of our community.
And then just to add to that a little bit, and also it's just so we can have all of our resources at one site. Staffing can get a little challenging when you're working with schedules and a day program. So ideally, what is really needed for the 2 sites and the way we've always ran it is at least 10. And we're doing it with 6, but we're adjusting. And so that's why it'll just look different, not running at the same time, but separate times. And then just to add to that too, like Shaya said, parks and recreation programs and summer camp truly can be a part of that childcare conversation in the community. We know we have more than 90, youth in this county. I think it's probably 39,000 I heard, or something close to that. So really thinking of ways and opportunities that we can expand that and have our facilities available if we can't run them, but work with groups, get our facilities in a place to work with groups to be able to utilize them in that fashion. It's really important. It's a good opportunity.
And then I'll do a quick overview of our aquatics. So we do, we already mentioned the 4 spray parks. They will be open from Memorial Day to Labor Day this season. They're open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And that's a free amenity for the community. Anyone can enjoy those. We also have our pool, Parkwood Pool, which is still under a management agreement with Midwest Pools. They're responsible for the hiring of the lifeguards and managers, and many of their staff are from the Wyandotte County KCK Public Schools and other area schools. And then that Parkwood is open May 24th to August 10th. And then we also are excited to bring back for the 3rd year the Joe Delaney Learn to Swim program, which is a free swim program that's offered on Mondays in the month of June. There will be free community lessons for everywhere from infants all the way up to adults. And that information will be available beginning May 1st. And you can see our website or any of our community centers to get that information. And then I also think it's important to note that our department will be back for a special session on May 29th for a Parkwood Pool presentation, and we'll be able to provide more information on the status of Parkwood Pool. And a quick note that we did apply for the land and water conservation grant for upgrades to immediate needs for upgrades to Parkwood Pool. And I will go to our outdoor recreation, another component of our department. Since 2023, our department has operated the Wyandotte County Lake Marina and provided that service for the community. We also provide oversight for our sports fields, and that includes running leagues, working with the school districts, and then having league rentals as well, and field rentals for practice for community teams. And we also support several events, multiple community events. You have the flyer for Kids to Park Day here, May 17th at Emerson Park. It's a great event to encourage outdoor play for kids. Feel free to join our team. And then finally, the Recreation Division works with several other organizations in partnership to be able to provide services and opportunities for our community. They're listed here, some of our school districts, Turner Recreation Commission, and various neighborhood and neighborhood groups and NBRs, and then of course, Wyandotte County Parks Foundation. And I'm going to turn it over to Matt.
Matt Zayas, Fiscal Officer. I just wanted to provide a really quick overview of the department's 2025 budget. It's about $14 million. 66% of this is sourced from the Consolidated Parks General Fund, or Fund 113. Since we are a department that serves both the city and the county, Fund 113 is a product of a variance of sources. So 34% of this fund is levied from county tax revenue, 54% is supported from the city general fund, about 10% is supported from department fees, so any kind of fees that the department brings in. And then 2% is made up from miscellaneous revenue, basically like the Renaissance Festival payment, stuff like that. Other funds that support our department include Fund 212, the dedicated sales tax fund, Fund 221, the Special Parks and Rec Fund, and then the Tourism Fund, which is Fund 223. Just really quick side note at the bottom, the National Recreation and Park Association's 2024 cost recovery for comparable agencies was 22%. In comparison, our cost recovery was 9%, just to kind of float that out there. And then we also wanted to show just our capital project budget, 2024 amended versus 2025. It did decrease by about 64%. And then it is notable that this doesn't account for ARPA or CDBG or congressional earmark projects.
I'll take us through these last two slides pretty quickly. You know, we just want to kind of highlight our challenges and then also our opportunities. Like I mentioned about the 23% vacancies in parks, overall, the department has a 19.5% vacancy rate. So just trying to, you know, get those positions filled. Deferred maintenance remains a challenge. And so making sure we're proactive on that. Vandalism and issues with safety, as Shaya mentioned, with community centers, safety is a big one, making sure we've got at least 2 employees there. We've had a few incidents in the past few years that have really been concerning. So just making sure that, you know, we have appropriate staffing levels and also appropriate protocols. And then also limited resources, but we wouldn't come before you with challenges without opportunities. So staff remains committed to being able to identify ways that we can respond to the challenges, whether that's with partnerships. We've got really beautiful park spaces, so being able to improve those when we can. Being able to look at opportunities for creative placemaking. And then I think we've mentioned what we've been able to do and leverage with grant funds. So continuing to pursue those opportunities. But I will note it's also really important, as we've come to find out, for these grants, most of them require a match. So making sure that our budget can support that match so that we can go after those opportunities. My last question is a pop quiz. Who's looked at this yet? Yay. So these 2 documents, very vital to our department. Really proud of the work staff's put in. 2024 year-end report has a lot of really great information on participation numbers. So Shay didn't have to sit here and rattle those off. It's all in here. A lot of great information. That's our 4th year in a row, I think, putting this together. So please take a look and provide feedback. And then also on the right side, we put this document out 2 times a year. This is the spring and summer guide. It has a list of all of our parks, facilities, programs, pretty much anything you wanted to know about Parks and Rec. So definitely check those 2 out. Happy to stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure colleagues, you all have some questions. Please hold your questions when we get to public comment first. And so for our clerk, did we receive any, you all can leave up the presentation in case there are questions or have it handy. Clerk, did we receive any comments for this item?
No comments were received.
Okay, any hands raised online for this item?
No public hands are raised online.
Okay, for the folks that are here in person in the gallery, would anybody like to speak on this item? Awesome. Please come forward, say your name, city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Pamela Penn Hicks, Wycombe. I have a question, because for the last couple of years, we've heard about staffing challenges with the Park and Rec. So could you share with us what it is that's causing you to have such a deficit in services because of lack of staffing? Do you have qualifications that people are not able to meet? What's going on?
Before we staff answers, ma'am, I don't want this to take up your 3 minutes. So if you're okay with their.
No, I'm asking the question, Mr. Davis, because I really would like to.
Oh, for sure. I just
to
want
the
to
depths
make
of
sure.
What your problem is and how we
Absolutely.
can help you in the
I
community.
hear you. I just want to make sure that for your 3 minutes, if there are other questions that you have, that you can go ahead and answer them. That way you're getting the full
Well, I
benefit
kind
of your
of
3
flow
minutes.
with it, and you're cutting into my time.
Okay, no. Your
My
time
back.
your time is stopped. Your time is stopped. Please, you're going to get your full 3 minutes. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you very much.
Yes, awesome. Please do answer.
So some of the biggest challenges we face have been hours, the pay. Previously, our rec staff had to work 6 days a week. They were all evening hours, and when we were recruiting, no one wanted to work those hours. So we have shifted. If you notice, the community centers are only open 5 days a week. Now they're not open on Mondays anymore. And that has helped us to be able to retain additional employees. And I think that has been, those are some of the biggest challenges.
And I'll add to that is historically, the recreation division has been in balance when it comes to staffing. We have 6 community centers, and historically, only 1 rec specialist was staffed at each center. We've had safety issues arise over the last few years, so trying to raise our standard to have at least 2 staff members at all times has kind of cut into that number. So we are working to get more staff for recreation and more support. It is going to take a little bit of time, but we have made some milestones as it relates to increasing salary and 5-day work week.
So the reason that I'm concerned is that we have over 20,000 students in USD 500 alone who need services in the summer. 45 positions is not adequate to deal with the number of children that we have, all right, for the summer programs. So have you done any outreach to the colleges around here to start recruiting, to have summer workers and train them to help with those kind of programs? What have you, I mean, you can share with me what your results have been.
So we do work with our school district. So we go to the job fairs because our summer positions are 16 and up. We do have several applicants that have applied for those summer positions. We also do work with Kansas City, Kansas Community College for as far as recruitment. And then we do send information,
1 minute
Mid-America,
remaining.
Nazarene, and other local colleges. But those are some that we've worked closer with.
I would just like to encourage you all to put a little bit more effort into that because it's no good, that's no good to have all these beautiful facilities and then not being able to use them properly. And our children are particularly in need of those services during the summertime. So thank you.
And just to clarify, Allen House System
But
Administrator.
before you go, Alan, was that a full 3 minutes, Ms. Six? I was not trying to take away your 3 minutes at all. Was that a full 3 minutes, clerk?
Yeah, she had 30 seconds left.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure if you had anything else. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And before you answer, Mr. House, just for the public comment portion, we just want to make sure that you all's questions are heard. If you have them for staff, that's fine, but I do not want anyone to feel like staff's answer is eating into your full 3 minutes. And so that's why I wanted to give you that opportunity. Mr. House, please.
I just want to say that the vacancy issue and the number of children that are in the summer program are separate issues. So the 45 number that you heard is not related to the number of vacancies that are available. That's related to the overall resources that are available to Parks and Rec to offer that kind of programming in the summertime.
Thank you. Okay, we're still in the public comment portion. Would anybody else like to provide public comment for this item? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Thank you all so much. This is a great discussion. Again, it is for information only. Committee questions? Yes, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As always, want to thank Parks for everything that you do. You know, I always say you guys do a lot with the very few dollars that are given to you. And I believe 2 budgets ago, I and other commissioners advocated to increasing funding for parks, and we were able to successfully get that within the budgeting process 2 budgets ago. I have some questions. Just, I'm a nerd out here. You guys are going to see my previous job come out because you guys were talking about summer camps, and you know, before this, I was a director for after-school programs, and I directed math summer camps. So I know very, very well the licensing requirements, the staffing ratio. What's at a summer camp that we have? What is the leadership structure of that camp look like?
So we have our program coordinator who oversees our summer camps, who oversees the licensing and the recruitment and the hiring of staff. We have our recreation instructor who is that lead person on site. And then we have our recreation leaders who fall underneath that recreation instructor.
Okay. Similar to what we had over in when I worked in JCPRD. You know, there was for summer camps, we had our camp director, then we had an assistant director, then we had a slew of leads, and then under the leads were assistants. Staffing was the same issue. We always had a staffing issue as well over at JCPRD, just because it's a fun job, but that sometimes it is not a glorious job. You know, I always say to work with children, you have to have a special type of heart to work with children. And transitioning from an after school and summer camp director position to being an educator now, it's a completely different world, but again, still takes a special heart. So I thank all the staff that are currently here or going to come and work on these summer camps. I'm very happy that we have 2 camps that are licensed now. That process, it is a very demanding process going through KDHE in the state. So I understand and know what that's like. So thank you for all that hard work. And hopefully we can get more staff for these programs because they are fun. You know, once kids like to have fun and do things and hang out with each other and just be a kid. And so anything I can do to help, Parks is a special place in my heart. So I would love to help Parks in any way that I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend.
Commissioner Hill does have her hand raised as well.
Okay, I'll get to Commissioner Hill after Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everyone in Parks who are here tonight. Let me keep on a theme to see what you've already explored, because I know you're working very diligently year-round to try to fill these spots, and not just during the summer. So let me go back to the need for more bodies to be at these camps. These positions, the people who would fill them, are they full-time employees or just summer employees? And have, as we had to do with Parkwood Pool, because we couldn't get enough lifeguards several years ago, have you considered going to a contract kind of thing? And last question on that, well, I guess that goes to the first one, the part-time or the full-time? Let's just start there.
So the summer positions are seasonal positions, so they're solely for the summer season.
And then just kind of sharing that, last year, we were able to kind of pull in some help, additional help, some contracted positions. Usually our department has a budget for contracted positions, whether it's we're bringing someone on to help with building coverage or cover sports programs. You might know the term as a green check employee. That was cut from our budget, so that's why staffing for summer camp is just strictly the positions that we're given. To answer your question about, maybe being able to contract out some programs, we have explored community partnerships, but even more so kind of talking about the larger pictures. Maybe it's an RFQ or an RFP that the department puts out to see what groups, if it is like the YMCA or, Boys and Girls Club, can come in and help offer services and offset some of those costs, but still provide an affordable program to our community. So it is something that we've talked about and hope to maybe explore.
Okay. You did mention already that you will be back for a presentation on May 29th that will focus just on the status of Parkwood Pool. So I'll save any questions for that. Would encourage people to mark that on their calendar for those dates. The staffing vacancies, you said, I heard 2 numbers, 23% in Parks and 19%. What is that? What was the 19%?
Yep. So the other day when I was looking at vacancies, I looked at Parks vacancies and then I looked at recreation vacancies. So Parks was running about 23% for the dedicated Parks positions. Then recreation positions was running about, I think, 18 or 19%. So that average for Parks and Recreation is about 19.5% for the department as a whole.
Okay.
Does that?
Yes, I like that.
And then just to share even a little bit more about that process, as it did get delayed on being able to post positions, just making sure when we came out of the first of the year, working with budget to make sure that we in fact could afford to fill positions, and going through that process has just taken a little bit of time. So we haven't been able to post as quickly as we would have liked ahead of our peak season.
So going back to you looking at contracting, really, what's been the outcome of that? How does that look? It's work for the pool, but are you noticing what the differences are in ability to contract like the summer camp type of things. In getting people, that's the real.
We haven't fully set out to focus on exploring that. I know a few years ago, we worked with some local community groups that had some available dollars to come in and provide those programs really where we couldn't. But I do think that staff's recommendation would be, it would be worthwhile to intentionally vet out that process. And maybe it is an RFQ or an RFP to, kind of see what's available and what other groups can offer. It could be an NBR, or really any group that could meet the requirements, especially if it's a day program, a full day program that requires licensing. 'Cause there's a lot of specific requirements. But I do think that that should be explored if we really want to be able to expand programming.
With the summer camp schematic that you have now, you won't be running them simultaneously, so that will make a better use of the limited staff we have. Capacity for each camp is 45 youth, right? And this is what, first come, first serve? They apply on the website? How does this work?
Yes, it's based on registration, and once and it's per week, so you don't have to attend all 4 weeks. So you register for each week that you're going to attend. So if you're going to be out of town, you don't take that registration slot, and it can be available to someone else. And we are trending usually towards full registration at each site.
Thank you. I know you all work so hard. You got a lot of challenges, but I appreciate that you're looking at different ways to try to pivot and make it work with what you have. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Park and Recs Department. I had the opportunity to be at several of the ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings with the park, and they were absolutely incredible. So thank you for the work that you have done. I have two questions. Number one, will the Heathwood Spray Park open Memorial Day along with the other spray parks? Because I know it required quite a bit of maintenance. So that's question number one. And then question number two, the 19% and 23%, could you be a little more specific? Is that 2 people, 5 people, 1.5 people? Just be a little more specific. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Yep, so for Heathwood, it is on track as of right now to hopefully meet that Memorial Day target. Now, we could experience some weather delays or something unforeseen, but as of right now, it is on track to be Memorial Day. So keeping up on our Facebook, if that changes, we are trying to communicate that. And then as it relates to FTEs, I don't have that right in front of me, but I think we're trying to get that right now. I think overall the department has 19 vacancies, and I would have to see how many of those are parks versus rec positions. But I could get that information and make it available. The 23% for parks positions is almost a fourth of the parks staff. I do know that.
Okay. Thank you. I'd appreciate that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other? Okay, well, I think I saw Commissioner Ramirez. Did you have something? Okay, and then Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. Should have asked this before, but it just came to me as you were answering Commissioner Townsend's questions. Just so the community that is here and those who are watching or listening, what programming do you provide during the summer camp? What are some activities or things that campers do while they're in the summer camp? I'm just curious.
So a few of the things that we have lined up for this summer is we partner with a few groups to offer sports and agility training and mindfulness and wellness training. We also have our swim. The kids will get to go to Parkwood and get those free swim lessons. We also have our STEM classes and activities that are lined up, as well as there's some cooking components, there's sports, there are some some curriculum-based programming, such as literacy and math, so that we don't see that drop in learning over the summer.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that we're bringing in that curriculum-based, just programming and just for them to keep their brains going. Because, at my school, we always call it the summer slip. It's the beginning of that year, beginning of the next school year. It's mainly reviewing and doing past year stuff because it is that kids, if you don't keep it up, if you don't practice what you know, you'll lose it. And so I appreciate that you guys do that and just thank you.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. One other note that I wanted to make clear understood, and this is a result of the revenue neutral budget that the commission adopted last year for this year. And it affected, again, how mowing was done. So the abatement team, which is the team that would, let's say, someone called into the office and said, hey, this land bank lot hasn't been cut in, 4 weeks. That's what the abatement team was doing, among other things, correct? That kind of thing. So now that is being handled not by Parks and Rec, but by building logistics, right? Okay, so you did.
And just to clarify, the abatement team also was doing homeless camp cleanups and illegal dumping and that type of stuff as well.
Oh, illegal dumping, very important. Okay, so again, those functions are now under building logistics. You did mention mowing, but now mowing being done by Parks and Rec is for Parks and Rec property only, is that correct? So Parkwood Park, that's what you all are doing, or just clarify
We
that?
still oversee some, water pollution control sites, building and logistics sites, cemeteries, but the land bank mowing specifically has been transferred with that program coordinator to the land bank division.
Okay, yes, so the mowing is really only that you are doing in the parks is related to park specific actions, not land bank or abatement. Okay, thank you. Just want to clarify that.
And I will just add a note as well, which is, you mentioned the budget. So it's just important to point out that the abatement team, there were 2 abatement teams, and part of the strategy last year for getting to a balanced budget was to take vacant positions and pull them off of the inventory and not fill them. So that's a big part of how we got to a balanced budget last year. There were vacancies on the abatement team, so we're actually gone down from 2 abatement teams to 1 abatement team. And the people in that abatement team are being managed now by buildings and logistics, but we have half of the capacity in the abatement program that we had previously. So I just wanted to make sure we're clear on that.
And I remember that not only in Parks and Rec, but across the board, personnel vacancies, I believe the cutoff was 2 years. If it hadn't been filled, they were removed. So we only basically had 1 active mowing team. There were 2 on the books, but there weren't people staffing it. Is that it?
We're back to the earlier presentation about the trend and how we budget for the trend, vacancy trend in personnel budgeting. Positions that were 2 years or older are not captured in that trend. And those did drop off, but positions that were much more recently vacant were also taken as a big part of the savings for the budget for 2025. And it so happened that Parks had vacancies, and so they actually had a significant number of those vacancies that got pulled in the course of the budget process that is shown in their budget impact, or the impact that had on their operations that they're seeing this year. It's 8 o'clock, so I may not be making full sentences now. I don't know.
Well, you said there were two abatement teams. Now there's one, but I guess the point I was trying to make,
There were actual people in those positions. It just so happened that through this process, they either left the organization or they moved to a different department. So we were ready to absorb them in a way because the abatement team was actually funded through property maintenance, which wasn't parks funding. So we had to do a little finessing there to make that change, to get to that balanced budget. But like, it happened to work out to where we didn't need to absorb them in that way.
okay, but no one was let go.
No, no.
And that was the
Yes,
important thing I was
Correct.
really trying to get at. So, and I so appreciate the efforts that the abatement team does. I mean, they're really on it, so I appreciate them. Thank you. Thank you.
Then, really quick, Dr. Hill, Commissioner Hill, I know you asked a little while ago, what our vacancies were for parks and what our vacancies were for recreation. At the moment, we have 13.25 vacancies for parks, and we have, or 13.25 full-time equivalent vacancies for parks, and then 4 full-time equivalent vacancies for recreation. You might be wondering, how do we have a quarter of an employee? It's kind of based upon just, say, a full-time employee works 2,080 hours a year, so we just divide that into quarter, depending on if it's a seasonal position or not. And then also notable, so if our parks are fully staffed, there's 58.5 vacancies. That's on the Parks Division, and then the recreation/admin side has 22.5 because positions. Because you probably also wondered, it's like, okay, 23%, 19%, there's a big difference between 13.25 and 4. So 13.25 FTE vacancies on the park side, 4 FTE vacancies on the recreation side.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. As we conclude, I just want to ask just some closing questions, and then hopefully we'll be able to move on to the next item. So Eisenhower, I saw that $250,000 ARPA investment. Is that for HVAC? Do I remember that correctly? Or what is that for?
Yes, a rooftop HVAC unit.
Okay, rooftop, okay. Awesome. Exciting. I'm sure there are folks watching that may have questions on how to get involved. So for folks that, let's say they have ideas on our parks and what amenities they'd like to see, what would be the best way for them to go about making their voices heard in that process?
They can send us an email to parksinfo@wycokck.org. They can reach out to our office. Our office number is 913-573-8327. Or they can stop by our community centers and talk to our staff and leave information with them as well.
Awesome. And I know we have a park board as well.
Yes.
That also intakes a lot of that. We have appointees and of course, your commissioners. So we get ideas as well.
And those,
Awesome.
those park board meetings are open meetings to the public, so anybody can look on the website, see when a parks board meeting is, show up, make their voice heard, similar to this.
Perfect. So just so folks are aware of ways to get involved, a lot of staff you can contact, as well as the park board, as well as your elected leaders. Similar question, let's say someone has a special skill set and they want to do programming, painter or something. Kind of similar avenue for them to contact you all with what they would like to do and send in a proposal. How would they go about doing that?
Yes, so there are program proposals that they could submit. So if they reach out via email, to that email, we can send them the form to complete the program proposal. If they're not tech savvy and they just want to go to our community center, the community center they're interested in hosting, they can work with our staff there and they'll walk them through the process as well.
Awesome. And whatever we can do to make that easy as possible, so folks know if I have an idea or if I want to do programming, here's what I can do in our website, wherever, that would be great. Last thing I would say is I know we've had some preliminary discussions on a business sponsorship policy. thinking back like 18 months ago for this. And it's something I think we still should explore of how do we bring in business partnerships and larger partnerships to bring in grants and to pay for some of the things that taxpayers may not be able to. And so I hope in the near future we can get some things moving on that. I know Bonner has a policy, Olathe has a policy, Gardner has a policy. We'd love for us to get one as well. Thank you all so much. Y'all are doing incredible work, and I'm excited to see what happens when all these projects are concluded. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, go ahead and transition to our land bank. I appreciate the public for being patient with us as we are getting through these items. Yes, you all can come up to the front. All right. Know we're kind of transitioning here. Okay. Mr. Knapp, Mr. Sutton.
Good evening, Commissioners. I should have said, I want to start with this. I should have said this before Parks and Recs got started on their presentation. We'll be removing item A9 per the applicant's request. Let's get started.
Thank you. And it's already showed up, at least on my, and on, okay, cool. I'm looking at Commissioner Bynes as well. Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
So the first item we have is A1. It's located at 2014 North 38th Street. They are looking to build 1 unit, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,300 square feet for rent. Looking to rent it for $1,200 a month. So we have item A2 at 1237 Armstrong Avenue. This applicant is looking to build 3 units, each with 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,400 square feet. Looking to sell these units at an estimated price of $300,000 per unit. Item A3 is located at 2840 South 9th Street. This applicant is looking at building 2 units, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,850 square feet for sale for $300,000. One note on this one from staff was that, because this is actually 2 lots, this bottom lot here, which is 2842, actually has sewer running through it or water line running through it. So applicant would not be able to build on this lot, but they could still use it as a side yard per staff. Next item is item A4. This is located at 1131 South 49th Drive. This applicant is looking to build 1 unit, 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,600 square feet for sale and estimated sale price of $300,000. Item A5 is at 1203 Ann Avenue, looking to build 1 unit, 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,400 square feet for sale with the estimated sale price of $270,000. So we're going to go to item A8. This is located at 29 South Mill Street. It's actually 5 parcels. This applicant is looking at building 3 units, all with 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,500 square feet for sale with an estimated sale price for $250,000 per unit. Next item we have is A10. This is located at 1512 North 22nd Street. This applicant is looking at building 1 unit, 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,200 square feet for sale with the estimated sale price of $260,000. And the next applicant we have it's 3002 Hutchins Street. This is actually the parcel right here, but they're looking at getting these 5 parcels right here. And the applicant is looking at building 5 units, each with 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,200 square feet for sale with an estimated sale price of $250,000 per unit. Next, we have A14, and we're actually going to have a presentation on A14 from the developer who has joined us in person.
Yes. Before we get to that presentation, I want to get through the other items, and then it will be on Ms. Robinson and his folks. So committee, do bear with me. We do need to go through public comment period. I just want to make sure I heard this correctly. A3 is currently unbuildable. Did I hear that correctly?
Not to my knowledge, Commissioner. Oh, excuse me. Yes, part of the southern part of that, where you see my cursor at,
Yes.
staff indicated that there is some type of sewer or water line running through there. So yes, that parcel would be unbuildable, correct?
So is it both 2840 and 2842 or just 2842?
It's both parcels.
Okay, gotcha. Because this is to build a single family home. That's what we are currently voting on. We're not voting on a yard extension or a garden or a lot or
Correct.
anything like that. Okay. So I'll just go ahead and note that because we'll probably need to do something different. We don't want to award an option to build a home knowing that building a home is just not suitable for that. So
For clarification, you're
yes.
actually building 2 homes.
Okay. Well, if it's unbuildable, it's
They
unbuildable.
changed it.
The applicant indicated that they wanted to build 2 homes, and then once we ran this by staff said, yeah, you can. I just didn't update it on here. I'm not.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So they would not be able to build. It is unbuildable.
Correct.
Okay.
For 2842.
Okay. Gotcha. And this is A3 2840 South 9th Street. Okay. We will keep that in mind as we go forward because we don't necessarily want to award an option for an unbuildable lot. Okay. Clerk's office, I'm going to do a just public comment for A1 through A12, and then committee will go ahead and make some decisions and have discussion from there. Okay, so for A1, which is 2014 North 38th Street, is there a comment that's been submitted for A1?
No comments were received.
Any comments online?
No hands are raised online.
Okay. Anybody in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to A1? Let the record show no one has approached. Okay. For A2, which is 1237 Armstrong Avenue, clerk, did we receive any comments for A2?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay. For anybody in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to A2, which is 1237 Armstrong Avenue? Let the record show no one has approached. For A3, this is 2840 South 9th Street. Clerk, do we receive a comment for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For the folks in the gallery, is anybody approaching for A3? Let the record show no one has approached. Okay, let's do A4 for South 49th Drive, or excuse me, A4 1131 South 49th Drive. Any comments for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online for A4?
There are no hands raised online.
For the gallery, would anybody like to approach to speak on A4? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment period for that. For A5, this is 1203 Ann Avenue. Clerk, any comment for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For the gallery, would anybody like to approach? No one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment for that portion. For A8, this is 29 South Mill Street. Clerk, any comment for that item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Anyone in the gallery like to speak to this item, A8? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. A10, this is 1512 North 22nd Street. Clerk, has anyone sent in a comment for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this particular item? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. Okay, and this will be a last one for this batch. A12, which is 3002 Hutchinson Street. Clerk, any public comment for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, for the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak regarding this item? Let the record show no one has approached. Thank you all so much for your patience. And that is A3. But yes, Commissioner Bynum.
So A14 is not.
No, yes, A14 is not.
Okay. So I have questions, Melissa Bynum at Large District 1. I have questions about items A2, A3, and A4. And it's a group question. A2, the applicant is RA Engineering. A3, the applicant is Pilar KC LLC. A4, the applicant is T&M General Construction. But on each of those applications that I can see, the applicant information, building experience, and why are you building answers are identical. And so I'm just curious, you know, it's a cut and paste. So I'm just curious, what is the difference among these three different applicants that seem to actually be the same person?
They're actually different people. They're actually, they work in the same, they all work together. They're all builders and engineers. And they all kind of just help each other out.
So it's not necessarily that there's any relationship other than their colleagues, and they're apparently helping, somebody's helping them fill out these online applications, it sounds like.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions, colleagues? Okay, I do want to get just a clarifying question from you, Mr. Knapp. What's the window for the option, the timeline? How long?
They get a year.
Okay, for the year. Okay, for the folks that we're looking at. Okay, great. 1 year, 1 year. Yes, 1 year. So sorry if folks did not hear that. Okay. Any other questions before we start making motions? Okay, so I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve items A1 through A12 with the exception of A3. And the reason why is because that particular parcel is unbuildable. But my motion will be to go ahead and approve A1 through A12.
Commissioner, this is Wendy Green.
Yes.
Both parcels are not unbuildable.
Oh.
There's 2 parcels there. They can build a house on one of the parcels. The parcel next to it, where he's got his cursor, the parcel to the south, that one has the water or sewer line going through it. So they can build a parcel on the parcel to the north and use some of the parcel to the south.
I see. Okay, I had asked that question. and
Yeah.
I was told
So I'm sorry if it wasn't clear.
okay, so one of the 2 parcels are buildable. And we
Yes.
have communicated that to that applicant.
Correct.
Correct.
And that's why they went from wanting to build 2 houses to just now only going to build the one house.
Okay, that is very helpful. Okay, thank you for the clarification. I will rephrase my motion to go ahead and approve items A1 through A12. Is there a second?
Townsend, second.
Okay, thank you so much, clerk. Let me get the roll.
Commissioner Hill did have her hand raised before the motion.
I am so sorry. Before we go ahead and take the roll, Commissioner Hill.
With the last explanation, that cleared up everything for me, so I'm good to go.
Okay, you weren't the only one. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, clerk, can we get the roll?
Yes, roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you so much. Okay. Now we are on item A14, which is CJR construction project for 250 homes. If you all want to make your way, thank you for your patience with us, please. If we can get them some microphones as well, might have to steal some. Okay, and before you all start, Mr. Knapp, I'll go ahead and have you and your team just kind of, as we regularly do, just give us some preliminary information and then hand it off to our guests to do their presentation.
Thanks again, Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. We have CJR Builders looking to build 300 plus units in the area of 2818 North 12th Street. This includes this large area in here, as well as this area over here. And we do have Mr. Robinson here with us and his team, and they're going to go through a presentation on it.
I want to take the time to thank everybody. We'll try to keep this as short as possible. But I want to introduce myself and I'll introduce my team here. My name is Charles Robinson. I'm the president and owner of CJR Construction Group. We currently have 3 different offices. We have an office in Kansas, Raytown, Missouri, as well as Omaha, Nebraska, and we just opened one in Dallas, Texas. We are a developer builder, and we will be talking about that today and introducing Quindaro Crossing, as well as introducing our company as a whole. But to the left of me, we have different partners as part of our team. This is Missy Sparrow from Reese and Nichols, and she's a partner with us in developing a team of mixed-use bilingual partnership in selling these properties and setting up different programs to where we can do first-time homebuyers program, credit repair programs, different programs that we're going to implement throughout the community to help enhance the opportunity to purchase these homes. Also to Missy's left is our project manager, one of our project managers on the project, Alex Gravo. He's with CJR Construction Group. And to the back of me, we have Bridget Henson, who's born and raised in Wyandotte County in this area in the northeast side. She'll be the project coordinator and very instrumental in bringing this project to fruition for us. And we have Irma here, who is actually going to be our real estate lead, and with Reese and Nichols going to be working out of this area and currently working out of this area now and selling homes. So today we're proud to present Quindaro Crossings today. And I do want to start off and say this is not a LIHTC project. We have our own money, and Mr. Judd Knapp asked me to bring some proof of that. So today, Judd, I have a term sheet for what we're going to present today that will allow us to get started and start breaking ground as hopefully this fall. So welcome to Quindaro Crossing. A little bit about CJR. This is obviously my initials, but it's really for me to hopefully pass down to my four boys that has the name initial CJR. I've been living in Kansas City area in the Kansas side for over 14 years. I am an implant here. However, wherever we try to build, we always have this model of building communities and where we build. We are one of the fastest growing minority-owned businesses in the Kansas City area. We've started back in 2018. We grew to 75 employees. We're proud of our company. We've won the Minority Contractor of Year Award in the state of Kansas. We won a proclamation award from the state of Missouri. And we were one of the highest grossing minority businesses at the KCI airport, which we're very proud of. But mostly what I'm proud of is that we went from job site trailers to purchasing our own building, which we call our headquarters, and we occupy 2 of our 4 floors. But we also give back to other small minority businesses where we have 100% sold out in our office building with small business, minority business of lawyers, counselors that we're proud of, that we're giving below market rate rent to, so they can establish longevity as well. We've experienced substantial growth in our business over the past 4 years, primarily because we average close to 65, 70% MBE participation on our projects, which we're very proud of. We're currently finishing a project with Oracle right now in Bannister, where we hit the top mark in the state of Kansas City, Missouri at 85% minority participation. So we're very proud of that. But we're more so proud of what our mission is. I mean, we have a nonprofit organization that's going to be heavily involved with this project called Building Communities. We are 501(c), but it's more than just bricks and mortar for us. It's about what we do in the community that we go and build and establish, where a majority of our coworkers live, work, and play. And a lot of our projects that we've worked in, we've established different opportunities, community engagement, education, training, mentorship. This is one of the technical educational trailers that we helped build for a nonprofit organization that we contributed a $10,000 check to help pay for the trailer, but we also are heavily involved with getting this instrumental and doing not only technical training, but also physical training in our construction lab in our building. So we do both hands-on training, we give in the community, all through our programs and the communities we work with, and we plan to do that here in the Kansas areas in the Northeast District as well. This is who we are. Diversity and inclusion. You probably hear a lot of that on the news nowadays about how a lot of that's going away. Well, it's not going away with us. We stand proud and strong of who we are and what we do. And you see, looking at the MBE goals, we've doubled or tripled those over the course of our years. And I know this is one of the stipulations with, from what I've heard in the first meeting, this is a given for us. This is part of our DNA. We'll get further into that, but we've already started talking with different folks and different subcontractors. We're trying to create not only 400 to 500 homes, but create 400 to 500 jobs in the midst of building. So we're trying to establish that immediately. This is what we've done so far in our short time here in 7 years. We did over 1,480 doors. What that means is both single-family housing, multifamily housing, apartments throughout the 4 states we work in. We did 38 commercial. We got currently 48 employees, and we generated $87.8 million in revenue thus far. Our past projects, we have some in different locations, but these are projects that we've either was a general contractor on or heavily involved from the build aspect. But we do affordable housing. Affordable housing is one of our key components. We do all different stages of it, both single family, duplexes, fourplexes, triplexes, as well as apartments. And this is some of the projects that we've implemented here in the Kansas City area, just as a few handful. We do have, if you go on our website, cjrcg.com, we have a list of all those projects for you to look at. 3 Light Apartments and 19 Vine is what we just completed, and Jazz Hill Apartments as well. All 3 of those were certified payroll projects. We understand that process as well, and the impacts that comes with it. 2,600 Independence, Parker Square Apartments, those are projects that we won that we did very relative to what we're trying to do here as well. But looking at what we're trying to do here in this Northeast District called Quindaro Corridor, CJR, as I said, is a developer builder. So we have our own money, we have our own crews, we have our own subcontractors. We have strong relationships with suppliers. You see that there's a tariff increase and things of that nature. So we're working already, looking ahead of impacts of that, what the cost of how we keep these housing more affordable. So we've already started looking at house packs and from our architects and building those with our suppliers so that we can be able to do that. And we have looking to purchase additional land that we went through today, where we're going to be able to buy bulk and lumber and be able to store that on ground so that we can be able to secure that at a great price without impacting the project that we're looking to start here. So the first portion of what we're looking at is what we initially had was on 12th Street up to Hutchinson Street that goes from Quindaro up to Browns Avenue. It's a total of 94 acres, but if you look at that, we look at mostly the lots, both the land bank and the UG lots, which are combined 329 lots. Now, what, as Mike said, Sutton said, what you see in yellow in phase 4 is 96 lots. That's a contiguous of 15 acres of property there. There is some anticipation of what we want to do with that particular area. Probably turn that into senior housing with 55 and older housing, because we know that's a need for the community as well, and keep those affordable, which can be single family ranch or duplexes or even townhomes. That ties into that. So we look to have that contiguous land to be able to adjoin those areas, enjoy those streets, redo the infrastructure in those areas, and make that more 55 and up housing that's affordable. Price range is 215,000 to 305. We see that as a slight uptick, slightly because of the pricing from the tariffs and things like that, but we're trying to control that as much as we possibly can. With that, you see, probably thinking why we got 329 lots and 350 homes. Well, that's because we're going to, in some of the larger lots that's on corner lots at 75-foot wide or 100-foot wide frontages, we may do duplexes in those areas to be able to accommodate lease to own options, different things of that nature. But everything is for purchase, and we're going to set up different programs that we'll talk through later of how we plan to do so. The second portion of it is what we call phase 5 and 6, is there along 7th Street to North Alice Street that runs from Quindaro all the way up to, I think, Browns Avenue. This is an area that we see that is over there by Pelican Falcons area that we think that we can really tie into in that area and build some very nice homes in there. The land is pretty flat, back up the green space in some areas that we can go in and do some beautiful homes there that's affordable. There's 147 lots there. We're looking to do 160 homes in that area. So we're looking to total do anywhere from 350 to 500 homes, depending on what we do on that contiguous land of property. Now, we do have lease to own options as well, and we'll get into that from what we have from different incentives. We got some great incentives to where not only first-time home buyers, but any buyer can come in, and we're gonna be able to cover a lot of the down payment costs and closing costs at no cost to the end buyer. So we're gonna talk a little bit more about that as well. Our construction timeline, we've been in a pre-construction phase. We feel like we're in the process of finalizing our house plans within the next 30 days or so, be able to hopefully get a okay with the board today to be able to work back with the Planning and Building Commission with the UG and move forward. Sales and marketing, we plan to start that in June. We've already had kickoff meetings internally. We are in the process of building a website that will be strategically for Quindaro Crossing that will take foot traffic as well as virtual traffic to those websites. We're going to use what we call a different type of model to where homeowners can be able to go in there and make it very simplistic to be able to go in there and look at different house types and house plans and be able to make their selections right there online, which will communicate with our sales and construction team. But looking at phase 1 at 65 lots, our plan is to start construction in August 1, if we could. I know that's aggressive, but we're pretty much identified some lots that we feel like that is low-hanging fruit that allow us to get started right away. We have our money already in play and our funding is already ready to go. We just need the blessing from this team and others to give us the go ahead to get started and start building. Where we looking to start here is there on, I would say between Senna Street and Hutchison over there, or Hiawatha Street, those first 8 to 10 blue that goes up to the green and UG. I think that's our first strip. We have to set the market. So we plan to come in, use our own money, build these houses, set the market. The CHWC did a great job up there on 18th and Quindaro and building what they did. But we have to set the market in this area so that we can establish comps that works with what we're trying to purchase, what we're trying to build and what we're trying to purchase. So we're looking to build those first 20 houses on that 2 blocks radius there, hopefully this year. Our goal is to build 5 houses every 120 days, 125 days, and then continue to build from there. And then we move along through the blue and follow the phases through the other phases. But we are aggressively looking at this. We are planning to open an office in this area as well, to where we're going to have both our construction team as well as our real estate team all work in one area so that we can have a one-stop shop. We're also going to be able to have different classes in the building that we're going to acquire to build this or set this up to where we're going to do different training, credit repair programs, different programs that's going to offer incentives that they can qualify for that we'll be able to offer as well, because this is an area that we feel is close to our hearts, and to us, it's more than just money. It's about the opportunity and what we can do for the community as well. So as you see this, goes down in different phases. So we're looking to build this over a 7-year period. Excuse me. And it all depends on how we work back with Public Works on that phase 4 section and how that's coming along. But we see that happening in probably year 4. But we are aggressively going to be building, setting up marketing. We're going to have flags everywhere. So marketing is going to be all over this place and along Quindaro Boulevard here to be able to help sell this and bring traffic to our areas for the growth of this community. Community involvements. We have communication with OCP, Neighborhoods Association, which I believe they're here today. We heard them loud and clear. And one of the things I wanted to say to them is that we are here to stay. We are here to stand by what we're trying to do and stand by what programs that we can do together and work with them in establishing different areas of where we can do enrichment programs or work with the youth in the area. We've have partnerships currently in place with the Youth Build of Kansas City. We are going to be able to create a partnership with them to where we're going to have anywhere from 8 to 10 young people between the ages of 18 to 24 working on our projects, both as a paid intern that can go into a long-term position with CJR. We are also in communication with Kansas City Community College Technical School to help with project management and design and software that will allow us to help build our web-based system that will communicate and streamline this process. We're going to create 500 new jobs during construction and development phase. I mean, this is what we are here to do, and we're going to do that here in the Wyandotte County area. So we're going to create jobs with subcontractors, partners, suppliers, and to be able to establish that in neighborhood network so we can create job opportunities and hopefully promote opportunity for them to come back to this area and the residents to call home. We're promoting minority local business participation. This is who we are. This is part of our DNA. This is a given for us, and we're already establishing that now. We've talked with land, concrete guys and different minority contractors participate on this, but this will go out through our building connected software so that we'll give everybody an opportunity. It'll go out to surrounding 50-mile radiuses or 10-mile radiuses to find the right subcontractor partners to be a part of this project. But we will meet our goals. We're in communication with several banks, one in particular, and I put US Bank here. This is a partner of ours that, great to hear what the ARPA ARC program was, because US Bank is one to give a donation of $150,000 for a park that can go in our own development. So, and they're also looking to want to establish a presence here in the Wyandotte County area, and I'm trying to keep them in the Quindaro Boulevard district. So that is an opportunity. I actually have a meeting with them tomorrow in our office just to talk more about that. We're fostering partnerships with civic and educational institutions. Like I said, we're talking with the Youth Build. We're also talking with Kansas City Community College. Let's face it, I mean, everybody may not go to college, but they need an opportunity to get a trade. So this is very important for us and to hit all areas. Development goals. We want to deliver affordable housing opportunities. We want to revitalize and reinvest in this Northeast district. This may be the first time you guys see my face, but this is 3 years in the making for CJR. I mean, we've been in communications with the mayor and working through this area and doing market studies. So this is not new for us. We're just glad we get the opportunity to present this. We want to develop sustainable, scalable housing. I mean, this is with the parks and the recs and hopefully continue to grow along this area. We want to be able to have appreciation in these homes that we build for homeowners. Strengthen infrastructure and public safety. We understand the KCATA program and the bus system, and that can help strengthen this area as well. What does the houses look like? Well, this is what we're thinking about as a preliminary. We hear a lot of different things about narrow lot design and different things of that nature, but it really has to make fit what's currently out there and existing conditions that we're facing. But we see that there's some products here that these are just preliminary. We're going to be able to finalize these and be able to put some great plans in front of the in the planning department. But we see that the area is going to be, what we see in our market study is that a lot of families stay together in this area. So the homes have to be somewhat big enough to be able to hold a nice family, but also small enough for those that's looking for senior housing and one levels and things like that. So we have the absorption of different opportunities that we're going to present here, but we still need to make them fit within the lot sizes that we currently have. There's going to be some areas that we're going to have to combine lots to be able to make that work, but we are currently going through that study now to identify those. So these are your two-story, one single-car garage. That's house plan 1, and with the option of a 2-car garage on house plan 2. We feel like we can build these still affordable, and these will be an option to be an option to have a basement, which will be an option to the buyer to add that as an option. But mostly these will be crawl spaces or slab on grade homes. This is what you see as our typical ranch style homes. ADA required homes there, single car garage. On the one on the left there, that would be a detached garage that we can have as well to give more livable space in those areas. And very high modern, traditional style finishes that we plan to do there as well. This is what we see as our duplexes. These are going to be on some of our larger lots, both a single family, 1-story, as well as a 2-story duplex with a single car garage to be able to keep these affordable. And this is kind of what we're looking to see as a mix with the duplexes and the 3plexes and the 4plexes, primarily in that contiguous land there that we're looking at developing there to make that more of a true development instead of a infill lot design. So what are some of the incentives? Again, these are incentives that we see that the city offers, but we're not asking for much of this at all. The one thing that jumps out is the KCHCA START program. That will because of the public works concerns over there on the contiguous land with the sewer separation issues. We see that may be an area of need to be able to use that. But everything else related to the infill lots, the builds, everything that we've talked about, we're going to use our own money to build this. With our closing incentives, and we can talk more about this as our team has answered some of your questions, but we have established these programs with banks, legitimate banks that we are closing agreements with, to where we're going to provide zero down payment assistance programs. And it's not just for folks, I think it is for first-time home buyers, for zero down payment assistance programs, zero closing cost assistance programs across the board as well. We're going to be able to establish that. They have to have a 640 credit score to be able to qualify for that. But if a homeowner doesn't have that score or close to it, we can help them with the credit repair program or put them into a lease-to-own option agreement that will allow them to come in and lease into that property to someday be a homeowner. Section 8, this is pretty cool to me, I thought. For those that have Section 8 currently, there are programs out there with our lenders that will allow them to transfer their Section 8 into a home ownership opportunity and provide down payment and closing cost assistance with that as well. First responders, we're getting a lot of support from this. I got a meeting with the chief of police next week to talk about this, as well as security in surrounding areas for our projects and our build. So first responders and trying to get them back into the community, we're providing all closing and down payment at zero cost to those zero responders. the great thing that we've been seeing is nurses and clinics and different people in that industry as well that qualify for that program that we're trying to bring back into this community. So those are areas that with the right credit score, a homeowner can get in with basically no money down on these programs. Us as a developer contractor, we're going to help with the closing cost assistance and pay part of that as part of that qualification program. And we also have a finance assistance program to where with our banks there, we have a 2-to-1 buy down for 2 years where because of the up and down, the flows of the interest rate, we can pay down and help with the cost to pay down for homeowners to get them a 2% cut off their interest rate of current prime interest rate currently. So we are trying to not only come in and impact this community, but we're trying to build buyers for long-term sustainable growth to stay in this community. From this, we're looking at projected anywhere from 500 homes, the increased population, with 2 people in the home or 3 people in the home, between that range of 1,020 to 600. But what we're most proud of, which what we've heard a lot about in your budgeting today, is that we're going to increase the opportunity to annual tax revenue in the Wyandotte County area. And we're looking to do that with an investment of $94 million on this project into this area. And like I said, we are ready to go. We're excited. We have partners backing us. This is our partners. They've been working very hard at this. We are funded and ready to go. And we're, not only are we ready to go and build and make a purpose and be a part of the community, but we're also trying to establish an office in this community as well, so that we can not only be here, but we can also build for the next 10 years in this community. So we want to put our money where our mouth is and per se, and kind of be a representative and also be here long-term and partnering with the UG.
Thank you all so much, and thank you for your patience. I'm sure my colleagues have a lot of questions, and I know it is getting late, so do bear with us. For this item, again, we are at A14 on the agenda. And so I know it's multiple sites, but what we have on the agenda is 2818 North 12th Street. I know it's more expansive than that. And so bear with us. Clerk, did we receive any comments for this particular item for A14?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, for folks that are here in the gallery, please come on up. You'll have 3 minutes, and I will note if you ask staff questions, that will eat into your 3 minutes. And so I would encourage you to ask your questions on the front end and then take the exchange from there. Please.
Good evening. Excuse me, Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. And I'm speaking here on behalf of Oak Grove and on behalf of the president of Oak Grove. Oak Grove did not receive the application, as I had an opportunity to speak with the developer, nor the developer team. We had one piece of communication. It was an email where I emailed, I think, Mr. Robinson, and said if he was available on Sundays. But this is something that's new to us. In March, this project was supposed to come before the committee. It did not. And then the next time we saw it, about 2 weeks ago, when I attended the Land Bank Advisory Board meeting, is when this came. So we're not in agreement with moving this on. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know. Yes, next.
Can I address that?
Oh, let's wait until the public comment period is ended, but do note it. Yes.
Oh, Carolyn Wyatt, Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. I really kind of like the project. I don't have any problems with the building. A lot of the houses look nice. The only thing that I was concerned about is that there's a young lady that wanted to build a house across on Peregrine Falcon, across, and she was turned down because they said they wanted to build on a smaller lot. And I think she talked to Judd. So I'm saying, whoever this lady is, I did email her. I think if she wanted 2 lots, she should have been granted those 2 lots because that's important, even though she's one person. But if she wanted 2 lots and she put in for those 2 lots, she needed to have those 2 lots. So that's the only thing I'm saying. And I will let her get in touch with Judd, whoever's over that land bank that turned her down because they wanted her to have just 25 feet or something. And if other people are getting lots, she should have those 2 lots that she wants. So that's, but other than the housing, I think it's great, it's fine, but that's my concern.
Thank you, Ms. Wyatt, and do let us know so we can follow up on that as well. Yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks, Wyandotte County. It's a grand plan, very expansive, very ambitious. But one of the concerns that I have in that area has always been, and I'm a transplant here as well, you haven't talked about any commercial development, any amenities that go along with that, because one of the problems that the Northeast has had is we have people who live in the area, however, there's nothing else there to incentivize people to be there. The other concern that I have too, and we've had a big fight here in Wyandotte County over the last couple of years, dealing with our property taxes. And there's no mention of how you would help the people who live in the area currently to upgrade their property, maintain their property, and not just get hit with a larger tax bill.
I can address a few things.
That's a question. Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Like the first, Miss Eleanor, we sent an email to Darnell Bush for the Oak Grove Neighborhood Association. So that's who our information went to. And we sent that out a couple of weeks ago. We haven't got a response. And if I would have known you were on that, I would have sent that to you as well. So I apologize for that. And I'm willing to sit down with you at any time and walk you through this if possible and share how we can help in your neighborhood. Now, according to the commercial, we have to look around the surrounding areas, right? The biggest thing here, we have to establish rooftop first before you can start establishing commercial. Because in our mind, you have to be able to bring people here that any retail or any commercial that want to come in this area, they have to have the right number of rooftops or houses in place for people to go buy goods and services. So we're trying to establish that. We are wanting to do commercial in this area as well. This is where we started our business in the commercial side. So it is our goal, but we know that there's steps to get there. And the first steps is establishing the community, getting the backing, the partnerships with the neighborhood associations, but also building these homes where people can come back into the community and be long-term sustainable residents in this area, then that will bring the businesses. We want to build that grocery store eventually, but we know we have to bring the population back into these areas, especially in this area that we're looking at. So I hear you loud and clear, but that's our goal.
I would kind of beg to differ with you on that. I understand your population density issues, I do, but you currently have a population that lives there that does not have any amenities. So I would encourage you to consider that as part of, not wait until the end of your project when you've already built up the houses that you want to build, but to incorporate that as you go along. Because those amenities are critical to bringing people to want to live in the area. Yes, we have first responders, we have nurses, we have teachers, but they don't live in the Northeast area anymore, okay?
I hear you.
For that very reason, because there's a lack of amenities and the quality of the housing. So you'll help to address that part of it, the quality of housing, but also you're going to raise rents in the area. So there's a lot of balance here that has to go on. So I encourage you to consider all of those factors as you go through it and understand that the community
minute
has
remaining.
concerns about those kinds of things, because we do pay pretty high taxes right now.
Oh, well noted.
Thank you, thank you. Yes.
I'm Rochelle Donald, and I'm with the Strugglers Hill Neighborhood Association. There are a few concerns that I have. One, because this project is so vast, it really does seem to me that it shouldn't just be a couple of the neighborhood groups that you reach out. You should actually consider visiting with a number of the residents across the Northeast area, maybe having community meetings at the rec centers or something like that, because you're talking about over 300 homes. So that's going to affect a lot of people that are there, that are current residents right now. The other thing that struck me was that when you were talking about with phase 4, with the senior housing and that taking place, what you said, 4 years? 4 years, and we need senior housing like right now. So
That
I look,
doesn't,
huh?
cut you off. That's just one area. That doesn't mean what we're gonna build in around there and the infill
Okay.
lots won't be senior housing. We're still gonna be doing single family ranch homes, things like that, that could be senior housing.
The other thing is that I am concerned, and I would like it, because I really do believe in transparency. Um, Is CJR having any problems right now being in any lawsuits regarding subcontractors or even disputes, labor disputes? Are those any issues right now that the company is facing?
Yeah, those are things that a lot of construction firms face. If you look at J.E. Dunn and do a background on them, yeah, I'm gonna get to that. We are facing those, but those are being settled as we speak. We don't run away from any problems. A lot of our lawsuits can be subcontractors, can be disgruntled for one reason or another, then we get frivolous lawsuits. That's why we have 3 attorneys in our company that fights that. So construction is a very mean industry, and you have to be prepared with the right team behind you and financial partners and the lawyers to be able to fight those issues. So those are things we're addressing. Those are things that we're attacking and resolving as we speak. Those are things that we don't run away from either. So those are a common denominator when you decide to come in this industry, and also being a minority contractor, can be very challenging. It's twice as hard, but we don't run away from anything.
Oh, your mic, make
Sorry.
sure you're,
Have you
yes.
met with livable neighborhoods?
There's 1 minute remaining.
Have you met with livable neighborhoods?
No, not yet.
Okay, so the other thing is that we talked about the 350 properties, which a number of people have actually heard about. But the other part, the phase 5 and phase 6 is new to a lot of people. So I'm just wondering what was the delay in that?
So I think the delay, because we added that in, that's the reason why we didn't have this meeting back in March, because there was some things that went on where it added more additional land in. But I'm willing, and my team is willing to come and have any town hall meeting at any point.
Well, I think it's important considering that a number of developers have had such an issue with just trying to get a few lots. And here you're wanting to do over 350. It's just mind blowing
Oh,
to seek an approval for that when some of these developers are just as experienced and what have you, and they've had to literally jump through
I think
hoops.
the biggest problem is a lot of developers don't have their own money to do it. We did.
Time has expired.
Thank you all so
Okay, thank
much.
you.
Do appreciate the exchange, and I'm sure Mr. Robinson will make himself available. Anyone else for public comment period? I'll go ahead and close the public comment period. Thank you all so much. Very, very informative, and we will work to make sure that the proper information to the proper channels are given. Committee, believe it or not, we're still in the middle of the land bank agenda. Any questions on this particular item, A14, that you all have, or comments? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Melissa Bynum at Large District 1. I would like to clarify
the request tonight is how many parcels? How many parcels are we requesting tonight? I just am struggling to identify that answer in my agenda.
Yeah, please do, Mr. Sutton.
I believe it's 329.
So all of them. And part of the reason I ask is because it looks like you've got a 8 to 10 year build strategy. Is that right?
No, it's 7 years.
7 years. So how are we going to deal with the 1 year option? That's part of our policy. That part, I think, has me a little bit confused.
Yep, Mr. Knapp.
The discussions that we had was we could see if you could, he said he wants to start building in August. So, I mean, if he builds something within a year, we could just extend it again and make sure that he can actually build what he said he's going to build. And then if he does the first year, phase 1, we could give him phase 2, but then like put a hold on the whole thing, kind of like we did on the Tremont project.
Okay, so for Tremont, we just put a hold.
We just put a hold. Yep.
But for this, we're looking at the options.
Yes, and do keep in mind, Tremont was before we adopted the new policy. So we're kind of viewing this from a new lens where we hope you are successful. But in the event that that does not happen, we still have to think about what's best for the taxpayer. And so the option allows us to, for them to test the concept, right? Show us that they're making a progress towards the project. And then, of course, the land bank manager has renewal options that based off of criteria, the land bank manager can do that. And then, of course, we, this body, the commission, the Wyandotte County Land Bank Board of Trustees, we can also award option extensions as well. That is subject to progress on this very ambitious and large project, which I hope you all are successful.
And I certainly do too. In your slides, there's one with the map and the construction timelines, and I don't know if we can go back to that presentation. So I'd like to put that up on the screen. It's the slide right before community involvement. So it's got a couple of slides where that's a good one. Yeah, so phase 1 is the blue. And describe those for us. That was the very beginning of your time frame here.
Yeah, so we work closely with the land bank and the planning department within the UG, and we wanted to find areas or lots that was the sanitary sewer and the water was in good shape in those areas, and to find lots that was ready to go, that's buildable. So this was with the help of the UG and building these phase plans out and identifying areas that would be where we can get in there and what we call shovel ready to where we can start immediately. So what you see in blues, you see how you see them scattered. Those are areas and lots that we feel that they're buildable and shovel ready to go.
Okay, thank you. And then phase 2 is the more orange and kind of probably the next layer of most buildable, if you will.
That's correct.
And so phase 1 with 65 lots, is that approximately 65 units?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other commissioners with comments or questions? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, and to your team, I wanted to thank you for the efforts that you have undertaken to do this. We've been talking about this for several months, but I first met you on recommendation through the mayor's office almost 3 years ago. And while some things didn't work out, I appreciate that you and your team have come here tonight with a comprehensive plan for communities building in District 1. And this is what repeatedly we've heard communities say that we need housing. We need housing on a lot of economic development levels. And you've come here with a team to help people who may want to level up or people who have not ever been home builders. So I appreciate the team and the holistic concept you've had. I want to address the fact that initially you were looking at that Quindaro corridor that so much attention has been given to because there is nothing there. And what happens is the chicken and the egg. Well, not really, because economists will tell you and people who do city planning will tell you, if you want to have amenities put in somewhere, you have to have the rooftops first. You have to have the people there to drive grocers, to drive, other commercial individuals and services to come to those areas and meet the needs of the homeowners. So if you don't have homes of some type, single family, duplexes, senior, and you mentioned senior living, this is independent senior living, right? People who may possibly want to move from a home to smaller, units. So if you don't have those bodies, you're not going to have people interested in coming to an area with vacant lots. And I can't underscore enough my appreciation for you wanting to do that. Now, with regard to maybe not, well, I won't say that. You started out in the OCP area. So have you had communications with the OCP area, which is that Quindaro corridor?
Yes, we had initial communications with Ms. Caldwell and her daughter. We had a virtual meeting and we shared our plan with them. And we adopted some of the things that they wanted to see with the community and our involvement and our company's involvement. There are community initiatives and we're willing to sit down with them to look at that as well.
Okay. So Mr. Knapp, was there any feedback from Ms. Caldwell for today? Because I guess all of this should have been sent to all of the community, the MBRs and the people on this board to know that this was coming along with the other applications.
Yes, Commissioner, I did share this application with OCP, and then I also shared it with every neighborhood group that we had. This is the first month that we've gave notice to every neighborhood group and every MBR.
Okay. And with regard to the plots that are closer to 7th Street and moving further east, Mr. Robinson has stated that he did send communication out about this to the current president. I appreciate Ms. Jefferson speaking tonight. So I would not want to see this project delayed and take by example and ask that we move this forward as another group did back here, and I think it was October of last year, when the Nehemiah Project wanted to come without as much detail as Mr. Robinson and his team have presented. Let's move this forward and then let them, Mr. Robinson and his team meet with the Oak Grove area, and that was a recent addition to this project. One of the reasons I understand, and you can elaborate on this if you want to, that some of the lots you found along the Quindaro corridor, the more western, had infrastructure problems. And is that the reason you moved some of the project further east?
Yes, that's correct. Between 13th and 16th, from Kimball Avenue to Brown Avenue, we've learned that there's a sewer separation issue. And this has been the plan for the UG to the Public Works to improve that area. It's currently a watershed location. So that was why we moved our meeting from the March hearing to now so that we can regroup. And when we part of the regrouping, we looked at a different area along 7th Street in North Alice as another opportunity that we can have an impact while those other areas that's in a watershed area is being corrected.
Thank you. And as we look to build out the remainder of Peregrine Falcon, this would be complementary to that area. It would be complementary to what's going on now with redeveloping Boston Daniels Park. So you can put citizens at the park and take advantage of that. It would be complementary to a fabulous restaurant that there's at Quindaro and Alice, Mrs. R's Cafe, who's been there for decades. So it would be my fervent hope that this body would move this project forward. With the stretch of time that Mr. Robinson and his team are talking about, there are going to be numerous meetings with the new or chances to meet with the public about this. But the public is saying we need a place to live. We need our taxes down. One of the other reasons taxes are high is that supply is low. Demand is high, supply is low. So that's people who want to build in District 1 like you and the Tremont Corporation will help to take care of that. But anytime you've got high demand and no way to meet it, that's going to put things at a premium. So I appreciate you and your thoughtfulness and the holistic approach that you and your team have come here with. And you talked about Wyandotte County. I'd like to recognize one of your team members that I've known a long time, Miss Bridget. And it's good to see that you have seen our plight and want to help us. You didn't elaborate a lot on here, but you've already done what you've said you're going to do in other cities around here locally and in Omaha, if you want to talk a little bit about that. But I would urge this committee to move this forward. Let the dialogue continue. You've got somebody who wants to put shovel in the ground within a matter of months, and there's no reason not to do that if we've got a willing and capable developer. So I appreciate you and your team looking at this area.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I'll elaborate a little bit. I mean, I'm from Omaha, Nebraska, so there's an area called North Omaha that reminds me of the Wine Northeast District, and we've done very similar developments there in Omaha. Mayor Tyrone Gardner went up there and looked at our projects and seen what we've done there. We're doing different areas here in Missouri as well that at a different scale. So we wanted to bring this back to the community where we started in urban planning and urban building. So we're willing to sit down with the neighborhood association, with all neighborhood associations. We want them to be a part of this. We want to be a part of the community. So we're open and willing to do that, and we have the team to do so as well.
Yeah. Well, again, I want to reiterate that when this started out, it started off in the Oak Grove community, and you had numerous meetings, as I understand, with them, and I was in contact with the Oak Grove representatives. So we want the neighborhood input. And so you did receive that. And with this later switch, moving further east, maybe you didn't have that opportunity, but you did reach out. And so I would encourage us to move this on as we have done on the past and have those dialogues continue. It doesn't benefit us at all to delay unnecessarily on a project like this. The other safeguard, as Commissioner Bynum and Chairman have mentioned, under the new version of our land bank policy, there's going to be accountability that there wasn't in the past. So you've got one-year options. You, anybody else in your similar position is going to have to come back here and show that you have moved forward with what you said you're going to do, or risk losing those plots. But I would take the positive approach. You've come here, you've shown what you intend to do, how you intend to do it, where you intend to do it, and how you're going to help people get in those homes. And that's an element we don't hear very often at all. So that would be my motion to accept this proposal for the lots as presented tonight. I want to thank our land bank staff for working with you and helping you pivot, and for your willingness to pivot and work with us. This is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know we have Commissioner Hill's hand raised. I was notified that somebody, that there was just some technical difficulties regarding the online public comment period. And so is there anyone there right now, clerk, with their hands up?
Yes, she's raising her hand after the public comment has been closed. We have Candy Leonard Caldwell.
Okay, I will, Committee, if you all will indulge me, because we were just hearing that Commissioner Biden informed me that there was just some tech issues. And so I do want to make the exception for Ms. Caldwell, and then we will close and proceed. And Commissioner Hill, you will be on deck. Ms. Caldwell, do you hear us?
Yes, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I guess I'm having technical difficulties with raising my hand, but I did want to offer OCP support of CJR's project, but also we all need to meet. When I say we all, that would be Oak Grove. Yes, OCP definitely supports the CJR project. We met with Mr. Robinson, myself, and the officers, and shared the concerns of the OCP community, and he was really receptive of it. I just wanted to make my comments mentioned here tonight, and I do support Oak Grove with the meeting with CJR and also OCP. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Caldwell. We really appreciate your patience through that technical difficulty. So I'll go ahead and close the public comment period. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am very excited about this project. We have been saying for quite a while we need more housing, and so this is great opportunity to move forward. And I have one quick question for Mr. Robinson, and I don't think it'll take him long to answer it. It's just under where you have closing incentives for home buyers on that slide, and I heard you speak on this just a little bit. The Section 8 home buyers, I'm just wondering, do you have special training for those home buyers and any other home buyers that might be interested in purchasing one of these homes? Is that part of your strategy, is to have an opportunity for home buyers to get training on how to maintain the home, the yard, all that?
Absolutely. US Bank is one of our lenders that offers that program, and we were just having a meeting in our office to talk about the different programs. So that is one of the programs. We're going to also talk about the maintenance, upkeep, the transitioning from leasing a home to owning a home, and responsibility for that, as well as the upside from the taxation and the benefits that come with that. So yes, we will have different workshops. We will have different programs that speak to a plethora of different options, but that is definitely one of them.
Okay, thank you. And I agree with Commissioner Townsend, I believe we should go ahead and move forward with this project. I'm very excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Ramirez, did you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you, Mr. Robinson, and your team and everyone involved. There's not much more I can say that's already been said about this project and what's needed. Just highlight again of what Commissioner Townsend said. You know, we have a shortage, housing shortage. It's been said multiple times over years by our county appraiser. And this is going to be a way to, it's not going to fix the problem, but it's going to help us get closer to remediating that problem. I like the Section 8 housing program, the incentive assistance program. You know, from our housing authority, hearing, you know, we have families that hundreds of vouchers and are just sent back to the federal government because they can't find proper housing. Or there's landlords who won't accept vouchers. So I appreciate that you're willing and wanting to work with these families because they're families. You know, as I've always said, housing is a human right. And so I thank you for all the hard work you're doing. This is a very ambitious plan, and I really, really hope all the success in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. As we kind of come to, I'll go ahead and second that motion. Commissioner, I know that motion was kind of out there. Mr. Robinson, so our next meeting, and staff do correct me if I'm not mistaken, but the next meeting that these items that we vote on will be on the agenda. Will that be the meeting on, what's that, May 29th or June 5th?
It's not a planning and zoning meeting, so
Oh, so it'd have to be June 5th.
yes, sir.
Typically would be June 5th. Okay, because I know we've kind of done it. So Ms. Robinson, the reason why I bring up that date is because this is a committee. We are making recommendations to the full commission, which would be formerly the Wyandotte County Land Bank Board of Trustees. That is when we will fully ratify these decisions. Can you commit right now to meeting with particularly Oak Grove, because it's the other immediate neighborhood impacted, and others that they would like to be involved, but Oak Grove and OCP by that June 5th meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay, we will hold you to that word to make every effort to do so. That's what the policy says, is for you to make every effort to do so, so that y'all can get acquainted by the time that we get there. We would appreciate some report, some confirmation, something from your team that says we have met. Because again, what we're doing is a recommendation. The final decision is made on June 5th. And so I see a lot of people head nodding. We're in April, and so we're talking about June. You have more than a month to make it happen. I would hope that you all would be more than capable to do so. With that, if there's no other questions, there was a motion and a second to adopt this and send it over. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Ramirez.
Just as a clarification for community, this is for A14 application.
Yes, for A14 application. Yes. Anything else? All right. All right. Go ahead and give a staff pause. Yes, so Commissioner Townsend made the motion and I made the second. Yes, just so folks are aware. And this is for A14, which is on our agenda, 2818 North 12th Street. Yes, legal, yes.
I was going to clarify that even though that is a planning and zoning, according to the schedule that was set out at the end of last year, anything that was on the EDNF or NCD standing committee meetings today would go before the 529 full commission meeting.
Okay.
So,
So it'd
I mean,
be,
but if,
yeah, so,
even though it's planning and zoning, it could still go on that meeting. It's just
Gotcha.
whatever.
gotcha.
Yes, it could, but since the planning and zoning meetings are so long, they moved me to the non-planning and zoning meetings.
They moved you
Limit the load.
specifically, okay?
Okay, so since Judd has been moved, okay.
Okay,
So
got it.
we just want to make sure that that meeting happens beforehand. Okay, all right. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much. We appreciate your patience and Godspeed to you in your project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to keep going with this land bank agenda and give some time for transition. Yes, let's go ahead and get this show on the road. Please.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Davis. We're going to continue with item B1, multifamily unit located at 410 Cambridge Street. This applicant wants to do 2 units, 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,500 square feet for rent, with the estimated rental price of $1,000 per unit. Let's see. So the staff feedback on this one was interesting. The developer wants to do a duplex, but the master plan for Rosedale says no duplexes. So they would either need to do an amendment or they could do townhomes or apartment building without an amendment. So just a little extra work, legwork for the developer on this one. Next item, we have B2 located at 5237 Nebraska Avenue. The applicant would like to do 2 units, 3-bed, 2-bath, 3,200 square feet for rent, with the rental price of $1,000. With this one, the comments were that they would need to do a sewer extension on this one. Next, item B3 is located at 700 North 75th Street. This applicant would like to do a 2-unit home or 2 units, 3-bed, 2-bath apiece, 1,500 square feet, going for rent for $1,550. The staff comments on this one were that the applicant will need to reach out to either Stormwater or Public Works. They're under the impression that I guess there's a detention tract somewhere in there that may not have been identified. The next item we have is B4, is located at 2112 North 22nd Street. This applicant would like to do 13 units on this. 3-bed, 3-bath, 1,800 square feet per unit for rent with a rental price of $2,500. For this one, staff stated that if they are wanting to do their desired build, they would need to replat and rezone, and they would have to go through the entire planning entitlement process. So that would also trigger more public engagement for this one as well.
Okay. That closes everything up for the Bs, and so I want to go ahead and get the rest of this out of the way because I know folks are here for some other items. So let's do public comment for B1, 410 Cambridge Street. Is there a public comment for this? Has a public comment been sent in?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to this item B1? Let the record show no one has approached. Okay, for B2, 5237 Nebraska Avenue, has there been a public comment sent in for this?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, for the gallery, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has raised their hand. Okay, for B3, this is 700 North 75th Street. Was there a comment sent in for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, for the gallery, would anybody like to speak on this item? Okay, and for B4, 2112 North 22nd Street, was there a comment for this item?
No comments were received.
Okay, for the gallery, would anybody like to speak on this item? All right, let the record
We
show.
do have a hand raised online for this item.
Okay, there is a hand raised. All right, we'll go ahead and hear that person. You will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your city.
Wilson Caller, you may unmute and state your
Hi,
comment.
I am Latoya Wilson for the
Hello.
company.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Hello. You're the applicant. Hello.
Hi, I'm Latoya Wilson. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can
Hello?
hear you. Yes, can you hear us?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you now. So I
Okay.
am the one for the development of it, and it is including those 5 lots. And I just want to clarify that yes, we were putting it for rent for 2,500, but that is with the exception of a rent to own. So we would do approximately 4 units for rent to own, or lease to own, and for first time home buyers, and then the others we would sell.
Thank you so much. Okay. Ms. Wilson, do stay put in case there are some questions from the committee. But if you don't have anything else to add, we will proceed. Okay. I'll go ahead and close the public comment period. Committee, any questions? Yes, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to B1, once you brought up the master plan, my ears perked up because I try my best not to deviate from that as best as I can. So what is the conflict of this application with, re-explain the conflict of this application with the master plan?
Yes, Commissioner, when we brought this to our staff meeting on it, they said that the Rosedale guidelines, design guidelines would apply, and that master plan states that there are no duplexes allowed. That's what staff said with that.
Okay.
So with that, they said that they would need to do an amendment to the area plan for that, or either they could do townhomes by right, or they could do apartments by right with the existing zoning.
Okay. And did the applicant indicate which route he was going to take?
They have not. So on the initial application, we just got that they wanted to do this duplex,
Mm-hmm.
but we have not heard anything back from them yet as far as staff's comments.
Okay. And the neighborhood group there, have we heard from them? Or they have provided any comment?
We didn't get any comments from them, no.
Okay. I would be good, especially for this neighborhood, to reach out and talk to them. Because this is, as ACA House said, this is behind Eden. And so just make sure, reach out, the applicant reaches out to that neighborhood and talks to them. Okay. I guess we will just wait and see which path the developer takes. Thank you.
And Commissioner, by that, because they have to go and apply for the master plan amendment, that I think it would be longer and it would probably come back for a vote before us in our planning commission capacity. Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. So Commissioner, are you recommending this be held over to find out what the applicant wants to do?
I don't know if holding over would make any difference. If it's the developer's gonna have to make the choice of going either wanting to make a longer process of going through a master plan amendment or just amending his application and doing townhomes or apartments instead. At this point, it's his choice, which route he wants to take. I don't have an issue with the application. It's within the guidelines of the master plan, but it's gonna be ultimately his choice of how much longer he wants to work to do.
Well, and that's why I was wondering if you were considering hold it over so we could find out from him now. That's up to you because you are making an award for a year. So if he doesn't want to do what's suggested, then that doesn't hold this up and it opens it up for somebody else. That's why I was wondering if we might not want to know before we vote what avenue he wants to take. He might want to go the longer route. He might not, or he might be okay with switching to a different type of build that would be acceptable. So.
And you're right, and I would agree with that. And I think so. I think that may be the route to take, the safest route. As you said, it is only a year, but he may not make the decision within a year. So I think, yes, that would be a safe route to take, just so that we can get reassurance of which way he wants to.
Which way it's going?
Okay, I know we may get to a motion there soon. Commissioner Bynum.
Sort of stepped in late on that piece of the conversation, but on B1, since it sounds like you went back to that one, this photograph that goes with the application, I mean, clearly shows multiple multifamily structures directly across the street. So they must be prior to the
Master plan.
Rosedale master plan update.
I'm assuming because of as staff said, that with the master plan, that location cannot have duplexes.
But I see it can have townhomes or an
Or
apartment.
apartments, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and it looks like it said in the building details, number of units 2 and then 3 bedrooms. So we aren't talking about an apartment per se, unless I'm looking at something else. Oh, just a duplex. Okay, gotcha. I was not sure. Okay, so there are options. Yes, Commissioner Ramirez.
So I would say the safest route for us to hold over for a month, and so that until we can get reassurance of which path the developer or the applicant is wanting to take. And just make sure staff explains to him his options moving forward.
That is a
That
motion.
is my motion to hold over for a month.
Okay, this is for B1, which is 410 Cambridge Street. Is there a second?
Townsend second.
Okay, was there nothing from Dr. Hill? Okay, all right, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, that leaves items B2 through B4. Any comments or is there a motion? Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I move to accept the application shown here for B2 3 and 4 submitted.
All right, is there a second? Okay, Ramirez second that one. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, I know some of our folks in the audience have been waiting for this item. So we have our commercial application C1 and C2. Give it over to our staff to explain both of those applications.
Thank you, Commissioner. C1 is located at 1915 Sloan Avenue. They're looking at building like a logistical warehouse with a total of 3 buildings. They would be using the land bank lots to get their second building built. Double click on it. And that's what that would look like. Okay. Next item, C2 is located at 1302 North 13th Street. 1,900 square foot building, but they're looking at doing a tire shop. So I got a lot of feedback on this one. From staff, they're saying that hazmat mitigation would be needed. Brownfields would need to get involved. They were saying that there are gas tanks buried underneath this. The Land Bank Advisory Board stated that they opposed this application due to the intended use, pointing out that there are already numerous of that same use in the general area. And then the Strugglers Hill Neighborhood Association also opposed it, again with the same general complaint that 5 mechanic shops in the 3-block radius from it.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Sutton. Okay, let's do the public comment portion for these 2 items. And again, thank you all for being patient with us as we make our way through this lengthy agenda. For C1, clerk, any comments sent in for C1, which is 1915 Sloan Avenue?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, for the folks that are here in person, thank you for your patience. Would anybody like to speak to this item, C1? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion for that item. Okay, C2, 1302 North 13th Street. Clerk, did we get a public comment for this item?
No comments were received.
Okay, any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay. For the folks that are here in person, would anybody like to speak to C2, 1302 North 13th Street? Okay, thank you so much for your patience. Need your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Carol Newton, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm a member of Strugglers Hill Neighborhood Association, and I'm only going to re-emphasize what has already been stated. That there are numerous mechanic shops between the 3-block area, and we really are not. We're in opposition of a garage that would be in that area because it's still a residential area. And because of the numerous traffic problems that we already have, that would just add to that. So we're just recommending that we have that opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And again, we really appreciate your patience through this long night. So thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this particular item? Okay, I will go ahead and close the public comment portion for this particular item. I see Commissioner Hill has her hand raised. Clerk, will just give me that. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too would oppose. I'm not sure which one. The one on 13th Street, is that the one for the mechanic shop?
Yes, that's C2 1302 North 13th Street, Commissioner.
Okay, yes, definitely want to oppose that. We have been working with Strugglers Hill, and they made it very clear of their viewpoint being opposed to it, but also just riding down toward 18th Street, period. It's so many mechanic shops, and right now it poses, in my mind, a threat to the community because of the environmental discretions that are happening on those properties, along with a lot of vehicles that need to be removed. So definitely opposed to another one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Committee, other comments? Okay, so it seems like the main issue is for C2 1302 North 13th Street. And I'm gathering everyone's okay with C1. And so we'll start with C1 and then C2, go chronological. Is there a motion for C1 1915 Stone Avenue?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Townsend second.
Okay, clerk, can we get the roll? Again, this is for C1.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay. For C2, this is the application for the proposed tire shop, which a lot of folks have expressed an issue with. Is there a motion?
Find a motion to deny.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, there is a motion to deny by Commissioner Bynum and a second by Commissioner Ramirez. This is to deny C2 1302 North 13th Street. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are done with our land bank applications. And speaking of the land bank policy, we do have a revision that I will leave it up to, we'll just leave it up to legal to go ahead and explain it, and I'll add any other context that's needed. Please take it away, Wendy.
Thank you. This is Wendy Green with the Legal Department. To speed this up, if you all want to jump ahead to page 18 to the land bank policy in the packet, that's the only place the revision is located. And what that does is it adds section 8.3 updates. And it just states that in the spring of every year, the land bank manager will submit a land bank option extension memo to the Board of Trustees. And the memo will include the following criteria, number of land bank options that received extensions, how long each was extended, and a summary on the progress for each. And then it also has a section that says an incomplete land bank option that receives an extension and has no expenses beyond applying for the land bank lot can be revoked by an action taken by the Board of Trustees during the extension period granted by the land bank manager. So in essence, if they get an extension and their only expenses so far is just applying for the land bank lot, if the Board of Trustees determines over the land bank manager's extension that no, they want to revoke that extension, that this section would give them the power to do that. So it would have to be, again, brought before you all. But then once it was, you could vote on revoking that extension. So that could be either during that update, if you were to see that no, nothing's going on, they didn't have any expenses other than applying for the lot, and therefore you determined that no, that we don't want that extended, let's just move along. At that point, you could revoke it if you wanted to.
Thank you so much. I'm sure folks have some questions. And just to give some background on this, this came up because we did not, I mean, there's a lot of things we probably still need to think through, but we didn't think through the extension piece of the land bank policy as much as I think we should have. And so this proposal that I've worked with staff, it allows the Wyandotte County Land Bank Board of Trustees to be flexible, to say if that applicant who got extended hasn't done anything and another project comes along and we like it and we're like, hey, we actually want to reallocate those land bank parcels to another project and you haven't really done anything in the past year, it allows us to do that. It also adds more transparency on the extension process and ensures that the public is aware of who's being extended, for how long, and then a summary as to what those details entail. So I'm sure you all have some questions. Hold them. I want to do a public comment portion, and then we'll get to a discussion and a vote. Clerk, any comment for this particular item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, for those in the gallery, would anybody like to approach? Okay, you will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence.
Thank you very much. Elnora Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. The question I have doesn't have to deal with the options. To me, that's pretty clear. But what about holds? Is that to be treated, are they to be treated differently?
Was that all of your questions?
That's the only question I have.
Okay, I didn't want to take up your time. So this only mentions the options, Ms. Jefferson. The holds are mentioned in the annual land bank report. And so every year, we will all, the public, everybody will be aware of how many holds there are, what the hold is for, and if there are issues or problems and we need to revoke the hold, then that will be the time to make that clear. Yes, please.
Hello, Megan Painter from Community Housing Wyandotte County, and I live in Wyandotte County. My only question is for builders who have an interest in something that's been held for a while. I would just encourage you to think through the process of what that looks like. So, you know, we're building 5 houses and there's one that's just sitting. What is that process to kind of edge in order to create a whole neighborhood? That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Good evening. I know it's late, so I'll be brief. Eric Murray, KCK resident. I just want to encourage us one more time. 8.1 of the policy says make every effort to consult neighborhood. I can argue with my developer hat on why you don't want to create any more red tape, but I also just sat here and watched community members, including some of our legacy. I mean, these ladies are OGs. You're talking about Elnora Jefferson, Carol Newton, and livable neighborhoods. There's no way as a developer, I would come forth and not have met with these folks. And it creates a weird tension between the development community and our community. It puts you commissioners in a weird spot where you've got to try to arbitrate. So I would just encourage us to strengthen that policy and make sure that, I mean, you got to talk to livable neighborhoods at least before you come forward with a major project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Other comments from the gallery? Okay. Thank you all so much. I know this particular policy proposal is not necessarily about a hold. We're talking about just extensions, but you all's concerns are absolutely noted. And again, this is a living, breathing document. So please do bear with us. Committee, other questions? Yes, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You would think by now I should know the whole policy of how much we've dealt with it. But with the options and the extension, by the policy, the land bank manager has the discretion to provide a 1-year extension, correct? And if for some reason they need another extension, they have to come to the Board of Trustees. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then let's say a scenario where Mr. Knapp has given an extension under the discretion given by the policy of that 1 year. And let's say mid-year, the Board of Trustees finds out they're not progressing, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. What does the the proposed new changes, what happens? What authority do we have then at that moment?
So at that moment, you could ask for that to come back in front of you, and you could move to revoke that extension.
The one that Mr. Knapp gave.
Yes, that's what this change would allow.
And that was something we didn't have before when we adopted the updated policy, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions, committee? Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Townsend District 1. Well, after hearing fuller explanation by council about this section, I had questions really about what it meant, but now I envision that there's going to be a list each year of the land bank options and what was extended, right? And so that list will then be reviewed by this committee and ultimately the Board of Trustees. Is that it?
Correct. This provision adds the requirement that the land bank manager comes before you every spring and provides you with a memo that states what was actually extended
Okay.
and how long they were extended. And so it wouldn't just be the ones he extended, it would also give you an update on ones that came before you all and got extended as well. And then the progress that each one has made. So if he said, I extended this one, I haven't noted any progress, that would be before you. So it would be in memo form, but it would be just like some of these other things have been in memo form, but it would be presented at a meeting just like this.
Well, I understand the need to have those extensions that this committee would not have seen that are by automatic right if the land bank manager chose to do so. I can understand that. But if an extension has been granted here, why would we want to second guess that? Maybe that I'm not understanding that completely.
Right. I mean, we could limit that, but just by leaving the word "an extension," I think you don't have to limit it. In case if you all are granting it and then you find out after you've granted, say, a third extension, and then nothing, and then it completely stalls and the developer has just walked away. If you find that out, that would give you the ability to then revoke that extension that you gave. So I think if you leave it open by not limiting it to which extension it was, whether it was an extension Judd gave, because he can give the first extension, or whether it was an extension you all gave, by just saying an extension, I think that opens it to any extension that was given.
Okay. I think I understand a little bit better, and certainly by the time we work through it, I really would be appreciative that we will now see, this committee and the public will now see extensions that were given by right of the land bank policy that we, would be unaware of, and there's some measure of accountability here. In that second portion, that second paragraph of 8.3, where it says all incomplete land bank options, what does that mean? Do we need that phrase all incomplete, or what are we talking there?
Right. Well, completed land bank option would be one that would be ready to go ahead and get deeded. So they've had their financing, they've got their permits, they're ready to go. So an incomplete land bank option is one that is still not ready to go. We can take the word incomplete out if needed, but that was the idea, that they haven't completed everything that they need to do.
Yeah. I just think it would be clearer if we just took out all incomplete and it just says land bank options to receive an extension and have no expenses or whatever beyond. I think all of them are incomplete until you have a house or whatever the intended structure is, so.
But that would be a reason to revoke the extension if it was incomplete. I don't think you'd want to revoke one that was completed.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. If we took out all incomplete, it would just read land bank options to receive an extension. Yeah.
Right. But the ways, I think the reason this wording is used though is if you leave it, land bank options that receive an extension and have no expenses beyond applying for the land bank lot can be revoked. It might be that they have no expenses, but not that they haven't put the work in and that they're not ready to go. Maybe they are getting ready to apply for their building permits, and maybe they've got their financing, but they still have minimal expenses. So that would still fall under this category. So an incomplete land bank option that has received an extension and has no expenses beyond applying for the land bank lot, that implies it hasn't done anything other than apply for the land bank option.
And if I may interject here, it's Commissioner Davis, the whole point of this particular proposal is just to give accountability of our staff, accountability to the public, and then flexibility, right? Our hope is everything we vote on here will be successful, but we also understand that other developments and different developers are coming. We also understand that sometimes people bite off more than they can chew. And so all this policy does is just adds some accountability. So we know what we have. We have an inventory and then some flexibility where no one can accuse the land bank manager of playing favorites of who gets an extension and who doesn't. And there would be just some eyes on the work that is done every year. And for future commissioners, right, and future committee members, they also have the benefit of some of the history that has gotten us to that point. And so, Commissioner, I hope that kind of clears up things a little bit for you.
It clears it up enough for me to go forward with it, and we'll see how it works out. I appreciate this whole section is about accountability and keeping track of it. So maybe to be clearer as we actually have some that fall into that category, but I appreciate the where we're going with this. And thank you. Good
Okay.
enough.
Is there a motion?
Oh, move to approve as presented.
Is there? All right. There's a second by Commissioner Ramirez and a motion by Commissioner Townsend. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Our next item is the land bank hold for USD 500. Hand it off to our staff to make some remarks.
Yeah, so this is a hold for west of Sumner High School, 2 blocks. It will be 29 land bank lots in that area. Doug Clements said he was going to be online to explain the plan.
Okay.
Online.
Oh, we do have, okay, yes. Mr. Clemens, if you want to add some context to this, please do.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Thanks very much. Yeah, just I'll keep it brief in the interest of time. Really, nothing has changed since the last meeting as far as what we're planning to do with that. That's still to be determined. The issue the last time, I do apologize, I had not met with the Douglas Sumner neighborhood group, which we have now done. They did not raise any objections to the hold, and so hoping we can move forward tonight.
Thank you. Okay. I will go to public comment portion committee, and then we will get things moving. Clerk, was there a comment for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, for the folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to approach? Thank you for your patience.
Good evening, Beverly Easterwood, Kansas City, Kansas. And yes, we did meet with Mr. Clements. As a matter of fact, we had approached the school district about reserving some lots in the area of the schools so that if there were any future expansion plans, they would not have any issues. So we are in support.
Thank you. Anyone else like to provide public comment? Okay, let the record show no one else has approached. Thank you all so much for your patience. I'll go ahead and close public comment. Committee, any questions? Or is there a motion?
Bynum, move for approval.
Is there a second? Second by Ramirez. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay. Last two items. The presentation, the Douglas Sumner Neighborhood Group Land Bank Strategy. Thank you all for your patience.
It's right there.
Oh, make sure your mic is on, Ms. Easterwood.
Okay, okay, the little green light.
There you go.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Beverly Easterwood. I am a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. I am the president of the Douglas Sumner Neighborhood Association. Our boundaries are 7th Street on the east, 10th Street on the west, Parallel Parkway on the north, and Washington Boulevard on the south. And we are here this evening to present our land bank strategy. Megan Painter is the Director of Neighborhood Development for Community Housing in Wyandotte County, and she will be joining me in this presentation. And she is the one that is responsible for picking up and bringing our plan to its current level of completion. Douglas Sumner was created in 1976 by the city's Community Development Agency and was incorporated in 1997. When Douglas Sumner was fortunate to receive the Neighborhood Now designation from LIS, the Local Initiative Support Corporation, the associated funding enabled us to work with consultants to develop a quality of life plan for our neighborhood. It also allowed us to work with Sumner Academy students to plan a historical walking trail and work with CHWC in 2011 to build the first new homes in the neighborhood in over 50 years. Since that time, an additional 9 homes have been built, and sales prices have increased from $130,000 to $300,000. At last count, there were approximately 408 vacant land parcels in Douglas Sumner, and a little over half of those were in the land bank. We started receiving requests from various developers requesting lots for development for things ranging from a 2-bedroom house with no garage on a slab to luxury homes to a 30-unit, 5-bedroom townhome. So it was clear that if we didn't have some type of strategy, we were going to be on a never-ending treadmill evaluating proposals that clearly did not meet our character of our neighborhood. So we were fortunate enough to get money from LIS to do an update to our quality of life plan. And this morphed into what we call our land bank strategy. The current infrastructure, the first part of the land bank strategy involved identification of infrastructure needs, and it identified gaps in our infrastructure that would prevent any developer from wanting to or from building, even if they wanted to. And it also involved meetings with developers to find out what their needs were, what their hurdles were. And it also allowed the neighborhood to come up with some design styles that we thought would fit within our neighborhood. We had a consultant, but at the conclusion of that process, there was still work to be done. So enter Megan Painter from CHWC, who has been responsible for the document that you see in front of you this evening. It's important to note that we see this as a living document, as evidenced by the fact that we just made some more changes after meeting with the school board last week. So we have come to a point that we think that we can present it to the board, but we do envision future changes to the plan. And I will introduce Megan and let her take it from here.
Hello, Megan Painter from Community Housing in Wyandotte County. So as Beverly has shared, this has been a multi-year process. And we've done a lot of work, and instead of just dropping a document right in front of you, we wanted to give you kind of an orientation to the work that we've been doing these past 3 years now. Generally, I would like to say that this is not just another plan, this is an implementation plan. This is heavy on implementation and actually moving forward and charting out specific steps, tools, and responsible parties to see the change that we actually want to see on the ground. So as Beverly said, this plan is unique because it does come from, we talk to developers. I am a developer. So that's something that you don't normally get in a neighborhood plan, is to talk to the people who are actually going to be bringing the money too. But it was with the Douglas Sumner Neighborhood Association. I've talked to a lot of the vacant landowners. And then also we've been meeting a lot with various UG staff in public works at BPU, just to get an idea of what's really happening under the ground as well. So I want to say also that this plan, we are proposing the assets, like using the assets and coordinating the assets that we already have. We're not planning on someone coming in and saving the day. We are looking at the resources that we already see and pulling them together to be able to move forward in a way that allows us to take care of our own problems. So if you don't know who I am or what community housing in Wyandotte County does, we are a mission-driven organization that has built hundreds of homes on land bank land, and that represents millions of dollars of investment. Our homes primarily serve the missing middle, so we build homes that allow the middle class to move back into our neighborhoods. We are typically the first to come into a neighborhood to, as the gentleman was stating before, we're fixing the market. So we come in, we take the risk, and we provide a wide array of houses because we always focus and build several houses at a time. And then that allows the appraisals to increase so that other builders can come in behind us and continue the work in the neighborhood. So we have seen the census tracts change, the data in those census tracts change, the area median income has increased. And in the Cathedral neighborhood, for example, we saw a switch between the neighborhood being a majority renter to majority owned. So we can see data that shows this focused investment really does change neighborhoods. The other thing that we have is we do have our own in-house construction company. We have our in-house ability to design homes and to provide homeowner assistance, to provide renovation and grants to existing homeowners, to pull our own financing together. So we have a lot of in-house capacity as well. Lost it. I'm sorry, I'm going through this. Okay, so the biggest question that this plan asks is, what is the neighborhood looking for? So we are looking for homes that hold their value for decades and improve the surrounding home values. So we want to see homes that if You know, you build a home, it's going to be there for a really long time. And either it's going to be helping the neighborhood or it's going to be locking the neighborhood into a pattern that we really don't want to see. And so we want to see quality development. We want to see cohesiveness amongst the developments. Beverly said there was, you know, this kind of house here, this kind of house here, there's a Tudor there, there's a spaceship here. So we don't want that kind of variety. We want something that at least on the block basis is cohesive. You know, we're open to a wide variety of styles, but we want it to feel like it was intentional rather than this menagerie of different homes descending on a block. We are also looking for experienced and local developer builders. And I say developer builders because it does matter. Those are the people that tend to get things done, that have the in-house capacity to build. We have 2 failed foundations that have been sitting there for about 2 or 3 years now. We don't want to see failed foundations sitting on land bank land, and it's really hard to get those back. We're going to try to get them back, but right now, land bank doesn't even have a way to call them back. They're just failed and sitting in the middle of the neighborhood. And for that reason, we want people that have done it before in our region. We don't want someone from Georgia coming in who doesn't have, yes.
The local connection.
Go for it.
Just back up. In the Douglas Sumner neighborhood, you have 2 failed foundations.
Correct.
And so are you saying that those are land bank lots that were deeded over prior to the option process or as an option?
It was,
This was about 2 or 3 years ago.
So it was an option.
Yeah, and no, it's been deeded. They were deeded because I called
because
Judd,
they-
I called Judd about it and he said that they had already been deeded
So they are owned
by
by
the
private
developer.
individuals,
by the bank probably now.
probably by a bank.
Mm-hmm.
That does strike me as kind of one of the risks. I don't want to interrupt you any further,
No, that's
but I wanted to understand what you were telling us.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
So overall, we want to see coordinated whole block development. We don't want lot here, lot here. We want to see a whole block go at the same time into development. And then we want to see benefits for both existing and future residents because we've got a lot of people that have been living there for decades. Then we're also looking at what do the developers want. So you heard a lot of these terms already. They want shovel-ready lots. They don't want to go through a whole process. They don't want to have to go after this money to get that sewer line extension or anything. They don't want to show up and they want to build. They want low pre-development costs and clear-cut process. They don't want to have to go back and work with their architect again because something changed in the middle. Pre-development costs add up very, very quickly when it comes to the surveys that you need to get, and especially a new rezoning, that's extremely expensive. So they don't want to do that. They want low risk. A lot of people aren't willing to build a house when they don't know that they're going to get the return. They're always looking for a profit. And so they're going to go into a place where they know that they're not going to lose money. And they really don't want to talk to the neighborhood association. They don't want bureaucracy. They don't want to come before this group. Usually they are just builders and that's what they really want to do. So yeah. As Beverly mentioned, in this plan, there are desired design examples, and I talked to that. We're not looking for awkward or low-quality blocks. We are looking for long-lasting design and something that is very clear style architecturally with good details. And we took the time to look at undesired design examples because we saw so many in all the applications that have come our way over the last few years. Just something that won't hold or grow its value and really doesn't help the look and feel of the neighborhood. You know, we want to get it right the first time. The plan maps out all the vacant land that's in the area, both what's in land bank, but also what's privately held. This is important because redevelopment works best when we can combine or package these properties, and then we can do an entire block at a time rather than having to go around someone, even if it's a vacant lot, because they won't sell. So we're really trying to work with existing vacant property owners as well so that these whole block developments can happen. Desired land use. So, we talked about where townhomes are going to be, where mixed use will be, where single family needs to be. This was very, very important to Beverly, especially to see the right kind of housing in the right places rather than scattered or in places that don't really make sense. Quick numbers overall with this particular plan, we're looking at 155 units with a general goal of 70% owner occupied, 30% rental. Hard construction costs are over 38 million, and there will be other soft costs of over 5 million. So we're looking at, $42 million of investment across the neighborhood. And then whenever we started digging into infrastructure, it was looking like per home cost, depending on which block you were on, was between $1,400 and $20K per lot. So it very much depends on where you're building in the neighborhood. Development challenges, this, infrastructure gaps, tough terrain, flood zones, large infrastructure projects, scattered land ownership, low appraisal values, and ever-rising construction costs. So quick numbers so that you can see this is what CHWC stick-built numbers look like. Usually our construction costs land around $270K. We have about $15K in soft costs. Selling costs we pay for our realtors is about $8,000. And then if we hire an outside builder, they want at least 8%, but mostly 12% of building costs, but that's another $24,000. And then if we weren't us, the builder, and we had to put on a development fee, so you're not the builder, but you're the developer, you at least need to make $15,000. This is pretty low for a developer, but you can see total we're already at $332,000. But our home appraisal values are probably going to be closer to $315,000. So that's where you see where if the builder is the same as the developer, that they don't need to make different, line item dollars. They're the same. And so that's where builder developers are hitting their margins, whereas someone who's has the two separate won't hit their margins. And note that none of this includes infrastructure costs. The plan clearly outlines development areas. So those areas that in one fell swoop, we want to see developers come in and do them at once. And then in these development areas, we have outlined the different challenges, dollar amounts that need to be invested. So in this development area, we want to see 21 to 23 single family units. Estimated construction costs over $6 million. The amount of cash that a developer is going to need to bring is $1.2 million. This can be broken up into different phases, but generally you're going to have to come with cash. And so just state that so that you understand that not anyone can just walk into this and be a developer. You have to come with the backing. And then this is one of the most expensive blocks and places to redevelop because we have $366,000 of infrastructure costs, which is about $17,000 per unit, which you really can't carry whenever you're trying to sell a house here. We also developed areas of least resistance, so areas that you can go now, basically, and we really do want to focus on those first in order to really start the transformative development process. I said implementation was really heavy on here. I did provide just the page of implementation tasks from our plan, but it provides very specific tasks and things that need to be accomplished in order to move forward. It's identified tools and different funds that need to be developed. And then it also provides best practices to multiply and spread the benefits to the most people. So where are we going with this? We are looking for an eventual adoption of this plan. We want to work with UG Economic Development and Planning to undertake the implementation tasks in order to see this development move forward, along with streamlining, and we will also work to identify and get gap funding. We would also like to see an RFP process come out with this so that we're not looking at one lot at a time anymore, but we are packaging things together and the developers come to that process rather than having to go through lot by lot processes. And also, you get to see the best, may the best man win, basically. May the best development win, kind of thing.
So we will work with the UG on developing those guidelines for RFP review.
Yep, so phase one, we want to see development of the areas of least resistance within 2 years, and then phase two is to develop areas with the greater challenges within 2 to 4 years.
That is it.
Thank you all so much. Before we get into questions, want to do a public comment period. Clerk, did we receive a comment for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
We have one hand raised.
Okay. You will
Raw
have,
Jefferson.
okay, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your city of origin.
Okay, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much, and congratulations to you all for being awake from this 5-hour meeting. I know this has been a really long process. So, Rod Jefferson here from Kansas City, Kansas, in Wyandotte County. And I just really wanted to say well done. Well done to the Douglas Sumner Neighborhood Association and Community Housing of Wyandotte County for the intense amount of work they put into this plan. I know that Elnora Jefferson is there in the gallery as well and has been over the last few months advocating for this type of level of plan for each of the neighborhoods within the Northeast KCK Groundworks Service area. And so I hope that what the commissioners heard today is the type of time and investment of resources that it takes to get to that level of planning. I wanted to also share that I know that CHWC had applied for funding via LISC to also do redevelopment type of plan in Oak Grove Neighborhood Association. Due to some things outside of their control, that funding was pulled back along with a lot of other federal funding, but I believe it may be about to be reinstated. So I would encourage the commission to allow for the neighborhoods, particularly those neighborhoods who are interested in a redevelopment plan, like Oak Grove neighborhood, to have the opportunity to work with CHWC to develop this type of plan for their areas. I know there was a proposal that was put before the commission earlier today for 300 some odd housing, but I think you heard during this presentation why it's so important to allow the neighborhoods to have the time and the space and to get the funding to do the redevelopment as it's needed, because we don't want to end up with those failed foundations, incongruent design, developers falling all over each other. If you have the neighborhoods who are willing to invest the time and energy, and what you have right now is neighborhood leaders who are willing to invest the time and energy in making sure it's done right. So thank you very much for the time. Congratulations, Beverly and Megan. And I hope the commissioners consider allowing those neighborhoods who are interested and are working with partners to build out the redevelopment plans for their neighborhoods to allow them to have the time and opportunity to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other hands raised online?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. For the folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak on this item? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. So go ahead and close the public comment portion. Commissioner Bynum, you had some questions?
Thanks. Just some comments and questions. Gosh, I really appreciate all the time and effort. Beverly, how many years have you worked on this specific plan?
This specific plan has been 3 years. Yeah, been 3 years. Yeah, 2022 we started.
Okay. And the reason I ask is because, so I kind of want to know where we're going, right? I can see this. I can't remember if I read in this document that the desire might be to add this as an addendum to the Northeast Area Master Plan or as an addendum to our land bank policy? Or neither?
Neither.
Okay, because it seems like it would fit one of those two places. If we're going, if the neighborhood is going to ask the unified government and specifically the Land Bank Board of Trustees to use this document, then it seems to me that we should codify it somehow, some way.
Well, maybe it's part of the land bank policy.
Mentioned early. Sorry, it was mentioned early on whenever we were talking to some UG staff members that it might also make sense as an addendum to the Northeast Master Plan.
I don't know why. I thought I read that somewhere, and that it makes sense there to me. And in the duration of the time that you've spent working on this, I'm not going to make you tell me how many land bank parcels we may have optioned in your neighborhood, but do you have a notion? I mean, we surely have optioned some.
No, not really.
Okay.
Not other than the two that died on the vine.
And the ones that CHWC built, those were not land bank
Oh, I
parcels?
take that back. I'm sorry. The ones that CHWC built on were land bank parcels. And then there were some that were optioned, but the option ran out.
Okay.
Before the developer did anything.
Okay, well, so we kind of held some stuff at bay then during that time, which maybe was a good thing.
Yes,
Okay.
and I appreciate that because they did refer developers to us.
Okay.
And we had discussions. In some cases, we told the developers that we were working on a plan and that we would prefer to wait until after we completed our plan before we made any recommendations.
You know, your neighborhood has been active and engaged and vocal about and around land bank issues. And so when it's at this standing committee, we're kind of aware if they didn't, you know, they need to come meet with the neighborhood. I think that's been very clear with Douglas Sumner for a very long time. And one of the things that I'm thinking about as I look through the presentation, when you talk about creating an RFP, so you might be requesting that we create an RFP, or how would that work? Because it strikes me that we'd have to do that in phases. If we're going to go with the areas of least resistance first, just
So the areas of least resistance are in larger development blocks. And so the area of least resistance would be the first thing that you see the developer take on. And then they would continue with, you know, over the next 2 years in order to overcome the obstacles that exist. So it's just a way to wrap them all together.
And you would, to be clear, the request would be that the unified government create an RFP process through our land bank division that says, we'd like to hear proposals that would develop these lots and not these lots and not this one lot, but all of these lots, like the way the gentleman earlier was proposing.
Correct.
Okay.
I think that process would definitely have to come from you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding, because I think that if we were going to do that, I think the first thing would be that this would become an addendum to the Northeast Area Master Plan. Then we've got a reason to be involved in an RFP for your neighborhood. So anyway, that's just what I'm thinking about as you bring this forward. You've had a quality of life plan in Douglas Sumner since, I want to say, at least '09, if not before.
2006.
So 20 years, 19 years. And then 3 years of work into this process. I know you all have been at it for a very long time. I really appreciate how much you are caring for your neighborhood. And I appreciate, obviously, CHWC coming alongside. And it just makes me wonder if we're asking that, or suggesting that other neighborhoods, also go through a process like this. Maybe that process, now that we've been down the road, maybe that process could be a little bit streamlined with the next group and then the next group after, so that other neighborhoods aren't in kind of a 3-year holding pattern.
And
What
that's,
do you think?
yeah, I mean, this is a volunteer organization.
Right, I
I have to work.
do understand.
But, yeah, I think it could be streamlined, but I think taking into consideration, all the variables that existed, we're not a 501, we're not a 501c3, but we don't have a staff,
Right.
so,
This is my day job too, so
yeah.
it helps. But I would say that overall, there were some pretty intensive lessons that were learned through this. And so whenever I've been talking to the Oak Grove neighborhood, I have a very clear idea of what needs to happen now because we have gone through this process. There were, even in the last few months, there have been massive changes to this plan as I've talked more and more to developers and actually thought about, okay, I'm going to develop these, so what do I need to do? And that's changed the plan a lot as well.
Well, I really appreciate it, and I appreciate you being able to bring it and share it with us, so thank you.
Any other comments for this item? Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Ms. Easterwood and Ms. Penner. You've hung in there. As I heard this presentation, my thoughts were similar to those expressed already by Commissioner Bynum. How do we use this to effectuate what your goal is? And I get it. You want in your area things that look uniform, of a certain standard, so I can appreciate that. And piece by piece, those are the questions asked when the neighborhood groups get the chance to weigh in now. When land bank, people who want to develop land bank put in their applications. So since this is not for action tonight, just wanted to share that I would be thinking about what this would do. It doesn't belong in our land bank policy, but I see that it's clearly a guidepost from the perspective of your neighborhood. And so I guess one of the questions I had, if someone came tomorrow and wanted to build 5 or 6 homes in this area, what your expectation would be that they would look like what's in here or meet the criteria you've put in here? How would that actually work when these people get before us or before they get to us?
When they come to us, we would take a look at what they have. I mean, like I said, this is going to be a living document for us. So while we have some designs in mind, we don't have all designs in mind. So if they bring a design that's attractive and we think will fit with the neighborhood, we would go with it.
I think, though, we really do want to stop those piecemeal things and we want to do an RFP process. And so we are looking at, just those RFPs that come in and evaluating those instead of doing 5 houses at a time anymore. So that is also something that's being proposed here, that we're not doing, well, they came to you then and they came to you then. They're all coming at the same time. They're all being evaluated at the same time under the same transparent guidelines. So the whole goal is to not spend neighborhood time reviewing land bank applications anymore, but this just gets done in one go.
There are some areas though that could fit. Not all the areas are 10 houses. There are some smaller areas of development. So it depends on where it is and what they have. Okay. I'm still a bit confused about the statement, you don't want some coming in, or you don't want the neighborhood, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Penner, you don't want the neighborhood having to look at land bank applications, because that's what the neighborhoods do, so they're aware. But if you're talking about RFPs, then somebody's got to do that work, and that sounds like it would come back to the unified government. And what is that going to do to our staffing and slow down? I mean, we recently are about to do an RFP for Peregrine, thank you. But that was an extreme situation. But the goal of that is to get the uniformity that you address here. So on an ongoing basis, I'm just wondering, and the answer won't come tonight, if that is the process you really want to use. But I appreciate where you're trying to go with this in terms of uniformity and how you want that neighborhood to look. Well, the goal is to get to an RFP process. Yes, we will look at applications, but right now, or prior to starting this process, it was, every other week, maybe, somebody was coming to make an application and we had to review the application. And as I said earlier, there were all different types of applications, all different types of styles, and none were compatible. And so to avoid that, that's why we came up with this land bank strategy. And we feel like it was Megan's idea to package the areas, package the lots in groups so that we could have a developer come in and say, I'm gonna take this block, or 2 developers come in and say, I'm gonna take a block. But it would be a very, a more streamlined process that would take place in issuing the lots and in getting the development to occur.
So I don't want to speak for Judd, but he doesn't like to put forward land bank applications that are going to fail. It's a waste of his time. So it's a way to make his life a little easier maybe, but I don't want to speak for you.
Well, I appreciate the time and effort that's been put into this. A lot of planning, it makes sense, but what I am still thinking about is this RFP thing as I don't want to say regular, but an often repeated method of doing that, and what that's going to mean to UG staff. And I would think that the neighborhood group would still want to look at these applications. So I don't know how this is going to work, but I appreciate where you're trying to go. And I want to thank CHWC for the build out that they did recently in the River's Edge community. You heard Mr. Robinson talk about that. And I suggested, as he was going through becoming familiar with the area, to take a look at that, because we do want things that are compatible in terms of their look
and price range. I know this is going to be an impact on taxes, but we have to have housing. So I appreciate what CHWC has done in that area and other parts of the city as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you all. Okay, I was about to say, getting some notifications that it was raining. I don't know if it's still raining right now. So I think we have waited out the rain in here. Any other questions? I think, again, I want to commend you all for this plan. I know it's not easy putting something like this together, and I've been bugging Judd to bug you all to come here so that we can at the very least see what you all have been working on. I'm excited about the innovation that could come out of this. I will say one of the things that does worry me is the capacity, right? Just given both of you all's background in real estate and development, there is a certain advantage that you all have that other neighborhoods may not have. And so there is a question of how do we both work with neighborhoods to ensure that they're involved in the process. The other side of that is not everybody that's in the neighborhood is involved, right? And we get bugged about everything, including the amount of parcels that are not developed or underdeveloped, right? And why hasn't anything happened, right? And so we try to find that balance. If I can make just some recommendations to try to be helpful, your list of tasks, if you all could have some assigning of, in an ideal world, who would take responsibility for these things. Again, ideal. I understand things change and people move jobs, all that stuff. But in an ideal world, who would take on that work? And then you already mentioned the RFP process, which I think is very helpful just for us to get an idea of where does this go. But what would be a priority and then kind of a timeline for some of these tasks, right? I wish we had 10 times the staff. That way we can talk about a redevelopment or reinvestment housing incentive zone, and then we can also amend the master plan, and we can go after grants and new market tax credits and do all that in 1 year. We just don't have the bandwidth, right, for it. Unfortunately, I wish we can do that for every neighborhood. And so if there was a 3 years, right, 5 years, 7 years, here's what we would want to have accomplished, that would be very, very helpful for us going forward. I do agree that this being in the Northeast Master Plan would make a little bit more sense than putting it in the land bank policy, in part because I know, and Ms. Eastwood, you've mentioned the frustration with some of the zoning, which has driven some of this stuff. And then, of course, my apologies to what previous land bank awardees have done and the fact that that situation is there. That's why we've gone through the policy rewrite to try our best to prevent that. Yeah, I would love to keep engaging with you all. You all have commissioners that I'm sure are going to keep engaging with you all so that we figure out where to go with this. But, you know, it's how do you eat an elephant, you know, one piece at a time? And you all have a beautiful elephant, okay? And so working through that would be, yeah, it would be a tall task, but a task that we'll be up to do. If there's no other questions and no other comments from you all, thank you. Thank you for your patience and for your tenacity in your work on this.
I would like to thank you all for listening to us.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I would just say this is a process that we are trying to find a best practice in order to move forward. So it will take some time, it will take some mistakes, but I think we'll get there.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Did you want to? Yes. As we transition to our last item on the agenda.
Just wanted to clarify, Judd, with you. We had the meeting with Commissioner Hill and Stargler's Hill. And did you adopt, like, as an administrative process. The recommendation that we were making that particular day where we said, just email all the neighborhood groups. I thought I heard you say earlier that you had recently started doing that. Did I hear that right?
Yes, Commissioner, this was the first meeting that I emailed everybody on Livable Neighborhoods.
Every registered neighborhood group that has given an email address to Livable Neighborhoods got all the stuff.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that I did hear that because we're trying to combat some of the perceived lack of communication, if you will. And so one of the things we said we would do is email all the neighborhood groups so everybody knows what's coming to the land bank. So, okay, thanks very much.
Okay. Our last item on the agenda, and thank you so much, Ms. Jefferson, for waiting so patiently. Yes, you can step up to the podium. This is on the public agenda appearance. Jefferson, you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Eleonora Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. And one good thing about being as late as I am is other people have basically given the presentation already in various points. And I guess it's just, it was positive. I'm coming because back in January, I believe, we ended the upgrade on the land bank policy with the idea that the redevelopment for the Northeast neighborhoods would be something that we would talk about. And as well, some areas that had not been included in the policy would be considered. And as I thought about this and listened to the great presentation that Beverly and Megan gave, I've come to agree and to say that, well, I came here to ask that the plan, the redevelopment plan that they talked about, the quality of life plan, be something that would be one of the first steps that we do in improving or making changes to the land bank policy. But as I listened to Commissioner Bynum, I fully agree that the changes need to be in the Northeast Area Master Plan, because the land bank policy itself addresses the fact that it is going to follow the prelays that are set up in the Northeast Area Master Plan. And then the Northeast Area Master Plan was started by Commissioners Townsend and Bynum and Johnson with the $200,000 investment. And it was for neighborhoods and community to say, this is what we want to see. So this idea of the quality of life or redevelopment plan, I think, follows that logic. Exactly. The CJR, I was rather disappointed that we didn't get a holdout on the Oak Grove, but as I sat here and tried to think about it, I said, okay, well, maybe there's still an opportunity. So we will be meeting with CJR, and absolutely do know that there's an opportunity perhaps to be heard that if it can be pulled, at that commission meeting. One thing that I'd like to and will be suggesting is that for
1
the
minute
policy,
remaining.
thank you, upgrade, we did not put in what is in the Northeast KCK Heritage Trail, which is called the Equitable Scorecard. And I shared that with Commissioner Townsend, and I agree that there's some areas that may be way beyond what we want to do. But that rubric itself reminds me of what we see when we go to planning and zoning and that type of thing, where there are certain criteria that relate to state statutes in order to drive a certain product and to drive a certain behavior. So I'm going to also suggest that that be something that we consider in this redevelopment plan and quality of life, is to have a rubric that speaks to certain things that we would want to see. And then finally, it's really important for those of us who are on the north side of the Northeast who did not have an opportunity to be funded by LIST or NeighborWorks or whatever. All those years, we have not had that kind of attention, if you will. And we clearly see that funding and attention makes a difference. So we are hungry for that opportunity to help control and to own our destiny. It's extremely important.
Your
Rather
time has
than waiting
expired.
again for
I would make a motion to add 3 minutes to Ms. Jefferson's time, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll end at 3 minutes.
you,
Rather
Ms.
than to have a situation where externals are making decisions for us. That's extremely important. That way we can build capacity. That way we can build energy. That way we can be the builders. We can be the CJR that are our hometown. So I believe that I have said everything that I needed to. The anti-displacement, that's big. That's really big. I'm working with my tax bill right now. I cannot believe the algorithms. I can't believe and even understand some of the variables that are used in that. I just learned that there was a discount for urban redevelopment in my area that extends from First Street and goes way beyond Parkwood. So that what happens, the homes that are sold actually affect my taxes, and I live off of Fourth Street. So the idea of taxation and things that are sold is extremely important if anti-displacement and gentrification is something we want to minimize. I think I've finished. I think you get the gist of what I want to say, and I thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and have a nice evening, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jefferson. Committee, as we conclude, I do want you all to be aware that I'm working with a bunch of departments that touch housing to present some new ideas, strategy. Hopefully it will be perceived well by the community that I think can help accelerate some of the things that we have discussed today. Regarding design, regarding housing plans, regarding funding and things of that nature. And so stay tuned for that meeting. I'm also be working with Commissioner Hill on some property tax deals as well that we can propose. With that, is there yes, Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you. Couple of points. I was thinking about the strategic approach that Douglas Sumner is using. And I think one department we want to be sure is included in this. We're talking about land bank because we're here about land bank. But we have an economic development manager now, a position that was sorely in need of being filled the last 3 years, and it's making a difference. So that department should be linked in with land bank as we talk about these different strategies. Ms. Chelsea's Chisholm's office, which is under land bank, is being very helpful, especially with this RFP, to do some of the same things that Douglas Sumner was talking about with the finish off of Peregrine Falcon. So just want to make sure that that was on the record. The other thing, in the absence of Mr. Robinson and his team, want to make it clear that they were not trying to ignore someone else. There was a change in the development plan. They had been planning this for months and working with OCP. All of this development was supposed to be within the OCP boundaries. As you heard tonight, OCP is fine with it. And you also heard Mr. Robinson say that he had sent information to the new president. So I'm hopeful that this will be well received by him. I don't want anybody to think Mr. Robbins was trying to do an end run around anybody. So this is what the community in the Northeast End has been seeking, and we've got somebody now who has come with a very strategic plan to help us. So I hope we keep all of that in mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm sure no one wants to sleep here. So is there a motion to adjourn?
I am so moved.
All right. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you all so much. Be safe getting home.